A large expedition team, including mysterious hooded figures, gathers in a dark forest at night. A nervous young man eyes the unsettling, masked members of the expedition with unease. A friendly veteran offers the young man a drink, asking if it's his first time on an expedition. The young man gratefully accepts, admitting his nervousness about the unexplored region, and the veteran warns him to be ready. The veteran elaborates that these ancient, unexplored lands are teeming with dangerous monsters. Monstrous beast looms over the forest, a terrifying example of the dangers lurking within. The young man finds comfort in their leader's prestigious background, believing the patriarch's brother of the esteemed Lee clan must be powerful. A skeptical man glances over, questioning their faith in the expedition leader. He coldly reveals the leader is an illegitimate son, one so weak he was banished from the clan. Smack. He slams his hand down, angrily dismissing their leader as a talentless, low-ranked artist they can't possibly rely on. A hooded figure interrupts, addressing the skeptical man as expedition team leader and announcing it's time to depart. The expedition team leader looks up, his face grim and silent as he prepares to lead. He internally identifies his guards as the Shadow Sword Squad, sent by the Patriarch, but feels a deep sense of unease about their presence. As they head out into the woods, he can't shake the bad feeling he has about this mission. His expression is a mixture of weariness and grim resolve as he leads the way. A flashback begins, showing the grand estate of the Lee clan from his past. As a child, he stood before the imposing portrait of his father, the Patriarch. He recalls the legendary sword of his clan, a symbol of power and recognition. The young boy vowed to train hard, believing that through his efforts he might one day be acknowledged by all. But a doctor delivered shocking news, pointing to his X-ray and noting his unprecedented mana paths. The doctor explained that his body was unsuited for magic, and his martial arts would lack stability, shattering his hopes. A family advisor states that for young Master Lee Cheol, reaching the 9th rank would be a miracle. Overhearing the crushing report given to his father, Lee Cheol stands alone outside. He recalls how his one success at the steel selection ritual was dismissed as a mere coincidence. Despite this, he celebrated with genuine happiness when he finally reached 7th rank at 25, even if his siblings had done so as minors. He reflects on his lonely journey within the clan, always walking in the shadows. He knows that if it weren't for the intervention of his oldest brother, he would not have escaped with his life. Instead of being banished, he might have left the household as a corpse. And so began his life on the run, which has now lasted for 10 long years in the city. Now he lives in poverty, huddled for warmth with others on the fringes of society. A discarded newspaper flutters in the desolate alley. Its headline tells of expanding unexplored regions and increasingly frequent monster invasions. Huddled against the cold, Lee Cheol seems disconnected from the world's growing problems. Suddenly, his hand slams down on the paper, pointing to a headline about a possible solution. A fire of determination ignites in his eyes as a plan begins to form. His plan is cut short when he reads that his father, Lord St. Letation, the Patriarch, has passed away. Just then, 2 hooded figures from the Shadow Sword Squad appear before him in the city night. Startled, the disheveled Lee Cheol demands to know how they found him after all this time. Ignoring his question, one of the figures simply presents him with a formal decree. Ha! He scoffs with a bitter laugh, realizing they have no intention of answering him. Reading the mission decree, he sees his cursed bloodline has finally caught up to him. He's been ordered to investigate an unexplored region. He's shocked to see the decree is from Patriarch Lee Gun-song, his 3rd brother, and immediately wonders what happened to the oldest. "We'll see you in an hour," the figure states, turning to leave as Lee Cheol calls out, "Wait," but they are gone, leaving him alone to anxiously wonder about the fate of his eldest brother. He despairs at their silence and the absurdity of sending a rusty 7th rank artist who hasn't held a sword in 10 years on this mission. Crumple. He crushes the decree in his fist, overwhelmed by helplessness and anger. "So you will refuse to carry out your orders?" A hooded figure asks, their voice laced with threat. Doing so without good reason means death, a fact emphasized by the figure's hand resting on their sword. Utterly defeated, Lee Cheol unclenches his fist and relents. "No, I'll do it." He burns the decree, and the memory fades, returning him to the expedition campfire, the weight of his past settling upon him. Crumple. Lee Cheol crushes the burnt paper, cursing his helpless situation. Rustle. A sound from the woods puts the expedition team, including a member of the Shadow Sword Squad, on high alert. The nervous young man gasps in surprise. They discover a surprisingly well-preserved ancient ruin deep within the forest. A hooded figure announces it's time to enter, as Lee Cheol looks on with grim determination. With swords drawn, the expedition team cautiously steps into the dark, dilapidated structure. They are met with a horrifying sight: the colossal skull of a beast resting on a sea of skeletons. The terrified men identify the remains as the corpse of an ancient monster. Having found their target, a hooded member of the Shadow Sword Squad gives the order to begin. Without warning, the Shadow Sword Squad turns on the rest of the expedition. Slash! The nervous young man is instantly killed, his throat slit by a red blade mid-sentence. Lee Cheol and the veterans stare in absolute shock as their supposed allies begin the slaughter. What are you doing? One of the men screams in terror and confusion. The veteran is cut down as a hooded figure looks on dispassionately. The assassin coldly informs his victims that they were dead from the very start. The bloody massacre of the expedition team continues without mercy. The blood-spattered assassin stands calm amidst the chaos he has wrought. As the slaughter unfolds, Lee Cheol dodges an attack and demands to know who is behind the betrayal. The hooded assassin reveals the one who gave the order was the Liege. He explains that their orders were to bring everyone to this location and to kill Lee Cheol as cleanly as possible, shattering his own hand in the process. To his shock, the assassin's grievous wound begins to heal with a dark, pulsating energy. Seeing the supernatural healing, a surviving expedition member charges in a desperate final attack. The man is effortlessly swatted aside and sent flying. The assassin turns his attention back to Lee Cheol, disappointed by his lack of strength. On his knees and wounded, Lee Cheol struggles to stay conscious. The assassin mocks his pathetic display, considering his prestigious Lee clan bloodline. A powerful beam of red energy erupts from the assassin's attack, engulfing Lee Cheol. Cough. Lee Cheol is blown back, violently spitting up blood from the devastating blow. Bleeding and broken, he refuses to accept that he will die like this. His eyes burn with defiance despite his grave injuries. Desperate, he frantically searches for a weapon and spots an old sword amidst the rubble. He reaches for the ancient blade, praying it will hold together even for a moment. He triumphantly grabs the hilt. His hope turns to horror. The sword disintegrates into black dust in his hand, as the assassin scoffs at how pathetic a member of the Lee clan can be. The assassin prepares a final, merciful strike to send him off. Lee Cheol looks up, lamenting the cruelty of the heavens. The dark dust from the disintegrated sword flows towards his body. He collapses to the ground, finally succumbing to his fate. His life flashes before him, a lifetime spent struggling and running. He recalls his endless series of failures. His consciousness fades into darkness. With his last breath, he wishes for another chance at life. In the void, he hears a familiar voice. His father's, asking if this is Yu-jung's child. He sees a younger patriarch Lee Cheol asking about Yu-jung, and butler Choi reporting she was already gone when found. The patriarch looks down with a grim expression, stating that the child is already gone as well. Lee Cheol is stunned to see his father and butler Choi looking so much younger. He tries to call out to them, but is shocked to see a baby's hands reaching out instead. The realization hits him as he looks at his infant body. He has been reborn. The reborn Lee Cheol stares at his infant hands in shock, realizing his new body is real. He recognizes his father's voice, asking if this is Yu-jung's child and what happened to her. Patriarch Lee Cheol looks down with a grim expression, declaring that the child is already gone. A title card identifies him as the esteemed Marshal Lee clan patriarch, Lee Cheol. The baby is stunned, internally screaming that these are his hands. Lying in a crib, he panics, wondering if he's dead or if this is just a hyper-realistic flashback. Patriarch Lee Cheol continues to gaze down with an unreadable expression. Butler Choi suggests assigning the child a handmaid and Shadow Sword Squad guards like the others. The butler further proposes that the boy attend the steel selection ritual with the 8th child immediately. Butler Choi bows, awaiting his final orders. The patriarch remains silent for a moment, his hand resting on a chair. He dismisses the concern, stating it shouldn't matter. The baby is startled by the conversation he's overhearing. As his father takes his leave, Lee Cheol is left alone in his crib. He breathes a sigh of relief, recognizing the immense pressure his father exudes even after so long. He feels this is too real to be a mere flashback, questioning what's truly happening. He recalls the order to attend the steel selection ritual. The horrifying realization dawns on him. This memory actually happened. He clenches his tiny fist, not wanting to believe it but forced to accept that it might be true. Overlooking the clan estate, he despairs at the thought of having regressed to the past. The day of the Lee clan's martial selection ceremony has finally arrived. The sacred steel selection ritual is about to begin, with countless weapons awaiting their chosen master. He remembers how his father was chosen by dozens of blades, becoming the greatest swordsman of his generation. A vision of his father effortlessly wielding a storm of swords flashes through his mind. He also recalls his prodigal eldest brother, who was chosen by swords, tomes, and a staff for his incredible talents. Now, as a participant himself, he feels uncomfortable in his formal clothes while his handmaid praises his appearance. A title card identifies the kind woman as his handmaid, Moon Gahwa. Moon Gahwa holds him close, reassuring him that he'll surely achieve a good result. She smiles, telling him she knows he has a bright future ahead. He sadly remembers that this kind, mother-like figure was eventually expelled because of his brother's hatred. A painful memory shows Moon Gahwa desperately banging on a locked door in the rain. He recalls how she was the only one who ever cried for him and stayed by his side. With newfound determination, he vows that he won't let that tragic future happen this time. A fire of resolve burns in his eyes. He hugs his handmaid tightly, vowing to protect her at any cost. Butler Choi approaches Moon Gahwa, informing her that the preparations for the ritual are ready. She smiles down at the determined baby, asking if they should depart. Butler Choi announces their arrival to the patriarch. The patriarch and his butler stand ready in a grand hall. The patriarch gives a simple, solemn "all right," signaling the start. A procession of handmaids, including Moon Gahwa, bow as they prepare to enter the arena. The patriarch and butler Choi observe the procession. They lead the group out into the main arena, filled with anticipation. The massive ceremonial grounds are packed with spectators. The patriarch spots the group, specifically acknowledging that child's presence. Lee Cheol overhears whispers about his status as the illegitimate son brought in from outside. The esteemed martial Lee clan matriarch, Bae Kwe-an, watches with a detached expression. The esteemed martial Lee clan minister, Lee Tae-hong, smirks condescendingly. The first child, Lee Myung-jung, and the third child, Lee Gun-seong, are also present. Minister Lee Tae-hong observes the infant Lee Cheol, mockingly noting how young he is. Lee Myung-jung, the first child, remarks that he doesn't remember anyone participating in the ritual at such a young age. He points directly at Lee Gun-seong, asking for his agreement. Lee Gun-seong, the third child, grudgingly confirms his brother's statement. His eyes narrow with intrigue, wondering about the newcomer's origins. At a grand ceremony, the patriarch addresses the assembled clan members. He gives an order to a servant, telling them to bring Hwa to him. A very young girl, Lee Hwa, the eighth child, is brought forward, looking curious and confused. The patriarch looks down intently at his young daughter. He gently takes her small hand to begin the blood ritual. Wah! The child cries out in pain as the patriarch pricks her finger with a blade. As Lee Hwa weeps, a brilliant blue aura erupts from her body. A spectator gasps, wondering if this could possibly be happening. The legendary ivory sword, a masterpiece that has been dormant for generations, awakens in a radiant glow. The patriarch reaches toward the sword, his face a mask of awe. The awakened ivory sword floats majestically in the air. The patriarch looks on with a stern, proud expression. Holding the now sleeping Lee Hwa, he declares that from this day on, the ivory sword belongs to her. Two women congratulate a noble lady, celebrating another talented child's birth into the family. The lady, her mother, offers a polite but cool thank you. Her gaze hardens as the ceremony continues. The patriarch stands before the crowd once more, ready to introduce the next child. Murmurs spread through the crowd as they identify the next participant as the illegitimate child from outside, TSK. They scorn the idea of a bastard participating as an infant. Lee Cheol is brought forward. Baby Lee Cheol is placed on the stone altar to begin his own ritual. With a determined expression, the infant pricks his own finger with a knife. The patriarch places a hand on his head, quietly stating his pride. Lee Cheol's mind is fully aware as he recognizes that this crucial moment has come again. He recalls his past life, when he was selected by the heaven-rank sword, the Clear Echo. In his new life, He stares at the drop of blood on his tiny finger. He wonders what destiny awaits him this time as the blood falls. Reaching out with focused intent, he watches his blood activate a faint blue light on the altar. From a balcony, clan members sneer at a bastard child being allowed to partake in the ritual. The patriarch looks toward the noble lady, who turns away from him in silence. She sits with her back to him, her expression cold and resolute. A younger Lee Cheol observes the scene, acknowledging his brother's hidden son with resignation. He watches the distant proceedings, lamenting the pitiful fate that lies ahead for the child. As a maid holds the infant Lee Cheol, Lee Cheol notes how hard it will be for an illegitimate son to survive. He grimly recalls a pointed example of this hardship from his own experience. Lee Cheol clenches his fist, glaring at the purest, close-minded old man responsible. He reflects on the head elder's rigid and intolerant nature. The man is identified as the head elder of the esteemed martial Lee clan, Lee Cheol. A younger Lee Cheol formally greets the head elder, knowing he must stay on his toes around the unreadable man. Another elder confirms with Lee Cheol that this is the child brought in by the Shadow Sword Squad. The elder questions the patriarch's judgment, wondering why a bastard is being allowed in the steel selection ritual. The head elder smiles with smug condescension. He cruelly asks Lee Cheol if he, of all people, hasn't already experienced how useless the ritual is for illegitimate children. Lee Cheol clenches his fist in fury, reeling from the direct and painful insult. The head elder feigns an apology, remarking how famous the story is of Lee Cheol's own failure to be chosen by a weapon. A dark, menacing aura surrounds the head elder as his words strike their target. Lee Cheol trembles, his face a mask of shock and barely contained rage. Minister Lee Cheol scoffs that a bastard is still a bastard, punctuating his disdain by striking the floor with his cane. The minister stands with a look of utter contempt, leaning on his cane. He grits his teeth in anger, his disgust for the child evident. Minister Lee Cheol turns and shouts, confronting another member of the clan. He declares that he will not tolerate this situation any further. Patriarch Lee Cheol looks on, questioning the minister's sudden outburst. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupts from the arena floor, startling the patriarch and the minister. One of the onlookers stares at his hand in disbelief as the energy surges. Minister Lee Cheol's eyes widen in absolute shock at the impossible sight. Patriarch Lee Cheol voices his disbelief, questioning how this is possible. He continues to stare, bewildered by the spectacle unfolding before his very eyes. A massive pillar of pure, sparkling energy shoots up from the center of the arena. The pillar of light intensifies, bathing the entire ceremonial grounds in its powerful blue glow. Within the light, two masterwork weapons materialize, the sanguine spirit spear and the iron-welded blade. Two divine relics also appear, the divine sword Mahu and the divine crossbow responsive dragon. The stunned crowd gasps, finding the spectacle impossible to believe. An onlooker shouts that even weapons with existing owners are responding to him. A young man wonders how this could be happening as his own sword begins to glow. The third child, Lee Gunsong, smiles as his weapon also responds to the energy. The first child, Lee Myungjung, turns to his brother in disbelief at the unbelievable event. Lee Myungjung marvels at their youngest brother's talent, but Lee Gunsong's agreement carries a chillingly stoic tone. The crowd murmurs that an illegitimate child shouldn't be capable of this, yet the ritual's results are undeniable. The patriarch looks down upon the arena. He declares that according to the clan's law, all weapons that chose the young boy rightfully belong to him. Patriarch Lee Cheol maintains a grave expression, contemplating the unprecedented outcome. Standing over the child and the armory of weapons, he announces the situation is not so simple and will take suggestions. A hand raises from the crowd. Someone has a proposal. Minister Lee Cheol argues that giving all the weapons to the child goes against the spirit of the steel selection ritual. He insists that the ritual is a tradition that must continue for generations to come. The minister proposes a compromise. Allow the boy to choose only a single armament for himself. Little Lee Cheol sits on a pedestal, surrounded by a forest of legendary weapons. The patriarch extends his hand, preparing to act on the suggestion. The glowing energy of the summoned weapons begins to dissipate. The patriarch accepts Minister Lee Cheol's suggestion. As the light fades, the patriarch stands with the baby, who is now surrounded by dormant weapons. Startled, The baby Lee Cheol realizes what this means for him. The whirlwind of sacred energy settles around him. He looks down upon the silent, waiting armaments. The massive array of swords, spears, and axes lie before him, waiting for his choice. Lee Cheol looks up, realizing this unexpected turn of events is actually good for him. He clenches his tiny fist, determined to make the most of this opportunity. Crawling with purpose, he resolves to seize control of his destiny. He passes by Frak, the legendary dragon-slaying sword. He continues past the imposing holy spear. The spear is identified as White Whale, forged from the body of a saint. He ignores Valheim, a staff made from the world tree itself. Even the celestial sword, forged under aligned stars, doesn't catch his interest. Reaching out with confidence, he assures himself there is no need to worry. The patriarch looks on in shock, recognizing the humble blade the baby is choosing. He recalls that it is the very sword their clan's founder discovered in the unexplored lands. The sword was a mysterious, dusty relic, whose true power remained unknown to all. The sword's name is revealed, Black Twilight. He reaches for the glowing blade, Black Twilight, making his definitive choice. The patriarch notes that while the sword isn't heaven level, it's stored with them as a symbol of their founder. He reflects that not a single one of their ancestors has ever been chosen by this particular blade. As blue energy swirls around the baby, the patriarch wonders if this is just a meaningless choice. The chosen sword, Black Twilight, pulses with the swirling sacred energy. The patriarch picks up the determined-looking baby. Holding the child, he questions if this momentous choice is another sign of the heaven's will. An official announcement declares that Young has chosen Black Twilight. Lee Young looks up in surprise, held securely by his father. With the choice made, a voice declares that the steel selection ritual is now officially over. The matriarch, Baek Wheon, coldly remarks that the illegitimate child, Lee Young, has become quite a nuisance. She glares menacingly, implying dire consequences should he ever get in her way. Time passes at the Lee clan estate. A few years later, a much older Lee Young calls out for his nanny, Moongawa. He cheerfully announces that he is leaving for his afternoon training session. He insists he can go alone as he runs ahead, but a worried Moongawa calls after him. She questions his choice to train in the small Zone 1 when other areas are available, but he remains determined. He cryptically tells a surprised Moongawa that there's someone waiting for him there. She spots someone training in Zone 7 and tries to correct him, but he firmly says, in a nearby training area, a young girl is being strictly instructed on her swordsmanship, told to hold her sword tighter. A title card introduces her as the 9-year-old 8th child, Lee Hua. Moongawa recognizes Lee Hua and gently reminds Lee Young to call her older sister to avoid trouble. He scoffs at the idea, thinking they're only 5 months apart as Lee Hua trains intensely. Arg, seriously. Wham! In a fit of frustration, she smashes her training sword. She whirls around and furiously demands to know why her instructor is nagging her so much. She angrily insists that her grip on the sword shouldn't matter. Her instructor calmly tries to placate her, suggesting another attempt, but she dismisses him with a HMPH. Lee Young asks who the instructor is, and Moongawa identifies him as Commander Baek Lee-hyun of the Ebony Squad. He's taken aback to learn the instructor is a commander. While Lee Hua listens, Lee Young keenly observes that the commander's skills are far too advanced for teaching a mere 9-year-old. Moongawa watches him with a worried expression, calling his name. She earnestly promises that a teacher suited to his own great talent will appear soon. Much to his surprise, Moongawa tearfully apologizes for her perceived incompetence, comparing his upbringing to the well-fed Lady Hua. He reassures her, saying he's always thankful for everything she does, which moves her to tears. He explains that he doesn't want a teacher who is only interested in the Lee clan's prestigious background. With a confident look, he turns to continue on his way. He arrives at the exclusive training area, Zone 1, the esteemed Marshall Hall. Creak. He slides open the large door to the training hall. Stepping inside, he notes that the empty hall feels more like a symbolic space than a functional training area. He confidently strides forward, knowing he has a specific reason for being here. He stops before a wall of large, built-in lockers. Creak. He opens the lockers, revealing that this place stores the clan's older weapons. He looks into the dark storage area, filled with racks of old weapons. He pulls out a simple, aged sword, cheerfully deciding to use it for today's practice. He reflects on the 9 years that have passed since he regressed to the past. Sword in hand, he recalls the surprising changes that have occurred within him since his regression. Phew, he takes a breath, recalling the most surprising change of all with a look of awe. He channels a swirling dark energy through the practice sword, his focus absolute. His eyes widen in astonishment as a realization dawns on him. The new ability is clear. He can read the memories embedded within weapons. In the empty training hall, he sees phantom images of past warriors, their techniques replaying before him. Astonished, he realizes these are the weapon's memories, flowing from top to bottom. He understands that the older and more incredible a weapon is, the more he can see. He perfectly mimics a sword stance he just learned from the weapon's memory. He also knows that a wielder's strong attachment to a weapon makes its history clearer. A memory flashes, teaching him that mastering the basics makes one's sword unwavering like a pillar. The more potent the weapon's history, the more clearly he can see the memories of the past. A title card appears for the technique he is learning, 7-star Sword First Form. He unleashes the form's signature move, Crimson Wind, with a powerful downward slash. He smiles with satisfaction, having finally completed the 7-star sword technique. He reflects on the past 2 years, during which he read the memories of most weapons in the hall. A sudden sound makes him turn his head in surprise. My perfected 7-star sword, it's been a long time since I've seen it. A sharp-dressed man, with spiky hair and a soul patch, enters the training hall. The man gives him a familiar smirk, and Lee Young recognizes him as his uncle. A title card identifies the man as the esteemed Marshal Lee Clan's general, Lee Tae-hong. Lee Young greets his uncle, who pats his head and tells him to be less formal. Lee Tae-hong proudly states that he sees the boy training every day on his way to and from work. He continues, sympathizing that it must be difficult being discriminated against by his siblings. With a serious expression, his uncle encourages him to overcome these challenges. Lee Young says he is fine, proudly declaring he is still part of the esteemed Lee clan's bloodline. He adds that, through his training, he has come to understand the meaning behind their clan's name. His eyes sparkle with an unshakable resolve. His uncle internally laments what a shame it is that such a child was born illegitimate. Changing the subject, Lee Tae-hong mentions the boy's upcoming naming ceremony and offers to find him a teacher. Lee Young politely declines the offer, leaving his uncle utterly shocked. What? He explains that while there's no rule against it, he wants to follow proper customs. Lee Young states his belief that rules shouldn't be broken, even if everyone else is doing it. He smiles, reaffirming his desire to prove himself with his own strength. Lee Tae-hong is stunned by the boy's maturity, thinking his eyes look just like his eldest brother's. His uncle draws a practice sword, his expression now serious and determined. Lee Young watches his uncle, his own confidence unwavering. His uncle relents with a smile, admitting he can't change the boy's mind. Wah! He playfully ruffles Lee Young's hair, exclaiming he's as stubborn as his father. Lee Tae-hong worries aloud, feeling bothered that he's unable to do anything to help his nephew. He then asks if there's anything else he needs, and Lee Young's eyes light up with an idea. Lee Young bows respectfully, asking his uncle for a favor. His uncle is surprised by the sudden earnest request. Lee Tae-hong contemplates the request, stroking his chin thoughtfully. A black car approaches the heavily guarded main gate of an estate. A guard steps out, holding a spear and signaling for the car to stop. The guard asks Lee Tae-hong to state his identity and purpose for visiting. Lee Tae-hong coolly presents his ID card, identifying him as General Lee Tae-hong. He explains he's taking the clan's youngest, Lee Young, on a field trip, and the boy waves cheerily. The guard confirms his identity with a salute and grants them entry. The black car passes through the guarded gate, driving deeper into the estate. Lee Young decides to feign fascination, looking out the window and marveling at the secret warehouse. His uncle, Lee Tae-hong, glances at him in the rearview mirror and asks if he's that excited. Lee Young cheerfully replies, of course, explaining it's where the family's greatest treasures are stored. With a knowing smile, he thinks to himself that the specific item he seeks is also there. An imposing, modern tower is revealed, described as a storehouse for legendary weapons and ancient relics. Inside the Grand Hall, it's noted that the esteemed Marshal Lee clan's secret warehouse holds everything. Wow! Lee Young gasps in awe at the sight, his uncle standing proudly beside him. Lee Tae-hong explains that the basement contains weapons sealed for various reasons, as he calls an elevator. Lee Young excitedly asks about the rumors of monster-level weapons that devour their owners, and his uncle confirms he's correct. His uncle playfully warns that such a weapon would consume his body and heart, making the boy jump in fright. As the elevator arrives with a ding, Lee Tae-hong laughingly asks if he's scared, but Lee Young quickly denies it. Lee Tae-hong reassures him with a smile, saying they can't enter such a dangerous area anyway. Relieved, Lee Young eagerly thanks his uncle and steps into the elevator. Lee Tae-hong waves cheerfully as the elevator doors begin to close. Lee Young's expression shifts to stoic determination as he gives a slight wave back. Alone in the descending elevator, he reflects on his purpose: to find a weapon among the countless sealed relics. He steps out into a vast, high-tech vault filled with endless racks of gleaming armaments. He recalls his target, the legendary weapon Boundless, which appears as a simple dagger. When infused with mana, Boundless can freely change its shape, length, and weight into any weapon. A memory surfaces of a shadowed man wielding Boundless, which glows with a malevolent purple energy. Lee Young reflects that, with this weapon, the third child, Lee Gunsing, usurped the title of patriarch from the eldest. He remembers his past life, where the new patriarch, Gunsong, hunted him down and purged him. He strokes his chin thoughtfully, acknowledging that this is the extent of his current knowledge. His face hardens with resolve as he states he has one thing to do to prevent that future. He knows it will take time, but he must check each weapon individually to find the one he seeks. Dark energy swirls as he prepares to use his unique ability on the rows of weapons. He declares his intention to obtain Boundless before Lee Gunsong can claim it this time. With dark energy emanating from his hand, he begins his meticulous search. He dismisses one sword after another, knowing it's not the one. A bead of sweat forms as he continues his search, feeling a hint of concern. He moves along a table of daggers, his hand hovering over them. He looks around the vast room, certain that Boundless is here and that he just hasn't found it yet. He turns to check a different display stand, still searching. Thump. He stumbles and trips over a discarded object on the floor. Looking down, he sees the incredibly rusty dagger he tripped on and questions its terrible condition. He recoils in surprise from the dilapidated, broken weapon. Suddenly, a powerful, dark energy erupts from the rusty dagger. What he cries out, shocked by the sudden surge of power. His eyes widen in disbelief, wondering why this is happening. His vision blurs as he's pulled into an unknown space. Disoriented, he looks around and wonders where he is. He finds himself sitting on a desolate battlefield of bones and broken swords, asking, "Where am I?" Standing amidst a sea of skeletons, he realizes he has been pulled into the rusty dagger's memory. He notes how this memory feels unnaturally clear and real, unlike any he has experienced before. He senses a powerful presence nearby and is startled. He whips around, his eyes wide as he feels an immense power approaching. He stands transfixed, looking down into the swirling, chaotic depths of the weapon's memory. The narration describes an overwhelming presence so terrifying that nature itself would fear it. A monstrous, multi-eyed entity looms within the dark, chaotic vision. A terrifying vision unfolds as a lone boy faces a colossal, apocalypse-rank monster. His legs tremble uncontrollably. He is certain he is about to die. He stares in despair. Realizing he has no hope of defeating such a creature, he stumbles backward, collapsing to the ground in utter terror. Suddenly, a weary, blindfolded warrior appears on the battlefield. The boy whips his head around, shocked by the swordsman's sudden arrival. He scrambles back in disbelief, wondering how the warrior got behind him so fast. The towering monster glares down, its glowing eyes fixed on the intruders. The blindfolded warrior unsheathes his blade, which glows with a brilliant golden aura. With a single motion, he unleashes a devastating slash of pure light. The boy watches from the ground, completely mesmerized by the display of power. "No way," he whispers, stunned by the impossible sight of the monster's defeat. He can't believe it was annihilated in a single, decisive strike. A jolt of recognition hits him as he remembers seeing that warrior before. Looking up, he sees the mysterious swordsman standing stoically in the rain. The warrior turns as the boy calls out, demanding to know who he is. The silent swordsman stands impassively amidst the carnage. The boy flinches, startled that the blindfolded man could see him, and stammers nervously. The warrior turns, leveling his sword and demanding to know why the boy is here. His hands tighten around the hilt of his sword, his posture tense. He declares it an act of mercy to grant the boy a painless death, sending a chill down his spine. "No," the boy screams in silent, helpless terror. "Huff!" He snaps back to reality, an old rusty sword clattering from his grasp. Panting, he stares at his hands, wondering if the horrifying vision was real. The crushing pressure from the vision lingers, feeling as if it had truly happened. He looks up, startled by a sudden surge of energy from the floor. The old sword sizzles as the rust begins to burn away, revealing something new. No way, he gasps, watching in shock as the blade begins to transform. As a pristine blade is revealed, he realizes there can be no doubt about what's happening. He carefully tests the sharp new edge, drawing a drop of his own blood. With renewed determination, he presents his bloodied finger to the awakened sword. A prophecy declares he will become the master of 10,000 soldiers. A brilliant blue light erupts, engulfing him as he bonds with the weapon. The blade now pulses with a vibrant, swirling, magical aura. He firmly grips his new sword, his eyes glowing with resolve. He practices a powerful swing, testing the balance of his new blade. His movements become a blur as he trains with intense, focused precision. Ha! He lets out a sharp, powerful cry with his strike. Hube! A practiced swing goes awry, cracking the stone ground beneath him. Phew! Another failure, he sighs, frustrated by his lack of control. He reflects that it has already been a week since he obtained the sword, Boundless. The sword Boundless radiates a brilliant, celestial light. As the sword vanishes, its power flows into a simple black ring on his finger. Touching the ring, he still puzzles over the mysterious vision that granted him this power. He remembers the blindfolded warrior's ultimate technique, the split demon. He realizes the warrior likely showed him the move, knowing he wasn't yet ready to learn it. Frustrated, he admits that he can't replicate the powerful technique at all. However, a sly, knowing smile spreads across his face. He lunges forward again, ready to try a new approach. With a confident grin, he reminds himself that he's in no rush to master everything at once. He reflects on his past life as an outcast, marveling that he's now experiencing such advanced martial arts. A determined expression crosses his face, ready to embrace this new opportunity. Gripping a practice sword, he recalls the movements of the powerful man from the dagger's memory. He's startled by the realization that he's trying to emulate that man. He reminds himself that he's only a 9-year-old kid and can't simply copy an adult's techniques. With the phantom of the warrior looming behind him, he knows a direct imitation won't be efficient. Phew, he takes a breath, deciding to start slowly and find a more natural way to move. He closes his eyes in deep concentration, seeking a new path forward. A realization strikes him. He must wield the sword in a way that is right for his own body. He begins to practice a new swing, channeling a vibrant blue energy. Wham! He unleashes a powerful downward strike that shatters the training ground. He smiles confidently, believing he's finally got the hang of it. With a determined fist pump, he acknowledges his next challenge, solving the mana utilization problem. He recalls his repeated failures to replicate the mana flow, feeling he's missing something vital. He looks down in frustration, admitting he's forgetting a crucial piece of the puzzle. Phew. With a sigh, he resolves to keep trying until he succeeds. Suddenly, a woman with a sly grin peers into the hall, declaring, "It's time to begin again." She rushes forward, swinging her own practice sword in a blur of motion. The mysterious dark-haired woman holds him at sword point, a menacing smile on her face. He wonders who she is, noting her features suggest she's a direct descendant of the Lee clan. She feigns surprise, asking if he truly doesn't recognize her. Haha, laughing, she excuses his ignorance by explaining she rarely goes outside. She leans in close, and Lee Young is stunned as she seems to introduce herself. A memory surfaces of his uncle explaining that his grandfather disliked her for being different. The memory shows his uncle, Lee Tae-hong, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Lee Young realizes his uncle had warned him about this woman before his regression. His eyes narrow as he puts the pieces together. The woman calls him fragile while he fumes on the floor, thinking she's just absurdly strong. He pushes himself up, his expression hardening with resolve. She leans in with a cunning smile, demanding to know where he learned his skills. He sweats nervously, caught off guard by her intense questioning. She proclaims her deep love for old martial arts, which is why she's so curious. She excitedly explains that ancient monsters used to exist, hinting at forgotten knowledge. "Here's a gift," she says, presenting him with a heavily bookmarked, ancient-looking book. He accepts the book, his eyes wide with surprise. He discovers the book contains a mana technique, though the handwriting is difficult to decipher. He flips through pages filled with cryptic diagrams and ancient script. He realizes it also contains information on martial arts. As he reads, he finds the techniques are high level and starts to doubt the negative rumors about his aunt. His aunt points to the book, explaining there are old mana techniques that use mana paths. She contrasts them with modern techniques that store mana in the heart, questioning why the old ways are dismissed. Lee Young is stunned by this new perspective, admitting he'd never considered it. Her eyes gleam with conviction as she suggests the ancient mana techniques might be superior. She explains the scarcity of records is why she is personally researching amplification and transformation techniques. A thunderous realization hits Lee Young. This must be Boundless's mana technique. "Wait, Aunt," he calls out as he rushes off, leaving her confused by his sudden departure. He sits to meditate, focusing on the new principle: use only the mana paths, rejecting the mana circle. His eyes fly open in shock. This is the very technique the man from the memory used. With his eyes glowing, he summons his new power, certain that this will work. Wham! He unleashes a devastating downward strike, shattering the training ground with a wave of blue energy. As the dust settles, he and his aunt stare in disbelief at the destruction. He celebrates his success with a triumphant grin. What his aunt grabs him, shocked, demanding to know if he just used an amplification technique. He confirms her suspicion, and she presses him, asking how he did it. "Ha!" he retorts coolly, asking why he should tell her. His aunt looks utterly devastated, explaining that the notebook he used is all she's ever had to study from. She pleads with him, revealing she spent over a decade trying to master the technique and asking what it will take for him to teach her. She looks down at him, her expression a mix of desperation and pleading. Seeing his opportunity, he offers a deal, asking her to promise him 3 things. He states his first condition, asking her to promise not to speak of him to others without permission. She asks why, and he simply explains that he dislikes the idea of people talking about him. She agrees, admitting she feels the same way, but a flicker of sadness crosses her face. He states his second condition: they must be able to trust one another. He holds up 2 fingers, promising to tell her the truth in return for her trust. Eagerly, she asks for the final condition. He holds up 3 fingers, about to state his last demand. A maid suddenly rushes into the hall, urgently calling for the young master. A year later, Lee Young catches his breath during a training session. As his aunt clings to him playfully, he asks the nanny why she's here. A title card notes he is now 10 years old. The nanny urgently presents a sealed letter, telling him to look. He takes the letter as his aunt looks on curiously, thinking to himself that it's finally time. He reads the document, a summons order for his naming ceremony, issued by the proxy patriarch, Lee Myung-jung. He's surprised to see the orders from a proxy patriarch named Lee Myung-jung. He wonders why his father isn't home as his aunt watches him with concern. Huug, his aunt's hair spontaneously combusts as she screams in frustration. Ugh. She clutches her head in a panic while he calmly says he needs her guidance now more than ever. As his aunt begs him not to go, he reflects that a year has passed since their deal, during which they've researched mana techniques together. An illustration displays modern mana techniques, which are centered around the mana circle in the heart. A second illustration shows the ancient mana techniques, which utilize the body's mana paths as their core. Their research has led them to a third possibility: a new technique combining both methods. His aunt, Gyeonga, demonstrates this hybrid technique, holding a swirling orb of mana. He recalls Aunt Gyeonga saying that successfully combining the two was her dream. He reflects that this method lets him use mana more efficiently than his peers, then sadly asks his aunt if he really has to go. HMPH, with tears in her eyes, she reluctantly acknowledges he must go, but is clearly heartbroken. He reassures her it won't be for long and that they'll continue their work, leaving her utterly confused. He offers a sly smile, anticipating her doubts about him having time for their research. He confidently holds up the summons letter, hinting at his plan. An instructor begins the trial, explaining that Lee Young and another child must endure magic attacks for 30 minutes in their pods. The instructor, Blood Tiger Squad leader Jang Wook, notices something unusual about Lee Young. Inside the pod, crackling blue electricity surges around Lee Young's hands. Instructor Jang Wook admits he expected the untrained 9th son to fail immediately. Lee Young calmly withstands the barrage of energy, seemingly unbothered. The instructor realizes with a shock that the boy is actively using mana techniques to deflect every attack. Stunned, Instructor Jang Wook understands that Lee Young is not just enduring the test, but testing himself. He concludes that the boy is deliberately pushing them to give him higher-level lessons. Yet, he reminds himself, Lee Young is just a 10-year-old illegitimate child. Jang Wook smirks, correcting himself that it would be rude to call someone with such talent by that label. He clenches his fist, deciding he needs to seriously reflect on his own biased behavior. Instructor Jang Wook resolves to teach Lee Young everything, seeing this as more than just a pre-ceremony lesson. Standing before the crackling pod, Jang Wook silently affirms his new commitment to the boy. The test concludes, and Lee Young emerges with a tired stretch, declaring he's finished. Hua Hall. Seeing another child getting zapped, he grimly reflects on his family's insane methods. He pauses thoughtfully, anticipating the instructor's reaction after his impressive display. He's genuinely surprised by the instructor's impending apology. As Jang Wook bows respectfully, Lee Young admits he's still shocked, despite noticing the change in attitude. Deciding to rest first, he turns to leave the training hall. Thump. Suddenly a hand grabs his arm, stopping him in his tracks. An angry-looking girl with long dark hair glares at him, calling him a bastard. A title card identifies her as Lee Hua, the 8th child of the Lee clan's direct lineage. Startled, Lee Young asks the girl what she thinks she's doing. Pointing aggressively, Lee Hua reminds him that she's also a year older. Lee Young dismisses her, thinking he doesn't have time for this, which leaves her speechless. Enraged at being ignored, Lee Hua's fist glows with blue mana as she shouts at him. He glances back, surprised that she's already capable of using mana. His expression hardens, ready for a confrontation. In a flash, he turns and channels his own blue mana into his hand. He effortlessly catches her punch, leaving Lee Hua stunned by his strength. He coldly tells her to go cry to her mother and stop bothering him. With a casual shove, he pushes her aside, making her stumble back. Lee Hua screams in frustration, complaining that she's always compared to him and demanding he just disappear. She rants about her endless training, contrasting it with his perceived natural talent. She falters mid-sentence after mentioning her mother, her eyes widening in sudden realization. Lee Young callously dismisses her struggles, telling her to try harder and sacrifice more if she can't keep up. He challenges her, saying if she truly resents him, she should do whatever it takes to surpass him. Lee Hua stares in shock as he walks away, leaving her with his harsh words. He states that if she can beat him, he will apologize, because that is how their family operates. Humiliated, Lee Hua vows to crush him at the upcoming naming ceremony. Lee Young turns slightly, a confident smirk playing on his lips. As she shouts that she'll make him beg for forgiveness, he just smiles, accepting the challenge. The scene shifts to the exclusive Section 7 training hall for the direct lineage. A maid bows respectfully as an imposing figure enters the hall. An elegant and severe-looking woman with an ornate hairstyle makes her entrance. A title card introduces her as Bae Hweon, the lady of the house for the Lee clan. Bae Hweon dismisses the maid, intending to speak with her daughter alone. Inside, Lee Hua trains furiously with a sword and shield, unaware of her mother watching from the door. Her mother's voice startles her mid-swing, and she turns in surprise. Lee Hua explains she was training, but her mother cuts her off, coldly stating she already heard about her loss. Bae Hweon sternly reminds her daughter that she is supposed to break her rivals, not lose to them. Expressing her deep disappointment, she says she won't even bother lecturing her anymore. Lee Hua stands silently before her mother, clutching her sword tightly. Pushed to her limit, Lee Hua defiantly declares she will handle things on her own. Her mother's eyes narrow with contempt as she asks if she was truly motivated by an illegitimate child. Lee Hua stammers, unable to answer her mother's piercing question. Bae Hweon leans down, her gaze intense and unforgiving. She grabs her daughter's chin, admonishing her for being motivated by a rival when she should be dominating him. Bae Hweon presents a small, glowing vial, offering a mysterious solution to her daughter's weakness. A flashback reveals a young girl staring in shock as a hand holds up a vial of lethal poison called dreamlike trance. An elegant woman places the poison in the girl's hand, instructing her to trample her rival if she cannot surpass him. Lying defeated on the ground, the girl remembers the harsh lesson. This is the way of her family. The elegant woman, her mentor, looks down with cold resolve in a room full of weapons. The scene shifts to a serene, traditional estate. A woman with green eyes stares at a screen in disbelief, muttering that it makes no sense. She is looking at the official website for the esteemed Marshall Lee clan. The report card shows ninth child young, Lee Cheol, ranked first in everything, as he cheekily asks his nanny if she's still worried. The nanny embraces him, telling him not to downplay his incredible achievement. She pulls back, her expression turning serious as he looks on in confusion. Suddenly, an energetic woman with long black hair bursts in, exclaiming, "Baby, let's go train!" She flexes, insisting mana training relieves fatigue, while an exhausted Lee Cheol protests he just finished. The nanny laughs, amused by the woman's dubious theory. Lee Cheol looks startled as the energetic woman leans in close. As she looks at him questioningly, he remains silent. Her eyes widen in shock as she stammers, realizing what she's sensing. She shouts in utter disbelief, asking if he's already attained his first star. Lee Cheol simply offers a quiet, confident smile. He begins to explain the common stages of mana arts, starting with the iron body stage for physical strengthening. Next is the Qigong stage, for altering the nature of one's mana. He holds his glowing sword, ready to demonstrate a point. Finally, he mentions the extraordinary ability stage, where supernatural powers manifest. His aunt confirms his one-star achievement and asks if learning to use mana felt awkward for him. He recalls the crazy training, where he almost shattered his mana balance, making her look concerned. Over a view of a sparkling stream, he explains his new understanding. The body itself is a vehicle for mana. His aunt, surrounded by a swirling blue aura, seriously contemplates his words. A vehicle for mana, with newfound determination, she clenches her fist, declaring she can do it too, no matter how long it takes. Lee Cheol is pleased she finally understands, as she excitedly thanks her lucky baby. She crushes him in a celebratory hug, causing him to cry out that she's breaking his ribs. Exhausted on the floor, Lee Cheol is horrified, as his aunt cheerfully announces it's time to aim for 2 stars. He gets up, acknowledging that he knows his one-star achievement is different from the traditional first stage. His aunt asks what he believes his greatest strength is, and he begins to say, "The sword." "I don't think so," she says, cutting him off with a firm look. When she asks if he's ever used mana arts, he casually replies he has a few times when bored. She struggles to explain, stating she believes he has an ability far more outstanding than swordsmanship. She declares his true greatest ability is his mana arts, leaving him utterly stunned. He stares at his hand, remembering how he was ridiculed for his inability to use mana in his past life. She believes attaining 2 stars will be easy for him. If he succeeds, she says, the upcoming naming ceremony will be a piece of cake. She enthusiastically announces she will teach him proper techniques, and he readily agrees. But he pauses, catching his breath, and asks her about the object beside her. She turns to look, asking what he means. She casually gestures to a wooden stand, asking, "Oh, this?" Crack. A blast of energy smashes into the wall just past his head. His aunt stands proudly, her hand glowing with power as debris flies. She calmly summons 3 orbs of pure mana, ready for the next lesson. Cracking her knuckles with a devious smile, she asks, "Shall we begin?" Lee Cheol, already scratched up, looks on with weary determination. The scene shifts to a bright, sunlit training ground. Li Young and Li Hua stand before a new, scar-faced instructor holding a spear. The man introduces himself as Blood Tiger squad leader Li Zhongquan, who will teach them the clan's secret techniques. Li Zhongquan sternly tells them to choose a weapon and come forward. Li Young and Li Hua eagerly shout, "Yes, sir!" and run to the weapon racks. Li Hua glances nervously at Li Young, who looks back with an irritated expression. Flustered, Li Hua insists she wasn't staring and has nothing to say. Li Young asks her if she uses a sword, then flatly denies using one himself. Confused, she points out he always trains with a sword, but he now stands confidently holding a spear. The instructor, Li Zhongquan, asks what he's doing, and Li Young simply replies that he chose a weapon as ordered. Holding both a spear and a sword, Li Young cheekily explains that these are the weapons he uses. Li Zhongquan is left utterly speechless by the boy's audacity. The instructor scoffs, calling Li Young a complete idiot. Turning his back, Li Zhongquan commands them to remember what he is about to say. He begins his lecture with an intense focus. Whoosh. He moves with incredible speed. He explains that the Lee clan possesses many secret arts known as enlightenment. He continues his high-speed demonstration across the training ground. Facing the two children, now armed with swords, he wishes them luck, awakening their sixth sense. Lee Jungkwon prepares to unleash a powerful spear technique. His hand grips the spear shaft tightly, ready to strike. Lee Hua and Lee Young watch anxiously, wondering what he is about to do. He warns them to prepare themselves if they don't want to be knocked out immediately. Foosh! He lunges forward in a blur of motion. Wham! He unleashes a devastating attack. Lee Young grits his teeth, struggling to withstand the force of the blow. Lee Jungkwon looks on in surprise, questioning how the boy blocked his attack. Cursing under his breath, Lee Young steels himself, realizing he has to endure this brutal training again. He dodges with nimble footwork, kicking up dust. He reflects that he failed to receive this training properly before, but this time, he launches his own counter, cracking the ground with his energy. His eyes burn with determination as he lunges forward. He fiercely resolves that this life will be different. Whack! He's immediately struck hard in the side of the head. Undeterred, Lee Hua lets out a battle cry and leaps into the fight. Thwack! Lee Jungwon effortlessly disarms her in a single powerful motion. A month later, Lee Young catches his breath, exhausted from the training with Lee Jungkwon. He grimly reflects on the intensity of their training, which is designed to break bones and cause internal injuries. With a determined smirk, he acknowledges it's not for kids, but vows to stop complaining. He tightens his grip on his sword, feeling that he's finally starting to get the hang of it. Ah! Lee Hua cries out in surprise. Both she and Lee Young look on in shock at something off-screen. Lee Jungkwon muses that the eighth child, Hua, has a sturdy body, as she hasn't been seriously injured despite his powerful attacks. He then thinks of Lee Young, acknowledging that the illegitimate child is definitely something special. He recalls initially thinking the boy was an idiot for bringing a pile of weapons. He admits, however, that the boy was proficient and knew how to utilize every single one. With a slight smile, he concludes that after a month, the boy is getting the hang of it, finding the situation interesting. Lee Jungkwon pivots, announcing that training will now resume. Both children flinch as he turns back towards them. Huff, huff. Lee Young and Lee Hua pant heavily, already exhausted from the grueling session. Lee Hua turns sharply to get his attention, calling out to him as he stares back, confused. He stands defiantly with a spear, ready for whatever she has planned. Her face darkens with resolve as she stares him down. She challenges him, asking if he's sure about his audacious plan. Lee Young gives a determined nod, ready to proceed. The instructor, Lee Jungkwon, begins his assault with a powerful swing of his spear. Lee Hua rushes forward, launching her own attack with a sword. Lee Young realizes he has no chance of winning alone at his current skill level. He decides their only option is to use their numbers to their advantage. The two children attack Lee Jungkwon together in a coordinated assault. Lee Jungkwon deflects a blow, looking intrigued by their teamwork. He commends their decision to work together as a decent one. However, he taunts that their plan will only work if he lets it, effortlessly catching Lee Hua's blade. He challenges them to try and deflect his next attack. He unleashes a brutal downward smash with his spear. Lee Jungkwon lets out an impressed ooh. He continues his relentless assault with a sweeping attack. Lee Young and Lee Hua struggle to parry his powerful, flowing strikes. Spotting an opening, Lee Young shouts, "Now!" Lee Hua swings her sword with all her might. Having created a diversion, Lee Young knows this is his only chance to land a proper attack. His sword begins to glow with crackling blue mana. He prepares to use the ultimate attack he learned from Boundless. He unleashes his special technique, Split Demon. As Lee Hua delivers a powerful kick to the instructor's spear, creating an opening, Lee Young surges forward, his body wreathed in blue lightning. The instructor looks on in shock, caught off guard by their combined assault. He quickly raises his spear to defend against the incoming blow. Lee Young brings his glowing sword down with incredible force. Confident in his attack, he knows this will work as the instructor braces for impact. Wham! Their weapons collide in a brilliant flash of energy. Lee Young lets out a triumphant laugh, believing he's succeeded. Lee Jungkwon grabs his hand, stunned, asking how the boy managed to block his attack. The overwhelming force of the instructor's counterattack sends Lee Young reeling, coughing up blood. Kua. He screams in agony as he's sent flying backward. Q Herc. He cries out as he's violently slammed against the wall. 37 days later, an exhausted Lee Young sits in the wreckage of a training pod. Lee Jungkwon smirks, congratulating him on finally awakening his sixth sense. He warns them both they have a long way to go. As a battered Lee Hua watches, the two children lie on the floor, completely drained and defeated. Lee Hua angrily shouts at Lee Young, blaming him for his failed plan, while the instructor looks on. Lee Young reflects that even with mana, he couldn't break through the instructor's defense. Lee Junquan muses that the boy has excellent combat sense and will surely be feared by the clan's elders. He clenches his fist with a satisfied smirk, impressed by Lee Young's potential. A narration explains that Hua awakened on the 47th day, and they both graduated from Lee Junquan's lessons. The scene flashes back to a younger Lee Young, who looks up as someone calls his name. He recalls the day his eldest brother, Lee Myung-jung, came to see him. A vision of Lee Myung-jung shows him skillfully manipulating mana over a book. Lee Young smiles, remembering that Myung-jung was his sole brother. Over tea, Lee Myung-jung apologizes for not visiting sooner, explaining that he's been busy. Lee Myung-jung smiles, impressed that his younger brother recognized him on sight. Lee Young states internally that, of course, he would know the face of his eldest brother. He smiles politely at his brother from across the table. Lee Myung-jung's expression grows somber as he thinks that Lee Young is being too harsh on himself. Lee Young apologizes, but Myung-jung reassures him that it's okay. With a happy smile, Lee Young remembers that his brother was just as kind when he was younger. Lee Myung-jung presents a gift to commemorate their first meeting, believing Lee Young can make better use of it. He offers a vial of nectar, a miracle medicine known as the wine of the gods. Stunned, Lee Young recognizes the vial contains an incredibly rare and valuable medicine, wondering why his brother has it. Lee Myung-jung looks on with a slightly surprised expression as Lee Young profusely thanks him. His brother observes thoughtfully that Lee Young seems a bit different. Sitting across the table, Lee Young asks what he means by that. Lee Myung-jung explains that all their other siblings treat him as a rival, so he's glad Lee Young is different. Lee Young tells him he's mistaken, leaving his older brother looking surprised. He clarifies that since he's a member of the Lee clan, Myung-jung is most certainly his rival. With a confident smile, Lee Young declares that he might just grow up to be his biggest rival. Lee Myung-jung bursts into a hearty laugh at his little brother's bold declaration. He affectionately pats Lee Young's head, clearly amused and fond of him. Lee Young smiles brightly, happily accepting his brother's kind gesture. In a moment of quiet resolve, Lee Young internally vows to protect his brother this time. A few days later, the scene shifts to the open sea. A boat speeds across the waves, carrying Lee Young, Lee Hua, and a hooded figure. The destination is revealed, the red and blue island, whose color shifts with the mana in the atmosphere. This island has served as the ancient site for the clan's naming ceremony. The boat cuts through the water, heading towards the mysterious island. The hooded figure informs Lee Young and Lee Hua that they must survive on the island for 3 weeks to prove themselves. He presents them with location tracking devices for the trial. Lee Hua fastens the device as the figure explains the trial chamber will open after the 3-week survival period. Lee Young adjusts the crest on his jacket as they prepare to be left behind. Alone on the shore with their bags, the two children face the daunting jungle ahead. Lee Hua nervously turns to Lee Young, telling him she has something to say. He knowingly asks if she's finally made up her mind, but she seems confused by his question. Flustered, Lee Hua demands to know how he knew what she was thinking. He looks back at her with a knowing expression, asking how he could possibly not know. Resigned, he tells her to just say it, agreeing to at least listen. She nervously fidgets with the crest on her jacket. With newfound resolve, she wordlessly indicates for him to remove his own crest. After he complies, she asks him what he wants. She then presents a small, familiar-looking vial. She reveals it's a poison called dreamlike trance, leaving Lee Young wide-eyed with shock. She explains the poison only works on children under 15 and evaporates quickly in the air. When he asks where she got it, she curtly refuses to tell him. Smash! She shatters the vial on the ground between them. She points out that now there is no evidence of the poison. Lee Hua declares she will beat him and pass this test without resorting to such cowardly tactics. She insists that he must take this test with all his might. Lee Young confirms he was going to try his best anyway, and she seems satisfied. The two rivals share a look of fierce, competitive understanding. As they start walking, she asks if he is worried about her. She furiously denies it, shouting that she's only worried he'll die before they can finally settle the score. Li Hua yells at a stunned Li Young, punctuating their tense agreement. With a final warning not to die, she declares she's leaving and turns away. She glances back one last time, her expression a mix of resolve and concern. Watching her disappear, Li Young notes that his destination isn't the outskirts of the island anyway. He clasps his hands, determined to start heading towards his real goal. A confident smile spreads across his face as he prepares for his mission. Elsewhere, in a control room, an observer remarks on Li Hua's outstanding performance, noting she's already completed her first hunt. Multiple screens display Li Hua's battle prowess, while a map tracks her and Li Young's locations. A white-bearded elder watches the monitors with a satisfied closed-eye smile. Li Junquan, also observing, questions if it has really been 47 days. He muses that Li Hua wasn't originally this skilled, and her progress has far exceeded the expected 2 months. He correctly deduces that her rapid improvement was provoked by her rivalry with someone else. The scene shifts to the 9th child, Li Young, who moves stealthily through the jungle. Back in the control room, the elder wonders what Li Young is doing, and Li Jianquan surmises he's looking for a hideout. Other observers watch the monitor, deriding Li Young as a coward for hiding, questioning his place in the esteemed Li clan. One of the men calmly states that hiding isn't necessarily something to scold him for. Another man laughs nervously, admitting their expectations for Li Young were skewed by Li Hua's impressive start. An observer reflects on the clan's harsh creed. Being normal is considered a sin. The white-bearded elder strokes his beard, seemingly agreeing with this ruthless philosophy. He clenches his fist, finding the idea of a Li clan member acting average to be a hilarious sight. However, one man looks on with disapproval, questioning how low the clan has fallen to mock a child's background. He somberly wonders if the clan has, perhaps, always been this cruel. Despite the mockery, he senses a deeper strategy, wondering what Li Young is truly thinking by heading to the island's center. His worried expression is highlighted in a small, stylized panel. Another observer, once dismissive, now scratches his chin in genuine confusion over Li Young's plan. The concerned man realizes others share his doubts, pondering what his younger brother is truly planning. Li Young finds a cave entrance, deeming it an adequate location for his plans. He builds a fire to burn a medicinal herb, before carefully concealing the cave entrance with foliage. The observers in the control room are forced to admit his concealing skills are quite impressive. The white-bearded elder leans forward in surprise, caught off guard by the boy's cunning. He asks what he's doing now, just as Li Young begins to unfasten his location tracking device. Li Young carefully places the tracker and his clan crest on the cave floor, creating a convincing decoy. With a determined look, he pulls a cloak over his head as an observer gasps in sudden realization. Crackle. On the monitor, Li Young's tracking signal abruptly vanishes, leaving the observers staring at a blank screen. Puffed Li Jianquan can't contain his amusement at the boy's clever trick. While other observers face palm in frustration, Li Jianquan breaks into a hearty laugh. Now hidden from view, Li Young resolves that there's no reason to show them what he's about to do. His hair turns blue as he channels crackling energy, declaring he can now use the boundless arts. He brandishes a newly materialized, glowing dagger, intent on salvaging everything he can from the island. Ready to begin, he flashes a confident smile, holding his weapon. His confident expression instantly melts into pure horror as he looks down at his task. He stares at a bubbling, skull-topped cauldron filled with this sinister-looking blue liquid. Hesitantly, he questions if he must go through with it, admitting no one would mistake the foul brew for mana herb tea. Ugh. He recalls being too poor for even a cheap elixir in his past life, thankful he learned this recipe from the druggist. He remembers his aunt encouraging him to use the island's abundant mana to increase his own power. With a deep sigh, he lifts the heavy cauldron, his aura darkening with grim determination. As birds fly across a sunset sky, time passes. The vile concoction is finally ready in a small bowl. After drinking it, he can only think of one thing, such a hellish taste. The potion's overwhelming power drains him completely, leaving him collapsed on the ground with stark white hair. The scene shifts to the stately, traditional exterior of Li Myungjung's office. Inside, Li Myungjung is startled from his work by someone asking for permission to enter. He kindly reassures his subordinate that it's fine to interrupt, noting that the man's expression signals bad news. Vice Leader Yu Jiangyuan reports that a large vagabond group has entered the northern regions of South Korea. He explains the group is unexpectedly heading south, placing them just 2 days away from the Lee clan's Mana Stone mines. Lee Myung-jung ponders the nature of vagabonds, known for committing crimes while passing through unexplored areas. He concludes that such hyena-like individuals would never enter their territory without a sinister scheme. Yoo Jang-hyun agrees, suggesting that a larger, more powerful force must be backing them. He reveals there is also intel that the Nine Dragon Stronghold is moving forces to the northern borders, causing Myung-jung to tap his desk thoughtfully. A title card introduces the menacing Nine Dragon Stronghold, a giant organization from Zhongyuan. A narrator explains the Lee clan shares a border with them and has suffered regular provocations. It's concluded that news of the clan leader's absence must have leaked, creating a perfect opportunity for their enemies to strike. Looking concerned, Lee Myung-jung asks if their own intelligence branch is aware of this developing situation. Yoo Jang-hyun states he discovered the information first, thanks to Myung-jung's prior orders to keep a close watch on them. Myung-jung rises from his chair, sensing there is more to this than a simple incursion. Staring out the window with a troubled expression, he hopes it's nothing more than a bad feeling. Under the full moon, a sinister red magic circle glows in a forest clearing. The circle flares with intense, brilliant light. Crack! The magical barrier shatters as a dark object pierces through it. An ornate, golden staff materializes from the rift. A mysterious figure firmly grasps the powerful-looking weapon. A chilling thought reveals the plan. 2 nights should be enough to assassinate one illegitimate child. The cloaked assassin stands ready, their deadly mission now underway. Meanwhile, back on the vibrant red and blue island, a new threat emerges. A massive, clawed foot slams into the dirt with tremendous force. KRRRGH. The long, scaly tail of a great beast unfurls as it lets out a low growl. Kurge, 7th rank monster, the Dragon Draco, glares with glowing red eyes. Huff, huff! Lee Young pants heavily, standing his ground with sword in hand against the fearsome dragon. The dragon's back glows with fiery energy as it prepares to strike. With golden eyes blazing, Lee Young focuses his resolve for the coming battle. He narrowly evades a powerful blast from the creature. Crackling with blue lightning, Lee Young charges forward, his sword glowing with power. He leaps into the air, bringing his electrified blade down upon the beast. The dragon roars in pain as the lightning-infused strike hits its mark. It thrashes wildly, electrocuted by the powerful attack. Ooh! Lee Young exhales, clenching his fist, the intense battle finally over. He reflects that, had he fought the beast upon first arriving, he would have been knocked out immediately. He recalls reaching the dragon's territory after 19 days, deciding that staying longer would be a waste of time. Having defeated his foe, Lee Young stands confidently over its body. He turns away, stating that there was another reason he came all this way. He stops abruptly, sensing something amiss and wondering if it's happening again. He quickly crouches behind some foliage, listening intently to his surroundings. His expression hardens as he confirms his suspicions, thinking, as I thought. Kiag. A group of reptilian monsters cry out nearby. A system window identifies the creatures as 8th rank monsters, lizardmen. Lee Young observes the slain lizardmen, noting that something has been wrong since yesterday. He finds it strange that they are in the heart of the island and seem to be fleeing after attacking. He questions if the low-ranking lizardmen are being affected by some external force. A sudden realization flashes through his mind as he connects the dots. His eyes widen with alarm and determination as he prepares to act on his discovery. Kurg, a lizardman, recoils in shock. Kiag. The creature lets out a piercing cry. A fellow lizardman brutally cuts down its kin. Lee Young's internal monologue confirms his suspicions. I knew it. He looks up, his expression hardening with understanding. As another lizardman is slain, he realizes this is no coincidence. Standing over the carnage, Lee Young decides he must follow the fleeing monsters. He resolves to confront, fight, and use his martial skills. His thoughts turn to a magical array affecting all the people, or monsters, on the island. Elsewhere, a robed man with a staff meditates, musing on the peculiar nature of the Lee clan's bloodline. Observing the chaos, the man wonders how such a young boy managed to defeat so many monsters alone. He dismisses his concern, confident in his own plans. With a condescending smile, he believes the boy will surely fall for his obvious trap. A title card identifies the man as Trainer Nishiyama Shogo as he holds a small winged artifact. Nishiyama Shogo smiles, certain he won't have to resort to his plan B. As he walks, he chuckles to himself that it was, indeed, a blatantly obvious trap. From the cover of the jungle, Lee Young watches him approach. He wonders how an outsider could have possibly infiltrated the island. He quickly realizes it's not impossible if a teleportation spell circle was used. A smirk crosses his face as he deduces, this must be the work of another Lee clan member. He briefly considers notifying the household for reinforcements. He decides against it, realizing they'd be too late, and he'd lose his chance to unmask the culprit. Clenching his fist with determination, he knows there is only one option left. A title card announces his technique, Stealth Arts. He activates the skill, resolving to hide his presence from his foe. His objective is clear, take the enemy down. He darts through the forest, a silent blue phantom. Leaping from the shadows, he prepares to strike from above. Myself. His golden eye gleams with focus as he closes in on his target. He descends upon the unsuspecting Nishiyama Shogo. Lee Young rejects calling for aid, knowing he won't uncover the mastermind if he waits for reinforcements. He moves silently and swiftly, cloaked in a blue aura. He flies through the air, positioning himself for an ambush. He declares that he will be the one to defeat this enemy. A powerful blue slash cuts through the air. As the attack nears, Nishiyama Shogo's bird-like artifact suddenly reacts to the danger. Startled, Shogo whips around, shouting, "Winded He!" Lee Young grits his teeth in frustration, realizing his opponent has a danger detection artifact. He presses his attack, swinging his glowing blade downward. Lee Young lands and coldly suggests that perhaps his opponent is simply weak. Enraged, Shogo screams for his controlled monsters to attack. A lizard man lunges forward to obey its master's command. Lee Young grips his sword, preparing to unleash a powerful technique. He unleashes the 7-star sword's third form, True Azure. With a powerful swing, he carves through the charging lizardmen. Clang. His attack is abruptly stopped mid-swing. Lee Young's eyes widen in shock as his sword is ensnared by glowing red chains. Nishiyama Shogo laughs triumphantly, gloating that Lee Young has fallen for his trap. He explains that the mana-blocking array has rendered Lee Young powerless. Taunting the immobilized boy, Shogo sentences him to a pathetic, helpless death. As his lizardmen approach, Lee Young calmly questions the effectiveness of blocking his mana. With golden eyes burning, Lee Young's own energy begins to flare, opposing the chains. A powerful blue aura builds around him, straining against the magical restraints. The glowing red chains begin to crack under the immense pressure. Lee Young declares he can simply use his mana paths instead, shocking his opponent. Pow! The magical chains shatter in a burst of pure blue energy. Nishiyama Shogo is stunned by the sudden turn of events. In a flash, Lee Young leaps over the bewildered trainer's head. He lands perfectly, leaving a shocked Shogo to wonder how he got behind him. Lee Young smirks, pointing his sword at his foe and asking if he's done running. Stunned, Nishiyama Shogo demands to know how he managed to break free from the array. Lee Young refuses to answer, bluffing that he's already called for reinforcements and telling him to surrender. The trainer reacts with a shocked, "What?" His opponent's reaction confuses Lee Young, who wonders what he's talking about. Suddenly, a massive beam of energy rips through the forest between them. The force of the blast throws Lee Young violently to the ground. Coughing, he struggles to his feet, trying to understand what just happened. He looks up in disbelief at the source of the attack. A colossal, ancient-looking turtle monster looms over the clearing. A caption identifies it as the guardian of the island, Turtlehead Mountain. Lee Young realizes this is a third-rank monster, and can't believe a third-rate trainer tamed it. While Lee Young remains stunned on the ground, Nishiyama Shogo looks on with a nervous sweat. The trainer regains his composure and smugly advises Lee Young to give up. As golden talismans fly through the air, Lee Young kneels, seemingly overwhelmed. He calms himself, realizing his only chance is to capture the trainer while his control is imperfect. He tenses, preparing to make his move. He reveals a small medicinal ball, deciding this is his only hope against the massive guardian. He recalls making it for an emergency, never thinking he'd actually have to use it. He prepares to consume the banned medicine, known for its dangerous side effects. A text box identifies the forbidden item, the mana booster. Consuming the booster, Lee Young feels a surge of power course through his mana veins. As his aura explodes, he recalls there's one more thing he can do. He remembers his Aunt Gyeonga's advice to use a certain technique only in the most dire situations. A glowing blue sword materializes in his hand, brimming with immense energy. With his eyes glowing a brilliant blue, he declares that the time for that technique is now. He stands ready, crackling with an overwhelming storm of blue lightning. He slams his sword into the earth, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The wave of energy crashes into Turtlehead Mountain, forcing it to recoil. He notes that while the attack stopped the beast, it didn't even leave a scratch. He prepares another, more powerful strike, determined to take the monster down. His sword becomes wreathed in a torrent of blue, fiery energy. His focus intensifies, his glowing blue eye fixed on his massive target. The Turtlehead Mountain roars, gathering a fearsome purple energy in its mouth. As the monster shrieks, Lee Young recognizes its cry not as rage, but as fear. He looks on in alarm, sensing the danger. The Guardian unleashes a paralyzing wave of mana, and Lee Young finds himself unable to move. As he stands frozen, a sinister black rose-like marking appears over his heart. He stares in shock at the sinister mark on his chest as his own dark energy begins to flare. He realizes with relief that his own dark power has resisted the monster's fear-inducing attack. Seizing his chance, he shouts now and leaps into action. He charges forward, preparing to swing his glowing sword. A title card announces the Boundless's first technique as he channels immense power into his hands. He unleashes his ultimate attack, Split Demon. His glowing blade smashes into the Guardian's tough shell. In a flash of blue light, he carves a path straight through the massive beast. The turtle monster shrieks as purple energy erupts from the gaping wound. Cough. The immense strain of the attack forces Lee Young to spit up blood. He collapses, knowing the combined side effects of the booster, and his technique will soon render him immobile. His time is running out, with only 10 seconds left to act. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he knows he must find the trainer immediately. 8 seconds remain as he struggles through the forest. With only 4 seconds left, he continues his desperate search. His golden eye widens, spotting a clue. He follows a mysterious red thread, wondering what it could be. 3 seconds. He dashes after the thread as it leads him deeper into the jungle. The thread guides him through a narrow pass directly to Nishiyama Shogo. The trainer turns in disbelief. Stunned that Lee Young found him, Lee Young makes a desperate lunge, sword aimed at his foe. He realizes he's just barely out of reach, wishing he were a bit stronger. With a defiant roar, he decides he'll just have to make his sword longer. He pours every last bit of his power into his blade. His sword extends with a surge of blue energy, impaling the trainer. Nishiyama Shogo cries out in agony as the attack hits its mark. Huff, huff. The battle finally won. Lee Young kneels, knowing he's about to pass out and must take care of himself. He recalls his Aunt Gyeonga's warning to drink a specific remedy after using this technique. Before he can, he turns his attention to the defeated trainer, intending to deal with him first. His body finally gives out, and he collapses to the ground. Unconscious, he's enveloped by a shroud of dark energy. He gasps in agony, still lost in unconsciousness. He clenches his fist as his body feels like it's falling apart. A massive, ethereal eye watches over his unconscious form, acknowledging that his fate has arrived. The mysterious entity reflects that the dangerous powers within the boy should not be consumed by a single human. A silhouetted figure stands over Lee Young's body. The figure reaches down, noting they had hoped he wouldn't wake up. The figure places a strange, purple beehive-like object by his head, commanding it to feed. Lee Young recognizes the object, wondering if it's the legendary purple glowstone of clarity. A voice warns him he is not meant to eat the stone. Instead, it will eat him. A new era is upon them, the voice proclaims, urging the human child to become stronger. A young woman with long, dark hair peers down at him, cheerfully saying, "Ah, you're awake." He groggily addresses her as Hua, and she chides him for the informal address, but forgives him due to his condition. His body's internal mana pathways glow with intense blue light. He assesses his condition. His body is a wreck, but his mana has increased substantially. He wonders aloud if he truly managed to take the purple glowstone of clarity. Li Hua is horrified as he casually lists his life-threatening injuries, broken mana paths and fractured bones, and calls it not bad. She cries out in alarm, that his condition is terrible. He recalls that the purple glowstone of clarity was supposed to have been taken by Lee Hua. Wondering if he hit his head, she feels a bit bad, admitting she really wanted the miraculous medicine for herself. As Lee Young recovers, Lee Hua looks on with concern, while another figure approaches from the woods. A man in formal robes appears, and Lee Young recognizes him as his eldest brother. Lee Young cheerfully dismisses his injuries, saying a simple potion will suffice. As he drinks the potion, his eldest brother watches him with a stern and silent gaze. The eldest brother asks Lee Hua for a moment alone with Lee Young, and she agrees to leave. He tells Lee Young that if he had died, he would have destroyed the trainer and his entire organization, which pleases the boy. The brother praises his actions, calling them an example for every martial artist of the esteemed martial Lee clan. He looks at Lee Young with a serious, appraising expression. Lee Young scratches his cheek, looking a bit shy from the praise. The eldest brother nods, satisfied that Lee Young knows the difference between confidence and arrogance. Lee Young addresses his brother, arguing that since he defeated the trainer, he has the right to his information. He gestures, formally making his request. His brother sighs wearily, having expected this. He reveals the trainer was a powerful sorcerer, expelled for delving into forbidden magic. A flashback shows the trainer casting a sinister spell over Lee Young's unconscious body. The brother explains the plot, to use advanced sorcery to frame the island's guardian for Lee Young's death. Lee Young asks if he's discovered the mastermind behind the conspiracy. His brother admits that it will be difficult to find out for now. Lee Young deduces that he wasn't the final target. The true aim was his brother, who asks why he thinks so. He explains the attack was likely designed to tarnish his brother's reputation. The eldest brother sighs, conceding that he is right. He worries about the situation, and Lee Young asks if he's alright. His brother reassures him that the damage to his image will be minor and gently pats his head. He states he can't leave his post for long and must return soon. Lee Young quickly grabs his brother's hand, stopping him. With a determined glint in his eye, he proposes an alternative plan. He suggests a way to spin the story to make it look like his brother was prepared for a threat even the intelligence branch missed. He reasons that telling the truth would only make him a target for his rivals. He slowly gets to his feet, still recovering from his injuries. The eldest brother agrees that the plan benefits them both, and asks what Lee Young wants in return. Lee Young requests a 3-day entry permit to the clan's library. His brother chuckles at his arrogant request, but gratefully agrees. They shake hands, and Lee Young states there's no need for thanks, as it's a mutually beneficial deal. Patting his shoulder, the brother says he's sure Lee Young had other ways to handle this, to which the boy gives a vague response. The brother checks his phone, announcing the Azure Sword Squad must be arriving, and that he has to leave. As he turns to leave, he suddenly tosses a dagger back at Lee Young. Lee Young is shocked, but deftly catches the surprise gift. The brother tells him to keep their arrangement a secret, as Lee Young admires the finely crafted dagger. Walking away, the brother reflects on his younger sibling's cleverness. Lee Young smiles, pleased with his new acquisition. Lee Hua returns and correctly assumes their conversation went well, which Lee Young confirms. She asks which of the now open tests he plans to take. She declares with cheerful confidence that she's going for the most difficult one. When she asks about his choice, Lee Young states he's going to the Hall of Fighting. Confused, she asks if such a test even exists and assumes it must be an easy one on the outskirts. He confirms her suspicion with a steady gaze. Disappointed, she laments that she thought he was more ambitious, even better than her. He realizes she's judging him based on the prejudice that the farther a hall is, the easier the test. Unbothered by her opinion, Lee Young walks away, deciding he doesn't care what she thinks. The scene transitions, showing the moonlit canopy of the jungle. Lee Young walks through the jungle, trying to recall the exact location of a place he remembers. Pushing aside foliage, he remembers a hidden cave used for the naming ceremony's second assignment. He arrives at the cave's mouth, identifying it as the Hall of Fighting. Whoosh! He lights a makeshift torch to illuminate the darkness. Holding the torch, he notes that the cave wall seems ordinary at first glance. Venturing deeper, he knows this is no regular wall. Click. He presses the pommel of his sword against a specific spot on the rock face. A burst of blue energy shatters the magically concealed entrance. As the wall crumbles, he draws his sword and triumphantly announces, "Found it." He smiles, his golden eyes bright with anticipation for the challenge ahead. To open the next door, he cuts his palm with the dagger from his brother. He clenches his fist, infusing his blood with a glowing blue aura. He presses his energized, bloody hand against the large stone door. The door glows with brilliant blue light as it accepts his offering. With a low rumble, the ancient mechanism activates, and the doors begin to part. The massive doors swing open, revealing a vast, checkered hall. He steps into the candlelit hall, his bleeding hand ready for the ritual. He drips his blood onto an altar, formally accepting the forefathers' challenge as a member of the Lee clan. Surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, he begs the hall to heed his request. A mysterious, shimmering blue energy fills the space around him. A message materializes, explaining that the Hall of Fighting has only one challenge. Bathed in an ethereal glow, Lee Young stands firm, ready to face whatever comes. The trial's rules are revealed. He has unlimited tries and cannot leave until he succeeds. An ethereal, faceless duplicate of himself materializes, sword in hand. Gripping his sword with resolve, Lee Young declares, "Let's begin." He lunges forward to start the battle. In a flash, a blade slices past him, and he reels back in confusion, asking, "Huh?" The illusion sword flashes with deadly speed. He collapses, splattered with blood, wondering what just happened. His doppelganger stands over his defeated form, a silent victor. K-Coke. He gasps for air, his body respawning in the hall. Clutching his throat, he realizes he was just decapitated, but understands he can't truly die here. He shudders, noting the hyper-realistic sensation of death would drive most people mad. Wiping his mouth, he recomposes himself for the next attempt. His eyes narrow with focus. He understands the real problem isn't the pain. His ethereal opponent waits patiently for him to begin again. Powering up his sword, he realizes the hall brings out his full potential, creating a perfect opponent. He deduces the illusion can use skills he hasn't even learned yet, explaining his instant defeat. With newfound understanding, he braces himself for another round. Kyok. He recalls his third attempt, which ended with his abdomen being pierced. Kyok. He then remembers his fifth try, where he was choked to death after a parry. The deaths pile up as his attempts reach the double digits. Through countless failures, his combat skills are honed in a flurry of blows. He lands powerfully, dodging and countering with increasing speed and precision. Panting, he loses count, guessing he's on his 80th attempt. A wild grin spreads across his face as he finally understands what he needs to do. He readies his sword, declaring he's here to learn everything about himself. His blade glows as he accepts his innate ability to overcome irregular challenges. Gripping his sword, he embraces his talent for breaking through all expectations. He smiles confidently, now wielding a long, glowing polearm manifested from his will. His polearm glows as he has a moment of revelation, exclaiming, "This is it." He faces his doppelganger, who has now mirrored his weapon, wielding an identical glowing polearm. In a series of clashes, he realizes that the more he fights his opponent, the more alike they become. Krang, his foe, smashes its polearm into the checkered floor. As their weapons meet, Lee Young understands they are becoming one and the same. The ethereal doppelganger swings its glowing weapon with immense speed. Its powerful strike shatters the ground upon impact. The doppelganger's hand glows as it channels a surge of energy into its attack. He watches as his clone lunges forward for another powerful strike. The doppelganger taunts him, calling him stupid for his efforts. With a confident smirk, Lee Young catches the blade of the polearm with his bare hand. Boom! He unleashes a massive burst of blue energy, overwhelming and shattering his copy. His trial finally over, the ethereal doppelganger disintegrates before him. He recalls that passing this trial unlocks a hidden ability, but in his past life, he only received the common reinforce. Standing alone in the ruined hall, he waits for his reward. As a vibrant blue aura surrounds him, he wonders what power he will receive this time. His eyes widen in astonishment as the energy suddenly shifts to a brilliant gold. He looks around in awe, completely bathed in a radiant golden light. Reaching out his hand, he wonders what this new, unfamiliar ability could be. Outside the cave, a group of clan members, led by a stern official, murmur as they wait. The official sighs, exhausted by the recent events. He exasperatedly wonders how many more incidents that kid will cause during the ceremony. Suddenly, he gasps, sensing an abrupt and powerful change in the mana density from within the cave. Rumble! He yells that the massive stone door is opening. The official shouts Lee Young's name in alarm as the boy emerges. He rushes to support the stumbling Lee Young, asking if he's all right. Looking utterly drained, Lee Young weakly begs for water and food. Kuaya. He collapses into the official's arms, unconscious from the month-long ordeal. The official trembles with anger and concern, staring down at the fainted boy. The scene transitions to a distant mountain peak, with birds soaring through the sky. At a grand estate, a woman's voice calls out for the young master. A woman in a nanny's uniform cries tears of joy. His nanny embraces him, asking about the Hall of Fighting, while he complains about being dirty after a month away. She tenderly holds his face, admitting she's just glad he's back, and he thanks her. Wiping a tear away, the nanny promises to prepare a bath and food for him immediately. As she leaves, Lee Young asks where his aunt is, surprised she wasn't the first to greet him. Sensing something is wrong, he presses the nanny for an answer. A woman with long dark hair smiles warmly from the shadows, welcoming him back. He's shocked to see his aunt behind bars. She urgently asks how he increased his mana, as his body shouldn't be able to take it. She urges him to sit and talk, but he can only stare, saying, "Aunt." He notices her chained hands, and realizes she must have gone to extreme lengths for him. A flashback shows his aunt accusing someone of being responsible for her predicament as she's dragged away. He learns she was imprisoned for repeatedly causing a scene before the elder and his eldest brother. She is shown screaming defiantly, just as she always does. His aunt apologizes, explaining she just couldn't contain her anger when thinking of others hurting him. She clenches her fist, still simmering with protective rage. Looking at her, he listens as she says the thought of never seeing him again terrified her. Visibly upset, she explains that the feeling was like being choked. Lee Young remembers his past life, recalling his initial distrust of her and her often strange behavior. Despite his past doubts, he reflects that he eventually came to consider her a true member of his family. He smiles softly, deciding to simply accept his aunt's heartfelt sincerity. Promising to free her soon, Lee Young reassures his aunt, who urges him not to overexert himself. He confidently tells her she won't be imprisoned for long. Leaving her behind, he flashes a bright, determined smile. The scene transitions to a brightly lit runway at an airfield under a dark, mountainous sky. Dignitaries in formal robes disembark from a private jet, having arrived for a grand event. A stern, goateed man in an ornate suit stands with an imposing presence. A formally dressed woman informs the man that she has prepared hot springs and a meal for him. Dressed in new formal attire, Lee Young and Lee Hua stand together as he acknowledges an instruction. Lee Young reflects that despite his recent growth, he still cannot fathom the immense power gap between himself and his father. He bows his head deeply as his father walks past him. The father glances back, surprised that his son met his gaze. He coldly states that he has no need for a child who won't fight for the family. Turning away, he muses that only one of his children seems to possess the desire to surpass him. Both Lee Young and Lee Hua are taken aback, with the latter wondering if he meant the eldest brother. Lee Young smiles, realizing his father saw through his hidden ambition. The scene shifts to a large, lavishly decorated hall bustling with guests for a banquet. Lee Young surveys the crowded and opulent banquet hall. He observes that the scale of the banquet is unusually grand, even for a naming ceremony of the esteemed Lee clan. A guest points out the famous youngest leader of a magic tower in attendance. Someone else notes the presence of the Onmyodo's vice chief. A man in a suit approaches Lee Young, addressing him as young master. An attendant with a mustache informs him that the patriarch is looking for him. Surprised that his father is personally summoning him, he agrees to follow the man. Walking through the hall, he worries about the reason for the summons. The scene focuses on his father's intensely serious expression. Lee Young arrives before his father and formally announces his presence. His eyes widen in surprise at who is present. His father is standing with his eldest brother, and he wonders why he's there. The father states that he's sure Lee Young knows why he was summoned, causing the boy to tense up. His father watches him with a grim, knowing look. Flinching, Lee Young realizes his scheme has been discovered. He sweats, understanding that his father already knew everything. The father says he will forgive his false reports this one time due to his involvement in the incident. The father sternly warns his eldest son that there will not be a next time. The eldest brother bows his head in understanding and agreement. Holding the dagger he gave Lee Young, the eldest brother promises he will handle it. The eldest brother gives a slight, satisfied smile. Lee Young watches his brother leave, concerned for his well-being. His father announces that for resolving the incident, Lee Young will receive the reward promised by his brother, Myung-jung. The two brothers walk away after their meeting with their father. His father adds that Lee Young will also be rewarded for finding the Hall of Fighting, catching him by surprise. Lee Young stands before his father, who appears ready to make an announcement. Clapping his hands, the father addresses the crowd, declaring the banquet is to bless his two children. As he officially begins the naming ceremony, Lee Young and Lee Hwa kneel respectfully. The father summons his eighth child, Hwa, to step forward. Lee Hwa rises and walks forward with a confident expression. A ceremonial scroll magically unfurls, revealing the characters of her new name. Beaming with pride, she clutches her chest as the crowd applauds her new name. The patriarch watches the proceedings from his podium. The scene shows the rows of clan members in attendance, observing the ceremony. Lee Cheol notes that this reaction is different from the steel selection ritual, but decides it makes no difference. He stands tall and ready, accepting his father's judgment. His father compares Lee Cheol's training to a master blacksmith forging a blade from steel. He declares that Lee Cheol has trained himself to reach his full potential. The father points at his son, ready to bestow his new name. His hand gestures with authority. The patriarch officially gives him the name Cheol. Lee Cheol recalls how in his past life, this name meant he should live a life as strong as steel. He smiles, understanding that the name's meaning has now completely changed. Clutching his chest, he vows he won't stop until he reaches the top of the Lee clan. With a look of pure determination, he sincerely thanks his father. The scene shifts to a peaceful, sunlit room. Kug-Oog, his aunt, Lee Gyanga, writhes in apparent agony. She comically convulses with frustration. Shaking the bars of her cell, she rages that she can't even see him receive his name. She frantically demands to know where Lee Cheol is, reminding him of his promise to get her out. Overwhelmed by desperation, her mind cries out for help. An intercom buzzes, startling a nearby guard. The guard tells her she can come out now, finding her comically chewing on a cloth as she asks, "Huh? Yay!" She celebrates her sudden freedom with a joyful shout. As she kicks the door open, the guard frantically begs her not to break it. She pauses briefly before darting away. Rushing out, she calls for her baby, only to find Lee Cheol casually waiting for her. She stares in utter shock, stammering and wondering how this is possible. He presents a document to his baffled aunt, telling her she is now indebted to him. Reading the document, she learns that Lee Gyanga is to be appointed as an elder. She continues reading, shocked to see she will serve as the master to the ninth child, Lee Cheol. He extends his hand with a warm, triumphant smile. Adjusting his new clothes, Lee Cheol asks if today marks the beginning of something new. His nanny tearfully confirms it, expressing disbelief that he's already 13. He bids her farewell, promising to see her soon. Age 13, Lee Cheol. Carrying his bag, he stands resolute before the grand entrance of a clan building. Arriving at a bustling training ground, he hears the crowd murmuring about the ninth child, Lee Cheol, and his recent ceremony. Two clan members whisper, curious how he could have made such progress with just luck. Lee Cheol stands stoically amidst the gossip, taking it all in. His attention is drawn as someone announces the arrival of the eighth child. A confident young girl arrives, and a bystander remarks on the inherent difference of the main family. Age 13, Lee Seo-hyun. Lee Cheol observes the different, more respectful reaction she gets. Just as she runs toward him, Lee Seo-hyun startles him by calling out. He greets her, noting it's been a while. Looking flustered, she asks him about the naming ceremony. He recalls a past moment where she coldly dropped an egg at his feet, saying nothing. Deciding she might not be so cold after all, he tells her not to worry about their past encounter. Relieved, she blurts out that she thought he was petty, instantly irritating him. She quickly changes the subject, mentioning that she heard his aunt is his new master and a member of the library. He begins to reply but is interrupted by a commanding shout for "Attention!" Officials standing on a dais announce that it is time to appoint the children to their classes. All the young clan members, including Lee Cheol, look up at the assembled instructors. The young cadets mutter nervously amongst themselves, worried about being assigned to the wrong class. Lee Cheol understands their anxiety, knowing that the 3-year class allocation is critically important for their future. An official congratulates a smiling Lee Seo-hyun on her assignment to the prestigious Class 1. As a bystander notes that Lee Seo-hyun's placement was expected, the official calls for young master Lee Cheol. Lee Cheol steps forward to receive his class assignment from the official, thanking him. Reading his assignment, Lee Cheol's expression is noted by onlookers, who think he looks disappointed. He inwardly fumes, realizing he was set up from the very beginning. His assignment places him in Class 5, derisively known as the garbage dump for expected dropouts. He recalls that main family members are assigned classes based on their naming ceremony results. Seeing a stern woman and the elders, he concludes that Lady Baek and the elders must be behind this. Though he sees it as a setback, he thinks it might mean less trouble for him as an official directs him toward Class 5. He calmly agrees to go, turning to follow the official. He stops in surprise, spotting Lee Seo-hyun waiting for him. Lee Seo-hyun furiously demands to know why he's in Class 5 and not complaining, making him worry she'll cause a scene. He grabs the official's sleeve, trying to de-escalate the situation by insisting that he's fine. Turning away, he decides something else is more important. He observes the other students who have been assigned to Class 5. One of the boys complains that the main family took all the good spots, leaving him to wonder what to tell his father. Another student scolds him, shocked that a member of the esteemed Lee clan would have such a poor attitude. The first boy approaches Lee Cheol, nervously confirming he's the youngest child of the main family. The boy beams, excitedly saying he has always wanted to introduce himself. He introduces himself as Kim Han, the son of a blacksmithing family that serves the Lee clan. A status window identifies Kim Han, age 14, as he says it's an honor to be in the same class. Lee Cheol is suspicious, as he doesn't recall the name from his past life and wonders why Kim Han approached him. Kim Han explains he wanted to meet Lee Cheol because he's the center of attention. Convinced that Kim Han isn't lying, Lee Cheol acknowledges his name. Lee Cheol asks Kim Han for his thoughts on being sent to Class 5. Kim Han cheerfully suggests his skills are simply suited for Class 5 at the moment. He clenches his fist with determination, declaring that the future is still unwritten. Impressed by his answer, Lee Cheol tells a confused Kim Han that he passes. A new pupil, Choi In-ha, age 15, stands happily with two other boys. While his friends look confused, Choi In-ha welcomes Lee Cheol and offers his help. The instructor claps his hands to get everyone's attention, announcing it's time for introductions. He introduces himself as Lee Jeong-ho, a 5th-rank martial artist and the instructor for Class 5. Lee Cheol remembers his instructor's enthusiasm from his past life and how he provided private tutoring when he struggled. Instructor Lee Jeong-ho finishes his overview and puts Choi In-ha in charge of teaching the new students. Choi In-ha brightly introduces himself, admitting he's been held back twice, making this his 2nd year as class leader. He announces an election for a new class leader, explaining the role's importance as a squad captain on missions. He adds that class leaders are granted full authority. He explains that they decide the leader through light duels and a subsequent vote. Clapping his hands together, he cheerfully announces the start of the duels. He clarifies that mana is forbidden to test raw strength, which makes Lee Cheol furious. Choi In-ha nervously asks if Lee Cheol is dissatisfied, and Lee Cheol bluntly confirms he's dissatisfied with everything. Lee Cheol grips his wooden sword, telling the others to get serious because this is a martial clan, not a school roleplay. Choi In-ha tries to reason with him, calling him too radical and suggesting a more peaceful way. Crack. Deciding words are useless, Lee Cheol smashes his sword into the ground to make his point. With a fierce glare, he issues a challenge to the entire class. All of you, come on up one by one. After an intense brawl, Lee Cheol pants heavily, clutching his sword. He stands exhausted but triumphant over the defeated students. One of the downed pupils lies on the ground, weakly crying for help. A defeated Kim Han stares in awe, wondering how Lee Cheol could have possibly taken on so many people by himself. The class leader, Choi In-ha, watches with a shocked expression, realizing he's the final opponent. Acknowledging Lee Cheol's amazing feat, Choi In-ha notes that only he remains standing. Resting his wooden sword on his shoulder, Lee Cheol calmly confirms that Choi In-ha is the last one left. Lee Cheol flashes a confident smile, beckoning Choi In-ha to come up and face him. With a resounding crash, the final duel begins as their wooden swords clash. The two boys exchange a flurry of powerful blows in a heated spar. Choi In-ha internally questions the point of this fight, seeing it as a meaningless sparring match with no reward. He observes that Lee Cheol is so exhausted he can barely muster the energy for a proper attack. With a jolt of understanding, Choi In-ha realizes he now knows why Lee Cheol is fighting so desperately. He remembers his own past, recalling a time when he was just as fierce and hungry for victory. Their intense duel continues as they trade strikes with grim determination. Choi In-ha reflects that he thought he had matured by simply accepting his reality. Inspired by Lee Cheol's passion, he feels his own dormant desire to win awaken. He declares to himself that he wants to win so badly that he will be the one to claim victory. Lee Cheol looks surprised as he parries an unexpectedly fierce blow from his opponent. The two continue to trade strikes in a blur of motion. Wham! A powerful impact sends both duelists reeling backward from the force of the collision. Choi In-ha is thrown back, his sword knocked from his grasp. Lee Cheol stands exhausted over his defeated opponent, who has fallen to his knees. Catching his breath, Lee Cheol tells the other students to take the injured Choi In-ha to the nurse. Lee Cheol's eyes widen as Choi In-ha defiantly declares that he's not finished yet. Shouting that it's not over, Choi In-ha lunges forward for another desperate attack. Lee Cheol realizes that Choi In-ha is fighting with his left hand because his right is broken. His expression hardens as he assesses his determined opponent. Choi In-ha's eyes burn with a completely different, fiercer glint. Lee Cheol moves to intercept him, declaring that the fight is indeed over. He unleashes a powerful, glowing palm strike, aimed directly at Choi In-ha's midsection. The strike connects with a burst of bright blue energy. Lee Cheol puts his full force into the decisive blow. Pow! The impact sends Choi In-ha flying backward. Choi In-ha gasps in pain as the final blow lands. Defeated, Choi In-ha collapses to the ground, ending the brawl for good. Lee Cheol coldly orders the other students to take their fallen classmate away. He reflects on his intense mindset, living every second as if it were an hour. He plants his sword into the ground with finality. Addressing the beaten students, he challenges them, asking if any of them have ever truly lived their lives with such resolve. He clenches his fist, his eyes blazing with furious determination. Instructor Lee Jong-ho appears, chiding Lee Cheol for going too far and listing the severe injuries he caused. Lee Cheol coolly argues that enduring such injuries is necessary for survival in the Lee clan, dismissing the instructor's concern for their backgrounds. He cuts the instructor off, sharply addressing him by his full name, Lee Jang-ho. Lee Jang-ho is taken aback as Lee Cheol asks if an explanation is really needed when even the cadets understood the lesson. He walks past the instructor, acknowledging him as a rare good man within the clan. As he leaves, Lee Cheol advises the instructor to guide wayward students by any means necessary, even by playing the villain. Instructor Lee Jang-ho watches him go, contemplating the boy's harsh but meaningful words. He clenches his fist, seemingly inspired by Lee Cheol's unwavering resolve. Later, Lee Cheol emerges from a building, limping, and admitting he's incredibly sore. He concedes to himself that he might have gone a bit overboard yesterday. He observes that while some students resent him, none of them dare to avoid his gaze anymore. Two of the boys he defeated, now bandaged, watch him with a newfound respect instead of fear. The students of Class 5 stand solemnly, their faces covered in bandages from the previous day's brawl. Lee Cheol feels a sense of relief, thinking they would be hopeless if they remained as soft as before. The other students notice his arrival, with one muttering resentfully, "That little shit." A voice welcomes him as young master, catching his attention. Kim Han greets him warmly, apologizing for his poor showing the day before. He laughs awkwardly, scratching his bandaged cheek. The two boys face each other, with Lee Cheol listening intently. Kim Han asks what he should do to become as strong as Lee Cheol, and Lee Cheol tells him to feel free to ask. Inspired, Kim Han clenches his fist with renewed determination. Kim Han formally asks his question, and Lee Cheol calmly tells him to go ahead. Kim Han asks if it's truly possible for him to become as strong as Lee Cheol. Lee Cheol compliments his good eyes and instincts, leaving Kim Han confused. He explains that Kim Han dodged his feints 3 times, advising him to focus on technique over raw strength. Lee Cheol adds that perfecting what one already has is the true path to improvement. Visibly moved, Kim Han stammers a thank you, his resolve hardened. A sheepish Choi In-ha approaches them, saying a quiet hello. With his arm in a sling, Choi In-ha says he came to train so he wouldn't be called out for overreacting. He defiantly states he's here because he doesn't want to be lectured. A satisfied smile crosses Lee Cheol's face as he notes that Choi In-ha has changed. Instructor Lee Jong-go addresses the remaining 11 students, noting 4 are out injured and 5 are absent. He observes with concern that everyone looks exhausted. He reflects on how the once relaxed class is now tense, all because of one person's influence. He begins to say they were supposed to have a basic capabilities evaluation, but trails off. Clenching his fist, he changes his mind and decides to proceed. The instructor shouts orders at the students, beginning a grueling training session. Huff, after hours of exertion, he announces that the class leader will now lead the training. Phew. Lee Cheol admits to himself that the 10-hour evaluation left him tired too. But with eyes full of fire, he thinks that he cannot afford to rest. He walks purposefully toward the training grounds. Students whisper among themselves, surprised they aren't getting a day off to rest from their injuries. One of the boys calls for attention as Lee Cheol arrives to lead them. Lee Cheol formally addresses them as the new class leader. He glances toward a sober-looking Choi In-ha. A classmate reminds the others that the class leader holds absolute authority. Tisk. Lee Cheol announces his training will be harsh, open only to those truly willing to follow. A student with green-tipped hair scoffs, calling him an arrogant bastard. Lee Cheol slams his foot down, challenging anyone to a duel and offering his position if they land even one hit. He then gives a shocking order. Fight the person next to you. Huffed out after a brutal session, only 6 exhausted students remain standing. Lee Cheol dismisses the battered cadets, telling them they did well as they collapsed to the ground. One of the boys complains about the pointless training, vowing not to listen to him. Huff. An exhausted Kim Han gasps for him to stop it. Kim Han clenches his fist, frustrated with himself for not landing a single hit on the equally exhausted Lee Cheol. The complaining student turns to the former leader, asking Choi In-ha for his thoughts. Choi In-ha resolves that if he doesn't change now, he'll end up a loser and vows to try with all his might. The other students finally understand what their new leader is trying to achieve. With newfound fire, Choi In-ha declares this his last opportunity and that he's going to give it his all. Hob! The scene shifts to a messy infirmary, where a gasp is heard. Lee Cheol sits with sensors on his body, a brilliant blue flame of energy burning within his chest. A hand engulfed in the same intense blue flame rises as a voice cries out, "Stop! Number more!" A woman with glasses cries out in frustration, lamenting that another test has failed because the form breaks down when trying to create aura. She complains to a shirtless Lee Cheol that she didn't expect this problem after he reached 3 stars. Looking at the ring on his finger, Lee Cheol wishes for old files on how people used mana in the past. He internally considers that he can't access the next of Boundless's memories yet, despite an unexpected discovery at the library. He sits thoughtfully, touching the strange black ring on his finger. He recalls a memory of a fearsome monster, enveloped in an ink-black aura that terrified all other beasts. In the vision, ancient soldiers aim their spears at the massive, shadowy dragon looming in the sky. The tale continues, explaining that after the nation's greatest generals failed, heroes united to seal the monster in Thousand Demons Mountain, earning fiefs from the king. Their ultimate reward was a legendary sword called Boundless. Clenching his fist, Lee Cheol realizes the information he just recalled about Boundless is incredibly helpful. The woman with glasses reappears, praising him for making progress on his own and catching him by surprise. She reassures him that he'll overcome the issue soon, since he's already completed the amplification and transformation techniques, and he thanks her. Now dressed in a white and gold jacket, Lee Cheol offers a warm, confident smile. The woman beams, delighted by his progress as she takes notes. She asks how his training class is going, noting his exhaustion, but he tiredly brushes off her concern. She eagerly offers her help, and he cautiously asks how she could possibly assist him. Sparkling with confidence, the woman puffs out her chest and tells him to simply trust her. Later, Lee Cheol stands among his classmates, admitting to himself that he has a bad feeling about her offer. The woman, now in a lab coat, announces a special lesson on mana arts and commands the students to stand at attention. She smiles warmly as she's introduced to the class. Instructor Lee Jeong-ho asks for a round of applause for her, and she feigns embarrassment. With a confident wink, she declares she'll get straight to the lesson without delay. Watching from the crowd, Lee Cheol observes that her teaching skills have noticeably improved. She claps her hands together, announcing the end of the boring part of the lesson. She excitedly announces she will now teach them the new mana improvement method she researched, leaving a student confused. Striking a pose, she warns everyone to focus because she's only going to demonstrate it once. Standing behind Lee Cheol with her hands on his shoulders, she explains that children of the direct lineage receive special support once classes begin. Lee Cheol gratefully thanks her, addressing her as Aunt Gyeonga, who responds with a pleased, good. Aunt Gyeonga explains her technique should double his mana force, and he agrees that it's great. Instructor Lee Jeonko claps his hands, announcing that the students will now have duels using the new mana technique. A voice calls out to Lee Cheol, asking to be his duel partner, causing him to turn around. The student with green-tipped hair issues a stern warning, promising not to go easy on him. Lee Cheol smirks, inviting his challenger to start whenever he's ready. Wham! Their swords clash violently as Yonga watches, remarking on how merciless Lee Cheol is. Yanga watches the duel intently, thinking that she sees a reflection of herself in him. Her expression darkens as she admits to herself that she really dislikes that part of him. Two other students gossip, noting that Lee Cheol is physically superior and has a major head start now that his ability is unlocked. Gyanga interrupts the two boys, who jump in surprise, startled that she's still there. The terrified boys bow low, apologizing for exaggerating and commenting on how scary her face looks. Surrounded by a fiery aura, Jonga furiously demands to know what gives them the right to talk about him like that. The green-tipped student mutters that they aren't the only ignorant ones, believing Lee Cheol is just as clueless. Gyanga turns and begins to walk away from the gossiping students. The green-tipped student complains that they've worked hard too, yet Lee Cheol insults their efforts and acts superior because of his different background. Gyanga stops, turning back to ask if he truly doesn't understand the situation. With a sharp look, she tells the students that if they knew how different Lee Cheol's life has been, they would realize their own lives have been like playing a game. The green-tipped student clenches his fist, resentfully wondering what an illegitimate child could possibly know about hardship. Gritting his teeth with renewed determination, he vows to see for himself just how good Lee Cheol really is. The scene transitions to a peaceful view of the clan's traditional buildings. The student with green-tipped hair stares intently, his eyes narrowed with focus. The student with green-tipped hair watches Lee Cheol, cynically thinking he's just like everyone else. He internally complains that Lee Cheol's only real difference is what he was born with. Two of his classmates approach, with one asking if he's really going to follow the illegitimate child. The green-tipped student confirms their plan, dismissing his friend's concerns about wandering the estate since Lee Cheol doesn't live with the main family. Full of resentment, he declares that he can't just let Lee Cheol walk all over them. Later that night, the students wait outside a building, noting that Lee Cheol has been in the research lab for 9 hours. One student, Boseong, yawns and wants to leave, with his friend agreeing they are too sleepy from training to keep watch. Another student chides them for giving up so easily. Just then, the green-tipped student spots Lee Cheol finally emerging from the building. Lee Cheol sighs from exhaustion, steeling himself to keep going. The green-tipped student quietly follows him from behind a corner, thinking he's finally going home. To their surprise, Lee Cheol arrives at the esteemed Martial Hall, a place supposedly exclusive to the main clan. The spying students jump in shock as pained screams erupt from inside the hall. The boys whisper in confusion about the sounds, while the green-tipped student remains silent and focused. One of the boys, now convinced of Lee Cheol's dedication, tells Boseong they should stop following him. The green-tipped student clenches his fist, refusing to give up. His two friends watch him with concern, remaining silent. Staring at his friends, the green-tipped student wonders what truly separates him from Lee Cheol. He vows to prove that Lee Cheol isn't any different from him as he continues his stakeout. He keeps following Lee Cheol from a distance as he walks through the dark compound. He watches with satisfaction as Lee Cheol finally enters his house for the night. A voice suddenly calls out, "Oi, who's over there?" startling the green-tipped student. A patrolman approaches with a flashlight, identifying the boy as a cadet. The patrolman casually mentions that young Master Lee Cheol walks around at this hour every day. The green-tipped student is stunned to learn that Lee Cheol's intense late-night routine is a daily occurrence. He laughs nervously and makes an excuse, and the patrolman warns him that loitering is against the rules. The student meekly agrees to leave. He glances back at Lee Cheol's residence, a new understanding dawning on his face. Vowing to return, he turns and walks away. Decisively, he tells his friends that they're all going back. The scene shifts to 5 a.m. the next day at exclusive training hall number 5. The green-tipped student arrives early, already exhausted from his late night. He stops in his tracks, shocked by what he sees. Lee Cheol is already there training, and the student notes how tired he looks despite his lineage and mana. He wonders if it's healthy for a 13-year-old to only get 3 or 4 hours of sleep. In a moment of self-reflection, he realizes his own life is filled with rest and entertainment, like TV and games. He concludes that he gets plenty of sleep and rest, a stark contrast to Lee Cheol. Lee Cheol notices him and asks what's wrong. With a serious expression, Lee Cheol asks if the other boy isn't tired. Lee Cheol reveals he knows the student was following him last night. The green-tipped student admits it, arguing that Lee Cheol has an unfair head start due to main clan support. Lee Cheol calmly explains that his exhaustion is natural, since he only sleeps for a few hours. Flabbergasted, the student asks why he pushes himself to such an extreme extent. Lee Cheol grabs his shoulder, suggesting that the other boy already knows the answer. The green-tipped student looks down, sweating as the profound truth of Lee Cheol's dedication hits him. "Damn it," he mutters, watching with a completely new perspective as Lee Cheol walks away. The scene transitions to a grand, sunlit hall where a powerful-looking man stands with a sword. A stern clan elder with a goatee looks on with a serious expression. An attendant presents a document to the clan elder, who brusquely demands he hand it over. Reviewing the papers, the elder declares the list of 7th and 8th rank dungeons is insufficient and too dangerous for cadets. The powerful man with the goatee watches with a sharp, determined gaze. The clan elder with the goatee reports to the powerful man, agreeing to follow his instructions. The elder adds that he has one more thing to report. He reveals that Lee Cheol was responsible for a recent event, catching his superior's attention. The powerful man, with an attendant behind him, thoughtfully considers this new information. Clenching his fist, he reflects that changing people and leading them are entirely different challenges. He commands the standards of the cadets be raised because Seo Hyun is in the same batch, and his subordinate addresses him as patriarch. The patriarch stands resolutely, his mind made up. A young man in an instructor's uniform arrives at the training grounds. He stops, hearing defiant shouts from a sparring match already in progress. The new instructor is surprised to find the cadets already training hard on a weekend morning. He watches as the cadets spar intensely with wooden swords. He realizes with satisfaction that he didn't even need to come to get them to train. A cadet spots him and calls out a greeting, and the instructor commends them for working hard. The instructor tells a cadet to gather the absent students for an important announcement. Addressing the class, he announces that their first evaluation has been moved up. As a result, he grants them a 1-week break in advance, telling them to rest well. He pauses, looking thoughtfully at the cadets before continuing. Seeing their hopeful faces, he internally notes that he won't need to remind them to keep up with basic training. Trusting in their dedication, he dismisses them, and the students erupt in cheers. Lee Cheol, however, looks pensive, questioning the sudden break and rescheduled evaluation. A classmate nervously asks Lee Cheol and the others if they aren't going home. Kim Han and another boy happily tell Lee Cheol they waited for him and ask about his plans for the break. Lee Cheol bluntly questions why they're asking about his personal time, leaving them baffled. He advises them to rest and says he has no plans, shocking his classmates with his unexpected answer. 2 students whisper that they were sure he was going to force them into hellish training during the break. Having overheard, Lee Cheol tells them to just say what they're thinking out loud. He jokingly asks if they'd rather relive their brutal first day, making the students flinch. With a slight smile, he dismisses their fears, telling them to have a good rest and that he'll see them in a week. Whoa! The cadets cheer, overjoyed and relieved by the news. Lee Cheol watches his celebrating classmates with a content smile. The scene shifts to the exterior of Lee Gyunga's research lab. Inside, Aunt Gyunga complains that Lee Cheol is visiting her to torture her with work, instead of resting on his break. Lee Cheol calls her out, saying he knows she was just slacking off on her phone. Gyunga furiously denies it, claiming she was researching important news about someone named Hamin and a mention of leukemia. Lee Cheol confirms with her that the evaluation was moved up on his father's orders, an official directive from the main clan. Lost in thought, he realizes that to advance his mana arts, he must unlock the next memories of Boundless. He recalls a vision of himself holding a shadowy dagger, believing his inability to see more means he's still lacking something. He muses that his recent changes weren't enough to unlock the next memory. Surrounded by piles of documents, he resolves to keep searching for another solution. Oh, a stack of papers tumbles over, and Gyanga scolds him for the mess. The documents scatter across the floor as she chides him for not being more tidy. As he reaches for a paper, his attention is drawn to a particular document. He reads a report stating ancient martial arts were designed with the intention of fighting monsters, unlike modern techniques. A spark of insight hits him as he connects this to his own split demon technique, realizing its original form was designed with similar intent. Gyanga, mid-cookie, notices his sudden stillness and asks what's wrong. Having had a breakthrough, Lee Cheol shouts that he's got it and rushes out, promising to explain later. He dashes away so quickly that the wind from his exit sends papers flying, startling Gyanga. He runs with renewed purpose and speed. In the training hall, he channels his vibrant blue aura into the hilt of a wooden sword. Holding his glowing sword, Lee Cheol decides he needs to imagine an opponent to test his new theory. He closes his eyes, concentrating deeply. He pictures his ideal training opponent, a monstrous beast, larger and different from any human. A terrifying, one-eyed creature takes form in his mind's eye. As his aura flares, he focuses on the technique's true nature, pure, undefended offense against a massive monster. He grips his sword, dismissing flashy moves and focusing solely on raw, destructive power. He stomps the ground, unleashing the true, devastating intent behind his split demon technique. The ground shatters violently from the force of his stance. Its purpose becomes clear. It was designed to cut down monsters. He swings his blade, channeling all his power into the attack. He unleashes the full might of the split demon. A colossal beam of energy erupts from his sword, cleaving through his imagined battlefield. The dust settles, and he stands amidst the aftermath of his powerful strike. Black smoke now wisps from his blade as he realizes with satisfaction that it worked. Grinning eagerly, he challenges his power to reveal its next secret. His surroundings shift abruptly, and he finds himself in an unfamiliar, yet grand location. He realizes he's in another memory from Boundless, questioning why the time periods always differ. Cautiously, he peeks around a corner to observe the scene. He instantly recognizes the figure in the courtyard from a previous vision. He watches a long-haired man train with blinding speed and precision. Lee Cheol is stunned by the man's incredible speed. His eyes widen as he notices a peculiar detail about the training. He observes that the man's aura shifts and changes with every alteration of his weapon. The mysterious swordsman remains completely focused, his expression unreadable. He has a new epiphany. It's not the user's aura changing, but the very nature of Boundless itself. As Lee Cheol reels from the revelation, a new voice suddenly addresses the long-haired man. Another person appears, chiding the swordsman for peeking at others' training and asking if he's named his new technique yet. The swordsman confidently names his new art, Thousand Forms. The other person approves of the name, while Lee Cheol listens intently from his hiding spot. The swordsman's demeanor sharpens as he senses another presence nearby and asks if someone else was brought along. The second person denies bringing anyone, and Lee Cheol flinches, caught. Suddenly, the two figures from the past erupt into a fierce spar. The second person declares he came for a proper fight and wouldn't bring anyone to interfere. Lee Cheol gasps as the swordsman's hair whips past his face. The figure, now impossibly close, staring into the man's eyes, Lee Cheol recognizes his distinct features. He realizes these are the unmistakable traits of the main descendant of the esteemed Marshall Lee clan. The memory of the ancient main descendant stands poised and powerful. The vision fades, returning to a somber view of the massive outer wall. A bus travels down a dark forest road, carrying the cadets away from the clan estate. On the bus, Lee Cheol observes the familiar landscape, noting how little it has changed over time. He gazes at the massive wall, separating the safe zone from the dangerous world beyond. A memory flashes of a swirling blue hole, a gateway to another realm. And from that blue hole came unknown monsters, invading their world. Vicious, nightmarish creatures poured out from the portal. Humanity's warriors rose to fight back against the overwhelming tide of beasts. For ages, mankind battled these monsters, desperately trying to reclaim their lost lands. A map reveals the world is now divided, with vast regions designated as unexplored danger zones. Lee Cheol reflects on how the walls still separate the safe and danger zones, even in the present day. A cheerful classmate observes how the landscape grows more desolate as they near the danger zone. A classmate notes that villages in the danger zone are primitive, but Lee Cheol remarks that it's not so bad behind the wall. Another student smiles, revealing he once hid in the danger zone to survive a war. As shadows loom, a somber warning advises them to keep their guard up. The bus passes through a massive tunnel, officially leaving the safe zone behind. Screech, the bus halts at the entrance to their destination, a place of unknown dangers. The cadets emerge, learning they've arrived at a completely unexplored dungeon. Under a purple-tinged sky, a voice commands all the cadets to gather. The instructor announces they will set up base camp before the test begins once supplies are checked. Lee Cheol and the others listen as the instructor clarifies that bodyguards will only protect the base camp. As a student looks on nervously, the instructor warns them they're on their own outside the camp. Clenching his fist, the instructor assures them there's no need to worry. He smiles, encouraging the cadets to show off everything they have prepared. The cadets roar in unison, "Yes, sir." Lee Cheol steps forward, declaring he'll be taking command from now on. His eyes glowing with intent, he pauses before laying out his terms. Lee Cheol warns the test will be harder because of him and offers anyone a last chance to leave. He knows this evaluation is clearly far beyond the level of a normal cadet. Their mission location is revealed, the ominous human-faced spiders forest. The instructor explains the forest is covered in webs that will constantly reveal their position to monsters. He reveals the true mission is to video an adult human-faced spider, confirming it's a test from Lee Cheol's father. Lee Cheol realizes his attempts to scare them off are pointless. A determined Kim Han and another student declare that Class 5 won't run, placing their faith in Master Lee Cheol. Overhearing his classmates, Lee Cheol silently accepts their unwavering trust. The green-tipped student and the rest of the class stand ready, their resolve hardened. Lee Cheol is visibly moved by their complete and total loyalty. A small, appreciative smile crosses his face. Lee Cheol internally calls their declarations cringy, but the green-tipped student blames him for the tense atmosphere. Seeing no one will back down, Lee Cheol orders a final check of comms and supplies before they enter the forest. The class responds with a powerful cheer, "Yes, Master Lee Cheol!" As they enter the woods, it's explained that the spiders' hive-like behavior makes them extremely difficult to fight. Lee Cheol walks ahead, confirming his classmates are aware of the spiders' dangerous nature. He reiterates their mission, to record the behavior of spiders that are at least 10 years old. He then makes a stunning announcement, appointing Choi In-ha as the new commander. A shocked Choi In-ha demands to know what he's talking about. Lee Cheol declares he'll be moving alone from this point forward. He then reveals his shocking strategy. He will become bait for the human-faced spiders. The cadets are left utterly speechless and confused by his insane plan. The entire class erupts in shocked disbelief. They scream in absolute panic, unable to comprehend his decision. Huff, huff. Breathing heavily, Lee Cheol notes with grim satisfaction that the spiders are finally gathered. He reveals he already killed one spider, using its danger pheromones to lure the rest to him. Alone in a clearing, Lee Cheol draws his sword and confronts a giant spider. He recalls that the spiders judge their food's nutritional value by a simple metric. His aura flares as he prepares to show them what they're dealing with. He realizes the food must prove its strength to be considered a worthy meal. He unleashes the demon split, his powerful blue aura slicing through the darkness. From the foliage, he watches as the spider horde approaches. Keek. A swarm of red eyes emerges from the darkness as a massive spider lunges forward. Lee Cheol stands his ground, bracing for the terrifying onslaught. He smirks, unimpressed, as a monstrous spider with bared fangs looms directly above him. Lee Cheol awakens, his eyes sharp as he takes in his new, dark surroundings. He confirms he's inside a human-faced spider's cocoon, just as he planned. Despite feeling bloated from the poison, he notes his physical condition remains stable. He prepares to erase his presence, using his stealth arts. With a determined look, his spiritual form begins to phase through his body. Now in his ethereal form, he reasons that the spider larvae must be nearby in their den. He cautiously scans the shadowy interior of the spider's nest. He's surprised to find a vast number of feeding cocoons, far too many for a single day's hunt. He finds the situation strange, wondering why none of the victims have been eaten yet. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock as a dreadful realization hits him. What is that? He squints, trying to make out a strange shape in the gloom. He discovers a massive, pulsating purple cocoon unlike any of the others. He feels a strange connection to the ominous object. He clutches his chest as he feels his own dark energy resonating with the mysterious cocoon. The massive purple cocoon trembles and begins to crack open. A slimy, humanoid hand breaks through the shell. As the figure emerges, she speaks telepathically, asking if her hungry children are waiting. A sinister spider queen emerges, her eerie smile promising a terrible fate for her prey. He realizes this rank 6 monster is communicating telepathically, a sign of its immense power. He has a horrifying epiphany. His own dark energy is translating her thoughts directly into his mind. A powerful psychic strike shatters his cocoon, breaking his stealth. Forced out of his hiding spot, he scrambles back, realizing he didn't have time to maintain his stealth. The newly awakened Spider Queen looms over him, telepathically demanding to know what he is. Lee Cheol kneels in the aftermath facing the monstrous queen. She reveals that something inside him is what caused her premature awakening. Enraged and desperate, she demands he hand over the precious item he possesses. Uncowed, Lee Cheol draws his dagger, his expression hardening for the fight. He acknowledges her high-rank predator's aura, but declares that fear won't work on him. His gaze is steady, his will unbroken by her terrifying presence. "How dare you deflect my mana," she seethes, furious at his defiance. "Impudent human," she snarls, her rage intensifying. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts somewhere outside in the forest. She looks on in horror, crying out as her precious forest is ravaged by the blast. "What the hell are you doing?" she shrieks, but Lee Cheol just gives a sly smirk. He explains he's using mana explosive shells, noting with satisfaction how flammable the forest is. Meanwhile, Choi In-ha leads the cadets, announcing their 30-minute push to reach the den has begun. Basecamp reports detecting a powerful 5th-rank mana signature, but Lee Cheol cuts them off, ordering them to focus on supporting the other cadets. The Spider Queen seethes, enraged that a mere human dares to defy her. "My sons, go forth," she commands, unleashing her monstrous brood. She orders her swarm to protect her forest from the intruders. With her army dispatched, she turns back to Lee Cheol, promising to rip him apart herself. She scoffs, asking if he truly believes he can defeat her alone, or if he's just foolishly trusting his approaching teammates. She crouches low, her monstrous form ready to strike. He remains calm, warning her not to be so sure his teammates will even reach them. "You're the one underestimating me," he retorts, leaving her momentarily stunned by his audacity. A confident smirk plays on his lips as a brilliant golden aura erupts around him. Choi In-ha orders the other groups to use explosives to lure the spiders away, while Group 1 rushes to secure Lee Cheol's escape. The cadets sprint through the chaotic burning forest, following their orders. Though one cadet voices concern about the unexpected change in the den, Kim Han firmly states they will follow Master Lee Cheol's orders. As his classmates race to his aid, Lee Cheol steels himself for the coming confrontation. The forest erupts in a massive, fiery explosion. Amidst the shockwaves, the Spider Queen telepathically asks why this is happening. Enraged, she demands to know why Lee Cheol isn't dying, and how he's still standing. Lee Cheol remains perfectly still, his eyes closed in deep concentration. The Spider Queen furiously wonders what he could possibly be seeing with those eyes. His eyes snap open, now glowing with a brilliant golden light as he takes a sharp breath. A new power awakens within him, the magic eyes, capable of seeing all hidden flows of power. Wiping away blood, he reveals he used his magic eyes to read her mana and avoid a fatal blow, but the power gap prevents a complete dodge. He drinks a potion, noting his only advantage is that the newly hatched queen can't fully control her body yet. Stealing his resolve, he knows he only has one shot to make this count. He grips his sword, and dark energy begins to flake away from its blade. He channels a vibrant blue aura, infusing his sword with immense power. He prepares to unleash an enhanced version of his technique. With a mighty swing, he unleashes the enhanced lightning cut directly at the Spider Queen. The blade strikes true, splashing green blood from her monstrous body. The attack carves a deep gash, sending more blood flying. TSK. Huffing, Lee Cheol realizes his attack was too shallow to be a finishing blow. The Spider Queen shrieks telepathically, reeling from the intense pain of the strike. He watches the wounded queen, admitting her thick shell is too tough to cut through in one hit. Furious, she vows to make him her servant and rip out everything that's inside him. She promises to use his power to restore her own body before continuing her assault. She prepares a powerful attack, weaving webs of dark purple energy. The queen launches a barrage of glowing web projectiles at incredible speed. Lee Cheol struggles to block the piercing attack with his sword. Overwhelmed by the mental attack, he clutches his head and screams in agony. The Spider Queen laughs maniacally, reveling in his pain. Gloating over his suffering, she asks where his arrogant expression has gone. She screams in agony as a new unknown pain racks her body. The queen thrashes as strange green energy erupts from within her, while Lee Cheol watches silently. His expression is determined as he faces the writhing monster. He recalls that spiders are weak to fire, a fact proven by the explosions now engulfing the queen. As the queen is consumed by flames, he dryly remarks that his backup is late. Just then, Choi In-ha and another classmate arrive, apologizing for the delay after fighting through monsters. Choi In-ha quips that they will need special training later, but the other boy groans at his ill-timed joke. Lee Cheol orders a swift retreat, and the three cadets turn to escape the smoldering den. His classmates roar in unison, "Yes, Master Lee Cheol." Back in a classroom, other students gossip, wondering if Class 5 gave up on the mission. Another student speculates it wouldn't be surprising, as it was a special 6th-rank dungeon with an anomalous phenomenon. Choi In-ha enters, apologizing for the class's tardiness and explaining they had to send many injured students to the clinic. He steps to the podium, ready to present the mission report. He begins by explaining that they shifted their focus from capturing spiders to investigating the anomaly they discovered. An instructor questions their use of weapons, and Choi In-ha confirms they used a total of 184 explosive shells. Outraged, the instructor slams the desk, yelling if Class 5 intended to completely destroy the dungeon. Unfazed, Choi In-ha simply states that the mission was a success. An official impatiently demands they show the video evidence. Bandaged but composed, Lee Cheol enters, apologizing for being late and explaining the recording device was damaged. He hands the restored recording device to Choi In-ha at the podium. As the video plays, Lee Cheol states that letting himself be captured was the best way to film everything, horrifying a female classmate beside him. A weary instructor confirms that the video footage proves the accuracy of Class 5's report. He notes that using bombs in that situation was incredibly reckless, like adding oil to a fire. Unfazed, Lee Cheol defends his strategy, stating it was the only plan with a high chance of success for mere cadets. He declares with conviction that he chose to do whatever it took to complete the mission rather than fail. An esteemed official notes that the Lee clan values results, and that despite appearing random, every part of the boys' plan was calculated. The instructors murmur amongst themselves, complaining that Lee Cheol's unconventional plan is too unique to serve as an example and will be difficult to grade. Lee Cheol smirks, knowing that because his plan succeeded without casualties, his class will receive full marks. It's announced that Class 5 was the only first-year class to achieve a perfect score on the first evaluation. At the esteemed Marshal Lee Clan Patriarch's office, an aide reports the overall evaluation casualties: 32 dead and 78 critically injured, but liability waivers prevent any issues. The Patriarch asks his aide about the follow-up measures for the test's numerous casualties. The aide confirms they will cover all medical costs for the critically injured and those with life-altering side effects. The Patriarch thanks his aide for the update and dismisses him. Another man with a mustache enters, delivering the reports on each dungeon. The Patriarch reflects that the mission certainly had a ripple effect. He confirms the human-faced spiders forest is in the danger zone, and the man with the mustache verifies its remote location. The restored video shows a brief, distorted image of the sinister Spider Queen. As the recording glitches and ends, the man with the mustache notes how short the footage is. He adds that while this is all they could restore, he suspects the video has been edited. Taking a sip of tea, the Patriarch remarks that his son is an interesting child. He looks to the man with the mustache, asking for his opinion. The man with the mustache admits it's impressive that Lee Cheol overcame such a difficult mission with his wits. The Patriarch seems to agree, then poses a cryptic question that confuses his subordinate. A flashback montage shows Class 5 cadets skillfully fighting off various monsters. The man with the mustache praises Lee Cheol's brilliant planning, saying even an instructor would have followed his lead. The Patriarch slams the report down, satisfied that the plan was executed perfectly with no information leaks. He decisively orders the difficulty of all future evaluation tests to be increased, and his subordinate agrees to the command. A small, knowing smile plays on the Patriarch's lips. A few months later, the scene shifts to Class 5's exclusive training ground. A hesitant classmate approaches, calling out to Master Lee Cheol. The weary student tearfully reminds him they just returned from their final evaluation yesterday. Lee Cheol coolly retorts that's why he gave them a day off, causing the student to sigh in defeat. He reminds the class that although the evaluations are done, they still have the promotion test to prepare for. The green-tipped student and his classmates listen with bright, determined expressions. Ha. The other students laugh as the weary student cries out in disbelief. Okay, start the stamina training, Lee Cheol orders, kicking off another grueling session. He smiles, proudly observing how much stronger his classmates have become, both physically and mentally. He reflects that instead of despairing at their weaknesses, they now actively work to overcome them. He notes that in the year since they started, not a single one of his classmates has died. Choi In-ha approaches from behind, getting Lee Cheol's attention. He informs Lee Cheol that there's an announcement regarding the promotion test. Lee Cheol agrees and heads off to hear the news. As he enters a room, a voice calls out to him from across the hall. A female classmate waves enthusiastically, urging him to come over to her. She pats the seat next to her, telling him to sit down so she can tell him something important. She starts by complimenting his performance on the evaluation, mentioning that she heard Class 1 also did well. She blushes, puffing her chest out proudly as she smugly agrees. Shaking her head, she quickly gets serious, saying that's not the important issue. She warns him of trouble with the promotion test, revealing two students, Seola and Jaehak, were summoned to the mother room. She leans in, adding that rumors are spreading about them meeting with all the other cadets. Lee Cheol smiles slyly, asking if they are attempting to get him disqualified from the test. The female classmate panics, asking if he's an oddball and reminding him that Seola and Jaehak are scary. Unconcerned, Lee Cheol replies that her warning is too late. He's been having trouble since the very first evaluation test. He recalls being sabotaged with faulty equipment and being denied crucial educational materials. He muses that his enemies even approached his classmate, Boziang, not too long ago. His female classmate defiantly declares she'll compete fairly, vowing to take the top spot and make him call her older sister. Lee Cheol recoils, asking why she's so obsessed with that title. He buries his face in his hands in embarrassment, leaving his classmate momentarily stunned. An instructor steps forward, announcing the end of the evaluation tests and the beginning of the promotion test briefing. Lee Cheol's eyes widen in surprise as he hears the promotion test will be held inside a gate. He reflects that while he expected changes, he never thought they'd hold the test inside a gate. The instructor explains the rules. Inside the gate are nameplates, and if a cadet is taken, they are considered dead and eliminated. A smirk forms on Lee Cheol's face as he realizes the test is actually a capture war. The rules are simple. Steal nameplates to survive, with scores based on how many you hold at the end. A diagram illustrates the concept. 2 survivors hold multiple nameplates, while a third is eliminated with none. He realizes the term considered dead is a trap, since there's no way for anyone outside to know what truly happens. He understands that as long as a cadet can steal or find another nameplate, they can avoid elimination. He clenches his fist, realizing someone is orchestrating the whole event, especially with second years involved. A wicked smile spreads across his face as he thinks that the isolated gate is the perfect opportunity for his enemies to try and kill him without leaving evidence. His classmate looks at him with concern, asking what's wrong, as he laughs to himself. He clenches his fist again, thinking that this dangerous situation is also a perfect opportunity for him. Meanwhile, someone hums contentedly in a well-furnished office. A man leans back, his feet propped up on his desk. Esteemed Marshall Lee clan's 7th child, Lee Jaehak, smugly states he's watching his, quote, little brother work so hard. A woman lounging nearby calls him a crazy bitch, chiding him for his lack of respect toward his older sister. She is revealed to be Lee Seola, the 6th child of the esteemed Marshall Lee clan. Seola sighs, remarking that a girl named Hua is much cuter than her, almost like a bunny. With a cruel grin, she brandishes a knife, adding that Hwa's cuteness just makes her want to snap her neck. Seola asks Jae-hak for his thoughts on their mother's orders. Sighing, Jae-hak says he just saw it as a good time to check in on Lee Cheol. Seola states plainly that she just doesn't like him because he's an illegitimate child with the name tag of a direct descendant. She slams her fist down, furious that he acts up without knowing his place. Crash! She smashes her hand on the desk, vowing that as his older sister, she'll teach him a lesson. Leaning back with a vicious smile, she says he's just riding the coattails of their soft big brother. Back at the briefing, the instructor clarifies the nameplate trial will be held inside a stabilized gate to advance to the next year. Choi In-ha listens intently as the instructor assures the cadets that the gate is stable and thoroughly guarded. Lee Cheol's eyes narrow as he observes the crowd, noting the number of participants is smaller than he expected. He wonders if the other cadets are flaunting their status, thinking he's oblivious, or if this is just standard academy behavior. He stands silently for a moment, observing the other students. Dismissing his thoughts, he turns to his classmates and asks if everyone is ready. Choi In-ha and another classmate grin, confirming they are, as Lee Cheol prepares to give the order. Surrounded by his loyal and determined classmates, Lee Cheol declares, "Let's go." Back in the office, Seola reaches into a bowl, commenting on the nice snacks. Jae-hak sighs, telling her the snacks are for customers, but she defiantly eats one anyway. He reports that the instructor just confirmed all the second-year students have entered the gate. Seola reclines, gleefully anticipating the miserable illegitimate bastard and his trash cadets suffering, then asks if their mother will reward them. Jae-hak stops typing, suggesting they decide in advance what reward she'll get for this. He looks thoughtfully at his computer screen, considering the possibilities. The scene shifts as a man in a suit approaches Jae-hak from the side. Jae-hak looks troubled, recalling how his eldest brother visited and said something that, despite his initial scoffing, now bothers him. Suddenly, a phone on his desk begins to ring, startling him from his thoughts. As his aide watches, Lee Jae-hak is startled from his lounging, asking if the promotion test is over. Whack! He snatches the phone from his aide, demanding to know what happened. He reads the results. 21 second years eliminated, 15 dropped out. He reels back in shock, realizing every single first-year student from Class 5 survived. Seething, Seola wonders how they could have failed against a mere illegitimate child. A wry smile on his face, Lee Jae-hak pushes back his glasses, admitting their complete defeat. He accepts that they were beaten by their youngest brother, Lee Cheol. Meanwhile, inside the gate, two cadets flee for their lives across a rocky landscape, cursing their fate. Huff! As one pants in exhaustion, the other tells him to shut up and run, hoping to hide in a nearby cave. Huff! Huff! They catch their breath at the cave entrance, wondering if they finally shook off their pursuer. Thwump! A sword suddenly slams into the ground right beside them. One of the cadets gasps in terror at the blade that nearly impaled him. Confirming a hit, a voice is heard as the cadet screams in agony, clutching his wounded arm. With a confident smirk, Lee Cheol announces his arrival. He notes they hid well, while the terrified cadet begs him to stay away, questioning why he's being targeted. Lee Cheol grabs the cadet's collar, pointing out that his own words make it sound like he was the one who started the fight. His eyes glowing, he coldly reminds the boy that there's a price to pay for drawing a sword against the direct lineage. The terrified cadet stares up at Lee Cheol, paralyzed with fear. A powerful strike echoes through the rocks. A classmate reports to Lee Cheol that their work here is done. Lee Cheol orders his classmate to move immediately, reminding him they still have other targets to deal with. The classmate acknowledges the order and runs off to join another group, leaving Lee Cheol with their defeated opponents. Lee Cheol tells another classmate that he will proceed alone, ordering the others to handle their targets and secure nameplates. His classmate acknowledges the order and departs. As he stretches, Lee Cheol reflects that the number of nameplates acquired is the most important part of the exam. He muses that simply seizing them from other cadets is inefficient, his eyes glinting with a new idea. A flash of insight strikes as he forms a new hypothesis. He wonders if he can locate the nameplates directly using his magic eyes. With his eyes glowing, he scans the landscape. A glint of light streaks across the mountainside as he declares, "Found one." He takes off at a run, heading for the location. Climbing a rock face, he plucks a hidden nameplate from a crevice, pleased that his plan is doable. He smiles, realizing this new method worked out perfectly. He enthusiastically begins his treasure hunt. He looks at the bag in his hands, surprised by how many nameplates he's already collected. The bag is so full of golden nameplates that he struggles with the weight. He looks up, sensing something else. In the distance, explosions rock the mountains as other battles rage on. He realizes that since training his magic eyes is now impossible, he's unable to see what's happening. He notes that the exam is in its final phase, yet the fighting continues. He spots his female classmate flying toward him and decides he can't keep dodging her, as she'll only become a bigger nuisance. Thus, she lands before him, declaring she's finally found him. A confident smile on her face, the female classmate faces Lee Cheol, ready for a confrontation. She asks if he's surprised, then questions why he didn't just stop and wait since he knew she was after him. Lee Cheol smirks, simply stating that he's standing there now. Dismissing his response, she ties up her hair, deciding there's no need for more words. She draws her sword, her eyes gleaming with competitive fire. She declares their fight will decide their hierarchy, demanding he call her Big Sis if she wins. Lee Cheol calmly asks what he gets if he wins. She stammers, then reluctantly agrees to call him Big Bro if he wins, causing him to recoil in shock. Lee Cheol recoils as his female classmate accuses him of landing an effective mental attack, then tells him to shut up. She declares it's time to fight it out, unleashing a wave of energy. She leaps into the air, a confident and determined glint in her eyes. The scene shifts to the academy, where narration explains the harsh exams and 2 direct descendants made this year a hot topic. Students gossip, wondering if the prestigious young lady took first place and doubting the first years could have survived against second years. The discussion turns to those guys, with one student confirming their identity. They are identified as the illegitimate child and the first year's class 5. An official announces that, against all odds, Master Lee Cheol placed first overall as applause rings out. A formal notice confirms Lee Cheol's promotion and #1 overall rank. Lee Cheol smiles wryly, figuring the academy couldn't afford to show its bias so obviously. He muses that even though Lee Seo-hyun's performance was decent, he stole all her nameplates at the end, leaving her furious. Choi In-ha approaches, remarking on how calm Lee Cheol is for having achieved the top cadet rank. Other classmates congratulate Master Lee Cheol as he walks past them. An instructor calls for Cadet Choi In-ha to come forward, who looks up in surprise. Choi In-ha confidently walks to the front to receive his results. He is congratulated on his promotion, having ranked 13th overall. Overwhelmed with emotion, Choi In-ha clutches his certificate and whispers, "Thank you." Lee Cheol cautions Choi In-ha not to get carried away, and he humbly accepts his master's advice. Cadet Kim Bo-seong is called next, accepting his promotion with a rank of 24. Cadet Kim Han is also congratulated on his promotion, having worked hard to achieve rank 34. Kim Han looks at his 120th ranking, feeling disappointed with his average results. His disappointment turns to resolve as he vows to become strong like Master Lee Cheol. Nearby, Kim Bo-seong watches with a steely gaze, determined to try even harder. Choi In-ha also makes a silent vow to change, refusing to be a burden or live a mediocre life. His expression is one of pure, unyielding determination. He clenches his fist, promising himself he will never lose again. His newly inspired classmates stand before Lee Cheol, ready for the future. Lee Cheol smiles fondly, thinking this may be the last time they're all together like this. He proudly tells his classmates he's not worried anymore, praising them for all getting promoted. He jokes that he would have put any failures through intense training, causing his students to sweat. He warns them that from now on, many will be itching to crush them. When he asks if they can handle it, his classmates roar in unison, "Yes, young master!" Lee Cheol smiles, encouraging them with a confident, "You can do it." An angry Lee Seo-hyun appears, declaring that she does not accept the results. Lee Cheol sighs, as she rants that she would have been first if he hadn't cheaply stolen her nameplates after knocking her out. She furiously demands to know if he understands how hard she worked to get her nameplates back after his attack. He turns away, admitting to himself that she's not wrong, and it took him over an hour to defeat her. He acknowledges that she has grown much stronger than he ever imagined. He reflects that she's still far from her full potential with her sword techniques and powers. Despite her untapped potential, he shudders, admitting he really doesn't want to fight her again. Lee Seo-hyun yawns, then concedes that a bet is a bet. She reminds a confused Lee Cheol about their bet on how they would address each other. As she begins to say, "Big bro," Lee Cheol lunges forward and clamps his hand over her mouth. With a terrifyingly dark aura, he threatens a fight to the death if she continues, shocking her into silence. He quickly changes the subject, telling her to stop the nonsense so they won't be late, and she timidly agrees. Lee Cheol and Lee Seo-hyun push open a pair of large, ornate doors. They step inside and bow respectfully, greeting their father. The patriarch turns to them with a calm expression and welcomes them. The three of them sit together in a formal office setting. The patriarch sets down his cup, acknowledging they have now completed their first-year cadet curriculum. The patriarch of the Lee clan addresses two young people, asking what they learned from their recent experiences. Lee Cheol's sister glances at him nervously, wondering why he is staring at her as he sips his tea. Cough. She declares she saw the true nature of their family, causing a startled Lee Cheol to spit out his drink. When their father asks what she means, she explains that she witnessed unacceptable actions being treated as normal within the clan. She clenches her fist, vowing to achieve everything fairly, relying only on her own sword and strength. The patriarch is impressed by her conviction, realizing the sacred sword chose her for a reason and wondering what caused this change. Concluding that Lee Cheol must be the cause, he turns and asks his son what he felt. With piercing golden eyes, Lee Cheol answers that what he felt was shame. He elaborates that the Cadet Corps, the clan's foundation, is fundamentally flawed, catching his father's attention. Lee Cheol passionately declares that while weakness is forgivable, anyone who stops fighting does not belong in their clan. He explains he saw many cadets who had given up, which implies a failure in their instructor's methods. His mind flashes back to the disillusioned and corrupt cadets he witnessed during his time there. The patriarch smirks, noting the audacity of his son's bold statement. Surprised by their father's chuckle, the two listen as he commends their commendable convictions. Lee Cheol's sister is thrilled and amazed to receive personal advice from their father. Together, they bow and thank their father, promising to remember his words. The patriarch acknowledges their hard work, stating their missions as cadets were equivalent to those of formal warriors. Lee Cheol senses there's a reason for his notoriously strict father's sudden praise and reward. Seeing an opportunity, his sister eagerly requests the artisan-grade dragon-scale chestplate as her reward. The patriarch grants her request without hesitation, telling her to collect it tomorrow as she thanks him excitedly. He then turns to Lee Cheol, asking what he desires, and his son requests permission to enter Heavenly Mountain. The patriarch's eyes widen, visibly shocked by the unexpected and serious request. Lee Cheol's sister turns in stunned disbelief at her brother's audacious wish. The patriarch asks his son what it is that he wants. Lee Cheol requests permission to enter Heavenly Mountain, a plea that startles his father. Back in his room, Lee Cheol finishes packing, having gathered his herbalist's book, cauldron, and medicinal tools. He sits on the floor, carefully organizing his travel bag for the journey ahead. While packing, he reflects that, with his current resources, he can finally craft proper medicines. He can hardly believe he was granted permission to enter Heavenly Mountain, which accelerates his plans for the warrior's journey. Lee Cheol looks down, deep in thought about the path that lies before him. The sacred Heavenly Mountain is shown, described as the final test for aspiring warriors of the clan before their journey. His golden eyes narrow, with focus and determination. He knows he had to visit Heavenly Mountain eventually, his purpose now clear. His preparations complete, he waits patiently with his packed bag. Hearing a knock, Lee Cheol calls for the visitor to come in. A maid enters, looking concerned, and asks about a message she's been sent to deliver. She informs him that young Master Lee Jae-hak has extended an invitation to him. Lee Cheol is taken aback by the sudden invitation from Jae-hak. Lee Jae-hak, a man with glasses and a green robe, serves tea during the Chuseok holiday. Lee Jae-hak smiles, glad that Lee Cheol remembered their appointment. Lee Cheol assures him he's not dull enough to forget such a meeting. He internally assesses Lee Jae-hak, noting his calm, brotherly demeanor is not that of an ordinary person. Lee Jae-hak gracefully pours tea for his guest. Lee Cheol warily observes his host, thinking that such hidden kindness is far more difficult to navigate than open hostility. Lee Jae-hak offers the cup, confidently stating the tea should be good, as it's his only hobby. Accepting the tea, Lee Cheol politely probes by asking if he always serves his guests personally. Ha ha. Lee Jae-hak simply laughs in response to the question. Lee Cheol notes his host's unhurried manner, recognizing it as the composure of someone who knows how to control a situation. After a sip, Lee Cheol concludes that Jae-hak is far more than just a man with a talent for martial arts. Setting his cup down, Lee Jae-hak decides they've sized each other up enough and gets to the point, the last promotion test. When the patriarch asks if he read the documents, Lee Cheol confirms he did, and his father says, "This will be quick." An older brother appears, denying the recent incident was his decision, which makes Lee Cheol smirk cynically. Narration explains that Jae-hak is known more for his political and commercial skills than his fighting ability. An illustration portrays Jae-hak as a master of finance and strategy. He is renowned for his diplomatic skill, earning him the title of the Golden Sword. The older brother, the Golden Sword, clarifies he doesn't want to be enemies and offers an apology for his part in the matter. The Golden Sword is taken aback when Lee Cheol rejects his apology. Lee Cheol smiles, calmly stating that he expects such conflicts will happen again in future matches. The Golden Sword asks if Lee Cheol truly sees him as an enemy, and Lee Cheol confirms it's hard not to after his people were targeted. The Golden Sword wonders internally what his next move should be. He considers whether he should eliminate Lee Cheol now to prevent future trouble. Exhaling, the Golden Sword politely asks Lee Cheol what he would like him to do. Lee Cheol demands he show sincerity, pointing out that he wasn't the only one who was harmed. The Golden Sword thinks that while Lee Cheol is arrogant for demanding compensation, he admires his audacity. A calculating smile forms on the Golden Sword's face. He makes a concession, promising to send high-quality elixirs to the students of Class 5. Lee Cheol accepts the offer with a handshake, agreeing to let the matter go. The Golden Sword laughs, suggesting he and Lee Cheol might get along best, but Lee Cheol remains noncommittal. As Lee Cheol prepares to leave, the Golden Sword stops him to offer a piece of advice. He warns Lee Cheol to be wary of Seola's genuine hatred for him, but Lee Cheol dismisses the concern. Lee Cheol smirks, stating it doesn't matter since he'll be away from the clan for the next year. Elsewhere, Lee Seola kneels before a woman in white, timidly addressing her as mother. The woman coldly commands her, "Don't call me mother." The matriarch stares down at her daughter, stating she's never raised a loser like her. A desperate Seola clutches her mother's robes, begging for a chance to explain. She frantically denies using her mission as an excuse to run away. With a fierce glare, the matriarch orders her to be silent. Seola recoils in terror from her mother's overwhelming presence. The matriarch bluntly refutes her excuses, stating that she did, in fact, run away. Her hand clenches as she declares she would never tolerate such failure from her own child. Seola trembles on the floor, consumed with rage and the thought of crushing the illegitimate child. The matriarch chides her for her ignorance, explaining that if killing him were an option, she wouldn't be tormenting Seola now. Seola looks up in confusion, muttering, "What?" Her eyes widen in shock as her mother reveals that Lee Cheol is going to Heavenly Mountain for a year. The matriarch continues her tirade, blaming Seola's failure for disgracing the entire main bloodline. Whack! She strikes Seola, warning her that the next failure will have far worse consequences than a slap. From a nearby doorway, Lee Jae-hak watches the scene unfold, cursing under his breath. He peeks out from the shadows, his expression grim. On the floor, Seola's hands bleed as she digs her nails into the wood, vowing to kill Lee Cheol. Her face twists in pure fury as she silently screams her intent to kill him. Lee Jae-hak observes his sister's breakdown, noting his mother's heartlessness and Seola's newfound obsession with redemption. He smirks, wondering who holds more value, Seola or Cheol, and looks forward to finding out. The scene shifts to Lee Cheol walking toward a vehicle, as narration reflects on the day he will return a year from now. He settles into the luxurious back seat of a car. Lee Cheol sits nervously in the vehicle, clearly on edge. He jumps in surprise as a voice speaks, his eyes widening. He wonders why Butler Choi is there, who cheerfully notes it's a relief they're heading the same way. Ho ho! The distinguished Butler Choi lets out a pleasant chuckle. Butler Choi formally states he'll be in the young master's care for their 2-day trip. Lee Cheol looks up, surprised, as Butler Choi tells him not to feel uncomfortable. Butler Choi explains he is simply accompanying the young master under the patriarch's orders and has his own delivery to make. Lee Cheol laughs, glad he won't be lonely, but privately suspects their shared destination is no coincidence. A faint blue aura surrounds Butler Choi as he sits with a serene expression. Lee Cheol reflects on the butler's senior position in the family, finding it difficult to gauge their relationship. Butler Choi politely inquires why Lee Cheol is visiting the ancestral mountain. Lee Cheol smiles, explaining that it's only right to pay respect to his ancestors before leaving the family for the first time. He internally acknowledges that while the excuse is plausible, it's also a calculated show of respect from an illegitimate child. Lee Cheol feels as though Butler Choi has seen right through him, but is grateful for his apparent acceptance. Butler Choi asks if he can say something, and Lee Cheol gives him his full attention, ready to listen. The butler asks if he enjoys mountain climbing, to which Lee Cheol replies that he has never been on a proper hike. Haha! Butler Choi chuckles, admitting that he rather enjoys it himself. He describes once climbing a rugged, pathless mountain and poses a question: how would the young master climb it? Lee Cheol thoughtfully replies that he would simply look upward and keep climbing to reach the summit quickly and accurately. Butler Choi acknowledges that his method would certainly be fast. He offers a counterpoint, advising that sometimes one must look around to assess the terrain and ensure they are on the right path. He illustrates his point with a silhouette, explaining that only looking ahead can cause one to lose their way. His gaze sharpens as he concludes that this advice becomes more crucial the higher the mountain is. A realization dawns on Lee Cheol as he wonders if the butler's words are a metaphor for martial arts. He reflects that since his regression, he has been too busy embracing new powers to process the ones he already had. A flashback montage shows him training with his sword. He realizes that he never saw this as a problem, and fears he will just keep chasing new things at this rate. Humbled, Lee Cheol bows his head and thanks Butler Choi for his wise words, which the butler dismisses as an old man's ramblings. Butler Choi announces their arrival, and Lee Cheol looks out the window in anticipation. The car comes to a stop, having reached the fabled Esteemed Mountain. A majestic, mist-shrouded peak towers over a traditional temple at the base of Esteemed Mountain. Lee Cheol gets out of the car, his sword strapped to his back, and prepares to enter the sacred grounds. Butler Choi watches him with a thoughtful expression. Lee Cheol recalls that only those of the Lee clan or with permission can enter, and asks Butler Choi if he'll be able to pass. The butler asks where he plans to go first, and Lee Cheol replies that he will visit the ancestral tablets of the progenitor. As he steps forward, a strange feeling washes over him, and he realizes he just passed through the mountain's barrier. He flexes his hand, marveling that it feels like he's entered another world entirely. Butler Choi announces that he will take his leave now. He offers a final word of encouragement, hoping Lee Cheol achieves what he set out to do. Lee Cheol smiles brightly and thanks him before turning to begin his ascent. He starts his journey up a stone path winding through the forest. After his trek, he announces that he has arrived at the grave of the first patriarch. He approaches an ornate, traditional shrine nestled among ancient trees and stone carvings. Creak. He pushes open the heavy wooden doors of the shrine. He steps inside, his small shadow cast across the floor of the vast, candlelit hall. He unsheathes his blade, acknowledging the discourtesy of drawing his sword at an ancestral grave. Holding the gleaming sword, he asks for forgiveness, explaining that he is only following the arrangements left behind. He reaches out toward an ornate ceremonial table. He explains that black twilight is more than a sword, as he pours a milky liquid into a ceremonial cup. He recalls the moment his eldest brother revealed the family's secret about the sword. His sword, Black Twilight, erupts with a powerful aura, revealing there are 9 seals placed upon it. The blade gleams with divine light and ancient, glowing runes. A flashback shows him as a child, touching the sword. The first seal proves one is the master of the blade. A flashback to his infancy reveals the second seal proves the user is of the esteemed Marshall Lee clan's bloodline. A flashback to a past battle shows that the third seal requires passing the naming ceremony trial created by the founder. The black sword radiates a brilliant blue light, its surface covered in glowing ancient runes. Standing in the shrine, Lee Cheol wonders what the next hint for unlocking the seals will be. An ornate, glowing mirror on the altar pulsates with a brilliant blue light. The mirror reveals the word heavenly, and Lee Cheol realizes he must go to Heavenly Mountain. Narration explains that the family's founder chose the mist-shrouded Heavenly Mountain as a sacred training ground. Stepping into the forest, Lee Cheol marvels at the dense mana, which he has only ever read about. He turns in surprise as Butler Choi appears behind him, commenting on the mountain's beauty. Lee Cheol agrees that it feels special, as Butler Choi begins to wish him well on his journey. A gruff voice interrupts, complaining about the noise as a foot stomps onto the path. A burly, bearded man with sunglasses scoffs, saying they've swarmed the place like a pack of dogs. Lee Cheol stares in wide-eyed surprise at the sudden appearance of the imposing man. He looks around in shock, realizing a group of hooded figures has surrounded them without him sensing a thing. The bearded man points accusingly at the hooded figures, asking if they have a death wish. One of the intruders attempts to command his units to assume formation. Wham! The bearded man cuts him off with a powerful punch, cursing the black-haired punks. His fist smashes the ground, effortlessly sending the attackers flying. He grumbles that as soon as they get a hold of some metal, they stop listening completely. A sword shatters into pieces from the force of the attack. Lee Cheol watches, stunned, as debris from the shattered sword flies past him. The hooded assailants lie defeated on the ground, their ambush completely thwarted. TSK. The bearded man scowls at the fallen men, furious they dared to attack him. He fumes with lingering annoyance. The man angrily turns to Butler Choi, calling him a rude asshole for not giving a month's notice and arriving without liquor. Ho ho ho. Butler Choi laughs and apologizes for his overreaction, but the bearded man snaps back, telling him not to talk back. A nervous Lee Cheol addresses Butler Choi, who apologizes for the delayed introduction. Butler Choi introduces the man as the Mountain Keeper of Heavenly Mountain, who eyes Lee Cheol and asks if he's the kid Taishin brought from outside. The Mountain Keeper lifts his sunglasses to get a better look at the boy. Butler Choi formally introduces him again as the Mountain Keeper of Heavenly Mountain. He confirms that Lee Cheol is the 9th child and is here to enter the mountain, as the Mountain Keeper studies him intently. The Mountain Keeper asks Lee Cheol if he saw a bit of his movements, catching the boy off guard. Lee Cheol, shocked the man noticed him observing, admits that he did. The Mountain Keeper grabs Lee Cheol's chin, noting he has Taishin's vibes but a strange scent. Lee Cheol flinches as the man's grip tightens, his eyes widening in pain. The man releases him, adding that his eyes are weird too, as Lee Cheol covers his face. He stares in shock, a golden light emanating from his hand as he realizes something profound. Later, the Mountain Keeper happily drinks, exclaiming how interesting Westerners' liquor is. He chugs a bottle of whiskey as Butler Choi remarks that he's glad it suits his taste. Lee Cheol sweats nervously, noting that even he can tell the collection of liquor isn't cheap. The Mountain Keeper sets down his drink, ready to hear Lee Cheol's story. He smirks, cynically guessing that a little brat sent here must be deeply disliked by his family. Lee Cheol's simple reply that he volunteered to come leaves the Mountain Keeper momentarily speechless. The Mountain Keeper muses that Lee Cheol is a kid with his misfortunes all tangled up. Lee Cheol recalls what his magic eyes showed him and what he learned about the Mountain Keeper before his regression. A startling truth is revealed. He's a dokebi. Dokebis can read fate with their eyes, which hold the stars. An illustration of a powerful dokebi shows that they can read the 4 pillars of destiny, which are fixed and unchangeable. The Mountain Keeper smirks, asking Lee Cheol what he plans to do with the whole year he's been given. Lee Cheol glances at Butler Choi, keenly aware that his father will also be listening to his answer. Kneeling before the Mountain Keeper and Butler Choi, Lee Cheol begins to state his purpose. Elsewhere, the Patriarch looks out over the estate at night, remarking that Lee Cheol is a strange kid for running straight to the training ground. The Mountain Keeper dismisses Butler Choi, telling him to leave with Lee Cheol once he's healed, while the butler thanks him for the healing water. Butler Choi begins to broach the real reason for his visit. The Mountain Keeper eyes him suspiciously, demanding to know his true purpose beyond delivering liquor. Butler Choi smiles, agreeing to get straight to the point. He relays a message from the Patriarch, asking if the Mountain Keeper has read the celestial signs. The Mountain Keeper looks grave, stating there isn't much he can say. Butler Choi slyly suggests a dokebi wouldn't refuse a favor after receiving fine liquor, enraging the Mountain Keeper, who yells the booze was an apology. Ho ho ho! Butler Choi mentions the high value of the liquor, as the Mountain Keeper begrudgingly chugs a bottle, cursing his predicament. Thud. He slams the bottle down, his patience worn thin. The Mountain Keeper delivers a grim prophecy. The boy has a long road. Mankind is at its peak, and chaos will inevitably follow. He concludes his message for the Patriarch. Just follow the natural order of things. Ho ho. As Butler Choi accepts the message, the Mountain Keeper grumbles that he's only stuck here because he lost a wrestling match. The Mountain Keeper notes Butler Choi's fondness for the boy and questions his concern, but the butler insists he is merely a retainer. Butler Choi respectfully asks the Mountain Keeper to watch over Lee Cheol for a while. The Mountain Keeper silently considers the earnest request. Butler Choi offers a faint, knowing smile in return. The scene shifts to a vast, empty training ground. A swirling blue aura envelops Lee Cheol's hand. Whoa! He materializes in the training ground, amazed that a tree knot served as a portal. He wonders if this magical transportation is a trick of the dokebi. Stretching, Lee Cheol resolves to use his year to overcome his weaknesses. He vows to master all of his skills, from his magic eyes to the black energy. A blade of pure energy materializes in his hand. With determined eyes, he sets a goal to repeat his training 1,000 times, or as many as it takes. Watching from his residence, the Mountain Keeper notes that the kid has impressive grit. As Lee Cheol trains relentlessly, narration explains his brutal cycle of self-destruction and magical healing. The Mountain Keeper observes a projection of the training, finally understanding the boy's bizarre fate. He muses that Lee Cheol is defying his destiny of an early death, and wonders where he has seen another being without a fixed fate. He has a sudden realization, exclaiming that blood doesn't lie, and that the heavens themselves are fed up with Lee Cheol's cursed family. 3 months later, the Mountain Keeper complains that watching Lee Cheol has become boring. He screams in frustration that the boy does nothing but repetitive, basic training all day long. Lounging about, he grumbles that Lee Cheol only speaks to him for permission to pick herbs, cynically noting he probably hasn't died. King! A sudden cry rings out, startling him. He bolts upright, recognizing the cry of the spirit beast, Bakia. He quickly deduces that something must have entered the mountain. Confused, he remembers his detection barrier should have prevented any intrusion. His magical sight reveals a small, crying spirit beast, and he wonders if the delivery men from the main house caused this. He watches in horror, shouting in disbelief as he realizes Lee Cheol is trying to eat the spirit beast. Lee Cheol charges with a crazed look, swinging a small hammer at the tiny creature. The terrified spirit beast flees, a small bottle clutched in its mouth. The Mountain Keeper bursts from his home, screaming for him to stop. He streaks through the forest in a desperate blur. Landing hard in front of Lee Cheol, he furiously demands to know what he's doing. Lee Cheol stops in his tracks, looking surprised to see the Mountain Keeper. He looks up, his expression one of pure confusion. A caption identifies the boy as Lee Cheol, now 14 years old. Lee Cheol remains stunned by the Mountain Keeper's sudden intervention. The Mountain Keeper furiously berates him for daring to attack a spirit beast right in front of him. A bewildered Lee Cheol asks what he's talking about, but the Mountain Keeper accuses him of chasing Baki with clear killing intent. The Mountain Keeper stares back in pure disbelief. He notices Lee Cheol is carrying a net basket and a small hoe, not weapons. Ignoring the Mountain Keeper's shouts, Lee Cheol sprints away in pursuit of the tiny spirit beast. The Mountain Keeper grabs him, demanding an explanation, and Lee Cheol yells that the creature stole his special potion. Promising to explain later, Lee Cheol breaks free and resumes the chase. The Mountain Keeper is stunned, wondering how the boy even found a hidden spirit beast. He watches in amazement, realizing Lee Cheol is precisely tracking Baki's hiding spot. The Mountain Keeper muses that such precise tracking should be impossible, even with excellent senses. He's further shocked to see Lee Cheol moving with aura-enhanced speed, leaving no tracks, and wonders when he became so fast. He reflects that it's only been 3 months since he last paid close attention to the boy. Lee Cheol lunges desperately for the fleeing Baki, which clutches the stolen potion bottle. Baffled, the Mountain Keeper wonders what on earth happened in that short time to cause this incredible growth. He pieces it together. Lee Cheol was gathering ingredients, and Baki snatched the finished potion while he was gone. Lee Cheol angrily lists the rare ingredients, including a 50-year-old wild ginseng. He concludes his list with ingredients grown on magical insect carcasses, explaining how hard they were to collect, leaving the Mountain Keeper speechless. As the Mountain Keeper tries to calm him down, Lee Cheol despairs that all his hard work is now wasted. He sighs, revealing that creating the potion was one of his most important goals for coming to the mountain. The Mountain Keeper snaps, yelling that he was the one who permitted the gathering, so it's no big deal. Lee Cheol calmly agrees that he is right. He cleverly turns the tables, arguing that since it happened on the Mountain Keeper's territory, it's his fault for poor management. Flustered and backed into a corner, the Mountain Keeper reluctantly offers to compensate him. A sly grin spreads across Lee Cheol's face as he asks if the Mountain Keeper will do anything. The Mountain Keeper realizes he's been expertly trapped by the boy's logic. Lee Cheol beams, his brilliant smile signaling a clear victory. Creak! In a dark chamber, a monstrous winged form begins to stir. A terrifying, Six-eyed demoness with a wide, sharp-toothed grin emerges from the shadows. Lee Cheol stands ready, sword in hand, facing the formidable illusionary beast. Taking a breath, he recalls a lesson on consecutively using aura skills. He remembers that the power of a follow-up attack is just as strong as the first, as he unleashes a powerful slash. He shouts the name of his technique, Enhanced Energy Art, Underworld. The demon shrieks as red energy ribbons bind and tear at her. Lee Cheol lands solidly, his feet cracking the stone floor. He immediately launches into his next move, Enhanced Energy Art, Razor Wind, slicing the demon with a furious barrage of green energy. He twists gracefully, completing his fluid, two-part combination attack. Tisk. He clicks his tongue, annoyed. He's stunned that his powerful combo wasn't enough to kill her, as the wounded demon still stands. Key. The demon unleashes a furious counterattack of dark energy spikes. A golden talisman suddenly appears, neutralizing the demon's attack in a burst of light. The Mountain Keeper catches the talisman, complaining that he's stuck cleaning up after a brat. He angrily grumbles to himself, questioning why he ever agreed to help. He asks Lee Cheol if he needs a break, but the exhausted boy insists they continue immediately. With a weary sigh, the Mountain Keeper tells him to focus and visualize his target as Lee Cheol closes his eyes to concentrate. He throws another talisman, summoning an illusion of a skilled swordsman for Lee Cheol to spar with. The Mountain Keeper groans, feeling his spiritual energy being drained by the intensive illusion magic. He fumes, wondering how Lee Cheol knew to ask for such advanced illusion training, let alone for a 4-hour session. Deciding what's done is done, he moves on. Noting the next task is harvesting mana grass, he observes Lee Cheol, impressed by how much the boy has built up his body and refined his movements in just 3 months. He concludes that Lee Cheol hasn't just gotten stronger, he's become fundamentally sturdier. Still, the Mountain Keeper's eyes narrow with resolve. As Lee Cheol trains, the Mountain Keeper decides he must ask him about that weapon. He watches from a distance, arms crossed, as Lee Cheol practices with his glowing blade. Later, Lee Cheol relaxes in a spring, feeling revived by the healing water and wishing he could have it at the main estate. Suddenly on alert, Lee Cheol is shocked that he did not sense an approach, as the Mountain Keeper notes his exhaustion and asks what brings him here. He stares in surprise at the Mountain Keeper's sudden appearance. Now, also in the spring, the Mountain Keeper says he's earned a rest and asks if Lee Cheol is actually relaxing. Lee Cheol smiles, replying that he always rests well, but only after training. The Mountain Keeper remarks that he's never seen anyone train so recklessly, as Lee Cheol wonders where he got a bowl of eggs. Feeling uneasy, Lee Cheol decides to leave now that he's healed. Wham! The Mountain Keeper slams his hand down, telling him to wait. Lee Cheol turns back as the Mountain Keeper orders him to sit, saying he has something to ask. He asks for the name of the weapon Lee Cheol was using, and the boy holds up his ring, asking if he means this one. The Mountain Keeper promises secrecy, explaining it reminds him of something he saw long ago. Lee Cheol reveals its name is Boundless, and that he found it in the family archives. The Mountain Keeper begins telling a story, recalling something very similar he once saw in the distant past. A memory swirls into view as he concentrates. He recalls seeing something very similar to the boy's weapon in the distant past. The memory sharpens as he focuses on the long-forgotten image. He explains that in his vision, a shaman always carried a similar object. The illusion shows a shaman wielding a stone that could freely change its shape, manifesting fire and water. He continues, explaining the shaman could perform all sorts of magic with just that stone. The Mountain Keeper states that because the shaman used his powers freely, he became the greatest of his time. But then he says ominously, things took a dark turn. The stone he trusted ended up consuming him. The shaman became a mindless beast, rampaging uncontrollably. It took less than a year for him to change, and since he couldn't be killed, he was sealed away. Lee Cheol asks what happened to the stone. He's told that many sorcerers combined their power to destroy it, and Lee Cheol finds the story strangely familiar. Lee Cheol asks if the shaman was sealed in Thousand Demons Mountain, but the Mountain Keeper clarifies he was sealed on an island at the eastern end. Lee Cheol realizes the story is different from the one he read in the library. An image reveals the stone and Boundless are separate but related objects. Lee Cheol urges the Mountain Keeper to continue his explanation. The Mountain Keeper remembers smelling something foul from that stone. Pointing at Lee Cheol, he says it was a strange scent, not of a human, beast, or spirit. He declares the Boundless is a dangerous foreign object and advises Lee Cheol to give it up. Lee Cheol feels a suffocating threat, as if his heart is being squeezed by the suggestion. With a confident smile, Lee Cheol recalls his response. If a power is given to him, he will master it. The Mountain Keeper smirks, commenting on his arrogance for saying that to Taishan himself. He then asks if Lee Cheol truly believes his magic eyes and boundless are the same, to which the boy says they aren't that different to him. Sighing that there's no helping it, the Mountain Keeper rises menacingly from the water. Clenching his fist, he declares he'll just have to take the weapon by force. A furious blue aura erupts around him. He summons a massive spiked club from the raw energy. The enormous weapon looms over Lee Cheol, who remains calm in the water. The Mountain Keeper warns that he can't guarantee his control after so long, but Lee Cheol seems utterly unconcerned. Lee Cheol confidently says he doesn't think the Mountain Keeper will attack. He smiles, knowing he's called the man's bluff. He reminds the Mountain Keeper that attacking him would mean breaking his vow. The Mountain Keeper lets out a long sigh of defeat. Realizing he's been outmaneuvered, he asks if Lee Cheol knew everything all along, and the boy simply replies, "Of course." Lee Cheol calmly reminds him of his oath to the founder, to protect the mountain and assist trainees. The Mountain Keeper remains silent as Lee Cheol asks if he was actually going to take the ring by force. Tisk. The Mountain Keeper mockingly notes that Lee Cheol is clearly a survivor who gets by on his wits and tongue. Lee Cheol cleverly asks why the Mountain Keeper didn't just take the ring by force under the pretext of helping him. With a thoughtful expression, Lee Cheol thanks the Mountain Keeper for telling him the story. The Mountain Keeper, holding one of his talismans, looks confused as Lee Cheol addresses him again. With a brilliant smile, Lee Cheol reminds the Mountain Keeper that he just threatened a trainee, and that he always settles his debts. The scene shifts to a title card identifying Lee Cheol's temporary residence on Heavenly Mountain. Night falls over the quiet, traditional house where Lee Cheol is staying. Inside, swirling dark energy is absorbed into a sword's hilt. It worked. Lee Cheol is amazed it took 3 whole months to read the memories of the Jew Blade. He recalls receiving 2 swords from Lee Jae-hak, the first being the Artisan Sword, Jew Blade. The second sword is identified as the Artisan Sword, Effenberg. He notes that Effenberg is imbued with yin energy, and he already absorbed its short memories back at the main house. Now he decides to test the Jew Blade's abilities, recalling he also saw Boundless's second memory before his evaluation. That memory revealed the power to copy a weapon's abilities, and his ring begins to glow. A black sword, copied from his memory, materializes in the room. A blade of blue energy strikes the manifested sword. Lee Cheol realizes the Jew Blade's primary power is the ability to transfer items. He deduces that simply copying a weapon's form isn't enough. It must be absorbed with dark energy to use its abilities. Since the seal on another sword, Black Twilight, was broken here, he decides to view its memories as well. A flashback shows that before the seal was released, he couldn't see past a certain point in the sword's history. He focuses, knowing the important part of the memory is about to unfold. He witnesses an ancestor deciding to seal the sword to protect his children from its corrupting power. A hooded figure agrees, noting that from now on, few will be able to earn the sword's recognition. The ancestor declares it's better for the unworthy not to use it, and, with the figure's understanding, begins the sealing ritual. Powerful runes are inscribed upon the blade. The hand of the hooded figure finalizes the ritual, declaring the sealing complete. The ancestor begins to ask about the contents of the seal, but the memory becomes corrupted and unreadable. He dismisses it, believing such a small change won't drastically affect things. The ancestor turns his attention back to the task at hand. He grasps the hilt of the now sealed Black Twilight. He is shocked to discover a complex magic circuit, like a human's, flowing within the sword. He gathers a ball of mana in his hand to test its new state. With a powerful swing, he tests the sword's effect on his magic. He's stunned, realizing his mana wasn't just cut, it was completely dispersed. Concerned by this unexpected power, he decides the seal must be reinforced. Back in the present, Lee Cheol recoils as the vision ends, feeling the mental strain. A sly smile spreads across his face as he realizes he possesses a weapon that can nullify mana. The scene changes as Lee Cheol slams his foot down on the training ground. He lunges forward, sword ready, in a blur of motion. Facing a massive illusionary demon, he prepares to unleash his enhanced energy art. He slices through the demon with a massive arc of brilliant energy. Bang! In the aftermath of the explosion, he looks on, surprised he actually pulled it off. The Mountain Keeper, looking considerably heavier, congratulates him on his first victory after 7 months of trying. Lee Cheol smugly asks if he finally admits defeat, while the Mountain Keeper grumbles that he's an annoying bastard. As the Mountain Keeper asks what's next, Lee Cheol activates his ring but says he's done training for now. The Mountain Keeper is overjoyed at the idea of a break, clapping him heartily on the back. Lee Cheol stammers nervously, confusing the eager Mountain Keeper. Clutching his chest, Lee Cheol's expression turns deadly serious. A mystical trial space, created for the Lee clan successor, is revealed behind imposing doors. The Mountain Keeper is introduced as the gatekeeper, who selects challengers for this sacred trial. Asked if he's sure, Lee Cheol confirms his resolve to the Mountain Keeper, stating he is prepared. His eyes burn with unwavering determination. Swish. The Mountain Keeper extends his hand, acknowledging the boy's readiness. Convinced, the Mountain Keeper grins, acknowledging that Lee Cheol appears ready for the challenge. He formally grants Lee Cheol, 9th child of the esteemed Marshall Lee clan, permission to enter the bloodless stream. Thank you, Lee Cheol gratefully accepts, shaking his hand with a firm grip. The Mountain Keeper leads him to a cave, declaring it the entrance to the bloodless stream. Lee Cheol recognizes the path, questioning if it's just the cave leading to the man's quarters. The Mountain Keeper steps forward, cryptically replying that it is for now. A powerful blue aura envelops the Mountain Keeper's hand as he prepares to act. Swoosh! He presses his glowing palm against the solid rock of the cave wall. Woong! The rock gives way, revealing the massive, magical trial doors. The Mountain Keeper warns him there's no turning back until the trial is complete and tells him to open the gate. I'll be back, Lee Cheol says with quiet confidence, ready to face what's inside. Take your time, the Mountain Keeper says, before grumbling to himself that the boy is an eyesore. As he wishes him luck, Lee Cheol faces the brightly glowing doors, ready to begin. Gasp! Inside the trial, Lee Cheol recalls the legends of his clan's founder, known as a martial god and dragon slayer. He remembers the founder as the man who established the greatest clan in the world. The founder is revealed, Lee Hyuyan, standing with quiet authority. Sensing a powerful presence, as if the founder were still alive, Lee Cheol grips his glowing sword. He recalls that a challenger for the bloodless stream only appears once every few generations. The trial's single condition is revealed. He must defeat a recreated version of the founder at age 15. Just as he begins to scout his opponent, he's violently struck, coughing up blood. A flash of steel reveals the founder's blade has already pierced him through the chest. Ah! His eyes widen in pure shock and agony. Lying on the grass, he dazedly wonders what just happened, questioning if he was stabbed in the heart. He insists to himself that he wasn't being careless. He recalls past deaths in the trial, remembering how he always understood his mistakes, even when beheaded. But this time is different. He's completely baffled. He realizes that beyond knowing his heart was pierced, he has no idea how it happened. Forcing himself to calm down, he focuses on analyzing the impossibly fast attack. He deduces that the founder used no secret techniques or body-enhancing martial arts to defeat him. Suddenly, a shocking possibility dawns on him. He wonders if the founder struck a blind spot so precise that even his sixth sense couldn't detect it the moment he blinked. He visualizes the attack again, a blur of motion exploiting a momentary weakness. He questions if such a feat is even possible, as it would require his opponent to perfectly predict his every move. Clenching his sword, he accepts. This just proves how overwhelmingly strong the founder truly is. With renewed determination, he rises to face the challenge once more. Across the field, the young founder unleashes a torrent of brilliant blue energy. Aha! Facing that immense power, Lee Cheol laughs nervously, unsure if victory is even possible. The scene shifts to a grand estate, where a hand carefully wipes down a wooden box. As a servant reports that Lee Cheol has entered the gate, Lee Jae-hak notes that 10 months have passed. A young man with spiky hair expresses his doubt, believing Lee Cheol isn't skilled enough for the trial yet. Lee Jae-hak counters that the boy has never truly lost, recalling his battles against formidable foes like the Turtlehead Mountain and the Blood Tiger Squad. A flashback shows Lee Cheol decisively defeating a powerful, monstrous opponent. He clarifies that while Lee Cheol didn't win every fight, he never experienced a true spirit-breaking defeat. In other words, he has never faced a challenge he believed was truly insurmountable. Tapping the table, Lee Jae-hak asks the young man if he knows why the survival rate in the bloodless stream is less than 50%. Lee Jae-hak explains that the trial's low survival rate is because people break when they face the wall, that is, Lee Cheol. He muses that they will now see what happens when an undefeated child runs into a true insurmountable wall. In his study, Lee Jae-hak asks the spiky-haired young man if he knows why the survival rate in the bloodless dream is less than 50%. The answer echoes. It's because people break down when they face the impossibly high wall that is the founder, Lee Cheol. Within the trial, Lee Cheol stares up at the metaphorical wall, a sheer cliff of overwhelming power. Huff, huff, lying exhausted on the grass. Lee Cheol recalls the words predicting what would happen when he faced a true wall. He pants, finally understanding the weight of those words as he lies defeated. Wincing, he wonders if he died in a single strike yet again. In a moment of pained realization, he yells that the founder completely deceived his senses. He relives the moment, realizing the founder feinted a frontal attack only to strike him from the side. He questions how it's possible, wondering if the founder perfectly pierced his blind spot and has already figured out all his movement patterns. Sitting up, he looks on with a troubled but focused expression, processing the crushing defeat. He looks at his trembling hands, acknowledging it's been a long time since he's felt this way. Clenching his fist, he identifies the feeling, crushing despair, fear, and the sense that he absolutely cannot win. But his eyes blaze with defiance as he declares that even so, he refuses to give in. He states that no one in the world understands this feeling of hopelessness better than he does. His resolve solidifies as he stands, gripping his sword, which now glows with renewed energy. Stomping his foot on the ground, he declares that once you've hit rock bottom, the only way left is up. He leaps into the air, ready to challenge the founder once more. As he faces his ancestor, he affirms that his repeated attempts are not meaningless. The young founder watches him approach, his expression calm and ready. Thrown back again, Lee Cheol begins to understand that the founder's power isn't some mysterious ability. Struck through the chest once more, he realizes the founder's strength is his talent for finding the perfect answer to any attack. He understands that the founder instinctively knows the best move for every single moment. His analysis continues. The founder possesses a flawless, solid foundation in every basic principle of martial arts. Darting away from a strike, Lee Cheol vows to look closely at the path of the founder's sword. His eyes glow intensely as he tracks every subtle movement of the blade. He identifies the next move, a horizontal slash from left to right, and prepares himself. Vowing that he will succeed this time, he is once again cut down in a spray of blood. The sounds of steel on steel echo through the trial grounds. Clang. He blocks the founder's blade, counting it as one strike. Clang. He parries a second blow, successfully holding his ground. As the duel continues, he counts 3 strikes, then 4, surviving longer than ever before. Sparks fly as their swords clash, and he realizes he is gradually becoming able to fight on equal footing. The founder's expression becomes serious as his sword begins to emanate a dark power. The founder unleashes a powerful slash infused with his blue aura. Lee Cheol's eyes widen in shock as he realizes his opponent has finally started using aura. He dodges, declaring his own fighting style is defined by unpredictability and freedom. Facing his ancestor, he has an epiphany. He lacked the unshakable foundation needed to unite his own varied abilities. With a flash of insight, he finally understands the true purpose of the bloodless dream. He exclaims that the goal is not to defeat the founder, but to break through the wall that is yourself. Now armed with a spear, he leaps at the founder with a completely new approach. A green aura envelops his spear as he realizes he has a hidden strength even the founder doesn't possess. Memory surfaces of a woman praising his incredible talent for magic arts. He recalls his younger self happily thanking his aunt, drawing strength from the memory. He unleashes his new power, calling out its name, Enhanced Energy Art, Razor Wind. A swirling vortex of green energy gathers at the tip of his spear. With a mighty battle cry, he thrusts the attack forward. The torrent of green energy slams into the founder's defensive aura. Crack. The founder's blue energy shield begins to fracture under the force of Lee Cheol's new technique. With a final, explosive burst of green energy, the metaphorical wall collapses completely. From Lee Cheol's perspective, he sees the founder standing defeated as his attack surges past. With grim determination, Lee Cheol holds his spear steady, having finally overcome his greatest trial. Elsewhere, the Mountain Keeper reflects that before Taishan, no one had taken the trial in a century, and now another has appeared. He slams his cup down on the table, deep in thought. Rumble. A tremor shakes his quarters, and he looks up in alarm, wondering what's happening in the mountains. A look of dawning realization spreads across his face as he suspects the cause. He bolts out of his home, racing through the snowy woods toward the trail's entrance. He arrives before the massive trial doors, just as they begin to open. The Mountain Keeper stares in disbelief, unable to believe Lee Cheol actually passed the trial. With a faint, confident smile, Lee Cheol emerges victorious from the bloodless stream. "I've returned, Mountain Keeper," he announces calmly, standing triumphant. Later, while soaking in a hot spring, a relaxed Lee Cheol is asked how the trial was. Lee Cheol admits he never wants to do it again, but the Mountain Keeper laughs, noting he doesn't seem much different. The Keeper explains that most emerge with their nature changed, and Lee Cheol muses that everyone reaches a different conclusion. He then asks the Mountain Keeper how his father fared in the same trial. The Mountain Keeper teases him for being curious, and asks if he knows what his father said upon completing the trial. In a flashback, a younger Lee Jae-hak stoically declares his training complete and thanks the Keeper before leaving. The Mountain Keeper watches him go with a serious, unreadable expression. Back in the present, he tells Lee Cheol it wasn't even close, but congratulates him on being the youngest to ever pass. Lee Cheol smiles humbly, admitting that speed isn't what truly matters in that test. The Mountain Keeper asks what he'll do with his remaining month, and Lee Cheol clenches his fist with purpose. To the Mountain Keeper's surprise, Lee Cheol says he plans to rest and reflect on everything he's learned. Smirk. The Keeper leans in, intrigued by the change and wondering if the sorcery messed with his head. Lee Cheol gets the Keeper's attention, who asks what he wants. Beaming with a cheerful, flowery aura, Lee Cheol announces it's time to collect his reward. He reminds the sweating Keeper of a past threat, who stammers in defense. Lee Cheol looms over the nervous Mountain Keeper, who holds his drink defensively. He promises not to make a difficult request, but the Mountain Keeper thinks that sounds even more terrifying. With a serious expression, Lee Cheol states he'd like to borrow the Dokkaebi Club. He reassures him the request isn't difficult, but the Keeper remains terrified, thinking it sounds even scarier. What the Mountain Keeper shouts, completely shocked by the absurd request. He protests that the weapon is not for humans, but Lee Cheol insists he just wants to touch it once. He coaxes the Keeper, saying a simple touch can't cause a problem, but the man remains hesitant. Damn it. All right, fine, the Mountain Keeper yells, finally giving in to the boy's pestering. Grumbling that Lee Cheol won't be able to do anything with it, he begins to summon the powerful weapon. A massive, spiked club materializes, crackling with immense blue energy. The Keeper explains that this is his Dokkaebi Club, a weapon forged from a Dokkaebi soul and star fragments. The Mountain Keeper stands with the enormous, intimidating club resting on his shoulder. A close-up reveals the club's vicious, pointed spikes. He agrees to lend it for only 1 hour, warning Lee Cheol to handle it carefully or face the consequences. "Thank you," Lee Cheol says with a huge, happy grin. The moment he takes it, the club's immense weight causes it to slam into the ground. Lee Cheol strains, unable to even lift it, as the Keeper smugly points out his failure. The Mountain Keeper walks off, telling him to enjoy playing around with the club for his allotted hour. With great effort, Lee Cheol uses mana just to lift the club, panting as he wonders why it's so heavy. He stretches his arm, suspecting that this isn't even the weapon's true, fully released form. He recalls its legend. Swinging it can summon typhoons, and fully released, it becomes a force of nature. He reveals his true purpose, stating he only borrowed the Dokkaebi Club for one reason. He plans to test how his dark energy interacts with a weapon, to see if it can be absorbed and what conditions apply. A jolt of energy zaps Lee Cheol as the Mountain Keeper's voice echoes in his mind, wondering what the stubborn kid is up to. Q. He gasps in pain, reeling from the raw power of the Dokkaebi Club. Clenching his fist against the ground, he triumphantly realizes he's managed to read its memory. He reasons that though the club repelled him, reading its memory proves he can absorb its power. With a confident smirk, he concludes, this means he can handle even weapons beyond human capability. Sometime later, Lee Cheol, now with a backpack and sword, leaves the mountain, noting how noisy it was at the base. Inside, the Mountain Keeper asks if today is finally the day he's leaving. Lee Cheol smiles, confirming that today marks exactly 1 year since his arrival. Poof! With a casual acknowledgement, the Mountain Keeper summons a small, mysterious pouch. He holds up the pouch, looking gruff and asking what it could possibly be for. "Salt," he yells, threatening to sprinkle it on Lee Cheol to drive him away for good. Lee Cheol promises to visit again, and the keeper gruffly replies that he'd better not come empty-handed. As the keeper demands, he bring lots of gifts. Lee Cheol internally notes the man's contradictory farewell. Lee Cheol turns serious, asking the mountain keeper if he is truly satisfied living in the mountains. The keeper looks off wistfully, explaining that it doesn't matter. This is his place, so he stays. He adds that he can still get what he wants, asking where else he would get his liquor and snacks. Feigning annoyance, he shoo Lee Cheol away, telling him to stop bothering him and get going. Lee Cheol turns to leave, admitting that he can't fulfill his promise right now. But he vows that one day he will help restore the mountain keeper's name, shocking the older man. With a final, knowing smile, Lee Cheol departs. The mountain keeper watches him disappear into the vast, mountainous landscape. A rare, warm smile spreads across the keeper's face as he watches the boy go. A flashback reveals the keeper's origin. He was a Dokkaebi, defeated twice by a powerful man and forced to make 2 pledges. The pledges were to manage the mountain for trainees and to create the bloodless dream trial, all in service to the man Lee Cheol. Q. The Dokkaebi is slammed to the ground during their fated wrestling match. Standing victorious, Lee Cheol reminds the Dokkaebi of his promise not to cause chaos in the human world. As proof of their pact, he declares that he will take the Dokkaebi's name. He explains that by taking his name, the very essence of his being, he is effectively holding the Dokkaebi's soul hostage. Seeing the Dokkaebi's terror, he reassures him that this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Extending a hand, Lee Cheol promises that their contract will end when someone arrives who can restore the Dokkaebi's name. Back in the present, the mountain keeper reflects that his time wasn't all bad, wondering if Lee Cheol is truly the one Cheol spoke of. He scratches his head, pondering Lee Cheol's promise to return his name. Suddenly, he erupts in comical fury, angry that the boy left him on a cliffhanger without any explanation. He storms off in a huff, grumbling that he should have thrown the salt after all. The scene transitions to a grand estate under a starry night sky. Lee Cheol arrives at his family home, musing that a detour to a steamed mountain took longer than he expected. A voice greets him as young master, causing him to turn in surprise. A man in a butler's uniform, Butler Choi, formally welcomes him and asks if he's been well. Lee Cheol smiles, realizing Butler Choi's presence means his father has summoned him. Butler Choi confirms this, instructing him to go to the main house immediately while his luggage is taken care of. The two walk together through the quiet, traditional corridors of the estate. The butler redirects Lee Cheol, who asks why they're going a different way. Lee Cheol follows, a sense of foreboding dawning on him as he recognizes the path. They are heading to the patriarch's private training ground. Inside, his father, Lee Jae-hak, stands ready, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Lee Jae-hak turns, his expression stern and unreadable. Drawing his sword, he coldly announces, "You've arrived." Lee Jae-hak stares intently, his golden eyes filled with grim purpose. He reflects internally that he's no longer surprised, as he still can't fathom the level of his own father's martial prowess. With a severe gaze, Lee Jae-hak prepares to face his son. Lee Cheol respectfully greets his father, who notes that his son seems to have achieved some results. Lee Cheol humbly replies that seeing his father again has shown him how much he still has to learn. His father, Lee Jae-hak, dryly asks if he learned flattery while he was away, calling it disappointing. Lee Cheol is stunned, wondering if his notoriously stern father just made a joke and smiled. Butler Choi arrives, announcing that the tea is ready for the patriarch. Lee Jae-hak gestures for them to follow him to a different room. The scene transitions as tea is poured into 2 cups. Now seated, Lee Jae-hak asks his son how he has been, while Butler Choi serves them. His father cuts him off, demanding his personal impressions instead of a formal report, catching Lee Cheol off guard. Realizing his father wants an honest reflection, Lee Cheol braces himself to speak candidly. A quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Lee Jae-hak listens intently, internally remarking that this is a strange feeling. Lee Cheol reflects that this is the first time his father has ever asked for personal impressions over a formal report. After finishing his account, Lee Cheol sits quietly as his father sips his tea. Setting his cup down, Lee Jae-hak acknowledges that his son did not waste his time. Lee Cheol smiles confidently, assuring his father he wouldn't dare squander the opportunity. His smile fades as his father's tone shifts, questioning why he returned late tonight. Lee Jae-hak's expression hardens as he asks if that was truly all his son had to report. Deciding it's best to be direct, Lee Cheol admits he also wanted to demonstrate something to the elders. Lee Cheol is taken aback by the sudden change in atmosphere. An oppressive aura fills the room as Lee Jae-hak scathingly asks if a few achievements have made his son conceited. Lee Jae-hak accuses him of visiting the ancestral mountain merely to bolster his own reputation. Staggered by the overwhelming pressure, Lee Cheol struggles to maintain his composure. Resolved, Lee Cheol decides he must show his respect through action, not just words, especially since he must visit Esteemed Mountain for Black Twilight. As Lee Cheol collects himself, his father remarks on his glibness. Lee Jae-hak declares he will forgive him this time, but warns him not to let it become arrogance. Lee Cheol immediately apologizes. His father then adds there is one more thing he hasn't been told, and Lee Cheol looks up in confusion. His eyes widen in shock, as his father reminds him that he only gave permission to train at Heavenly Mountain. Lee Jae-hak coldly states he never permitted his son to enter the bloodless dream. Lee Cheol watches in alarm as his father rises, his hand resting on his sword. Shing! His father's hand closes around the gleaming hilt. With a sharp sound, Lee Jae-hak draws his sword, ready for a confrontation. The scene shifts back to the training ground, where Butler Choi presents Lee Cheol with his own sword. Lee Cheol finally understands why his father summoned him here, as Butler Choi offers him his weapon. Lee Jae-hak challenges his son to show him everything he has learned. Taking the sword, Lee Cheol realizes with a jolt that his father knew all along. Whoosh! A vibrant blue aura explodes from Lee Cheol's sword as he ignites his power. His expression is grimly determined as he readies himself for the fight. Lee Jae-hak watches his son's power surge with a calm, unreadable expression. A surge of golden energy crackles as Lee Cheol activates his magic eyes. He focuses his power, combining his sword's blue aura with the analytical ability of his eyes. His eye widens in utter disbelief as he stares at his father. He realizes he can't see anything at all. No mana, no aura, just a complete and utter void. Lee Jae-hak stands before him, his power so immense it's completely imperceptible. Lee Cheol concludes that the current state of his magic eyes is still too weak to see his father's power. Realizing his special sight is useless, he deactivates it to conserve concentration. Stomping his foot, he decides there is no point in warming up or testing the waters against his father. He resolves to go all out from the very first strike, bursting forward with explosive force. He unleashes his attack, the boundless first form, channeling a massive wave of energy into his sword. Whoosh! He swings his sword with intense focus, unleashing his technique. With eyes glowing with power, he channels all his concentration into the attack. He unleashes his ultimate technique, Demon Slayer. Unfazed, his father Lee Jae-hak counters by imbuing his own attack with the aura of freezing winds. Internally, Lee Cheol hopes his attack has some effect, even if it pales in comparison to his ancestors. Lee Jae-hak stands ready beneath the night sky, a figure of immense power. His hand tightens on the hilt of his sword, preparing to strike. A flash of light emanates from his father's sword as he draws his power. Lee Jae-hak raises his blade, unleashing a simple, elegant counterattack. An overwhelming wave of energy erupts from his father's sword. Kook! Lee Cheol is thrown back by the sheer force of the counter, the ground shattering around him. As the dust settles, his father's voice cuts through, declaring, "That's enough." Lee Jae-hak turns his back, the floor around him deeply scarred by his power. Lee Jae-hak looks back with an expression of faint surprise and assessment. Panting, Lee Cheol acknowledges his father's command. He reflects on his goal, to discover his unique talent and refine it into an unshakable foundation. This, he concludes, is the answer he has found. In a flash of resolve, Lee Cheol stops his father's blade with his bare hand. He stands firm, declaring that his path is to find a talent uniquely his own. His father stands amidst the destruction, having witnessed his son's resolve. The image of Lee Cheol defiantly stopping the blade underscores his determination. Lee Jae-hak acknowledges that his son has chosen a difficult path. His father observes with satisfaction that Lee Cheol neither bent nor broke. Changing the subject, Lee Jae-hak sheathes his sword and asks about the bloodless dream trial, surprising his son. Still catching his breath, Lee Cheol admits he can't properly describe the experience. Lee Jae-hak explains that if he can't explain it, he hasn't truly mastered what he learned. Taking his sword from Butler Choi, Lee Jae-hak notes that his son's attack wasn't his full strength. His father's gaze remains stern and analytical. He warns Lee Cheol that he would have been severely punished for a poor performance after entering the trial without permission. Lee Cheol immediately bows and offers a sincere apology. He looks up, confused, as his father asks what he plans to do now. Lee Cheol announces he has a request, and his father grants him permission to speak. He explains that although he must attend the academy, he has already surpassed the level of a cadet. He speaks with newfound confidence, laying out his argument. With determination, Lee Cheol declares that he wants to experience the world. His father reveals he anticipated this, guessing it was the reason for climbing Heavenly Mountain, which Lee Cheol confirms. Lee Cheol adds, however, that his primary motivation was a genuine desire to improve himself. Lee Jae-hak offers a warning, cautioning that his son's habit of multitasking his goals might one day backfire. Lee Cheol smiles respectfully and promises to keep his father's advice in mind. He internally recognizes his father's words as both advice and a subtle warning. The narrative explains the warrior's journey, the final trial for a Lee clan heir to grow strong on their own. It clarifies that there's no set test, only the need to accomplish something universally acknowledged. A concerned observer, likely his father, thinks that 15 is too young for such a journey. Lee Cheol stands ready, as it's noted that most start this trial at 17 or 18. His father reflects that Lee Cheol is exceptional, having already confirmed he possesses the strength of a 5th-rank warrior. Lee Cheol stands before a symbolic light, representing the beginning of his journey. His father concludes that others will be wary of his son's prowess and grants his permission. With a firm expression, Lee Jae-hak officially permits his son to embark on the warrior's journey. Lee Cheol clenches his hands behind his back in relief, realizing his request has been granted. His momentary relief is cut short, as his father adds a final condition. His father's gaze is serious, imposing his final condition. The scene shifts to a modern building, blending contemporary and traditional architecture. A man with a friendly grin greets Lee Cheol, welcoming him back after a hard time. The man, his uncle, pinches his cheek affectionately, while Lee Cheol asks if he's been well. Laughing, his uncle remarks on how tall he has grown. He invites Lee Cheol to have a seat, and Lee Cheol politely agrees. Now seated, the uncle offers a drink, which Lee Cheol declines. Lee Cheol explains he's full from eating with his nanny, recalling being overfed as his uncle laughs. His uncle notes that Lee Cheol looks tired, and he blames it on a heavy workload. Changing the subject, Lee Cheol announces he has a gift for his uncle, who leans forward with interest. Lee Cheol presents a small wooden box, explaining it's a tonic he made himself. Deeply touched, his uncle exclaims that Lee Cheol is the only one who cares for him and eagerly opens the gift. He opens the box to find a single glowing pill, noting its unique scent of a pine forest after rainfall. Lee Cheol mentions that the mountain keeper approved of it, which surprises his uncle. He urges his uncle to try it now, who hesitantly agrees. Believing in a goblin's appraisal, the uncle prepares to take the tonic. As his uncle consumes the pill, Lee Cheol watches with a confident smile. The uncle's eyes close as he immediately feels the tonic's powerful effect. A surge of blue energy envelops him as he realizes the tonic will multiply his magic gains. His eyes snap open, filled with blue light as he declares the tonic impressive. He compares it to an elixir and asks if Lee Cheol truly made it, to which he proudly confirms. Lee Cheol explains that the formula is flexible, allowing for substitute ingredients with slightly less potency. His uncle closes the box, thoughtfully considering the implications. The uncle advises him to keep the recipe secret, recognizing its immense future potential. Touched by his uncle's foresight, Lee Cheol says he will be counting on him. His uncle laughs, playfully ruffling his hair and agreeing to be used by his clever nephew. The mood shifts as his uncle mentions the warrior's journey, surprising Lee Cheol that the news has spread. The uncle grows serious, predicting the decision will cause a significant stir. Symbolically, Lee Cheol is watched by many eyes, representing the inevitable accusations of favoritism. The narrative explains that, since his father is untouchable, all scrutiny will fall on him. His uncle questions the process, asking if the Elder Council's approval is also required. He warns that the elders dislike him and advises him to reconsider for now. Lee Cheol confidently states he anticipated this, explaining his father's conditions are meant to address these issues. His uncle questions him about the conditions, which Lee Cheol confirms exist. Lee Cheol looks at his uncle with purpose, declaring this is why he needs his help. Later, Lee Cheol enters a training hall, noting it's been a while since he was last here. He stretches among the training dummies, deciding it's time to loosen up. He senses an approaching presence and realizes she's here. A woman bursts through the doors with open arms and a joyful shout. Flames erupt behind her as she yells, "When you come home!" The woman furiously shakes Lee Cheol, calling him an ungrateful brat for being so hard to find. Stunned, Lee Cheol explains it was for work, thinking he was about to die. She pouts, annoyed that he's already leaving for a mission right after returning. His eyes gleam with golden light as he listens to her complaint. Her anger melts away as she pats his head, amazed at how his mana has doubled and his circuits have strengthened. He proudly tells her he's mastered the aura skills he studied, and she excitedly asks if he's reached 3 stars. Thrilled, she reveals she has completed incantations for other skills and wants to test them immediately. The woman looks on with eager anticipation. Lee Cheol explains that things are about to get very busy for him, starting today. An older woman with glasses watches them, observing that he is still close with his aunt. A man with dark hair and a purple robe smiles confidently. In the training hall, a voice exclaims, "You said you were busy." The fiery aunt confronts the man in the purple robe, accusing him of lying just to train her nephew. As the 3 stand together, the aunt reminds them that despite her own busy schedule, she still helped organize the incantations. Lee Cheol looks troubled, feeling guilty that his aunt had to assist the man due to her busy schedule. The man in purple thanks Lee Cheol, noting that his research materials were very helpful, and Lee Cheol agrees it's good to hear. Lee Cheol cheerfully asks the man if he's been well during his time away. His smile fades into confusion as the man's response seems to hang in the air. The man embraces Lee Cheol, apologizing that he couldn't see him off to Heavenly Mountain because he was on a mission. Lee Cheol happily explains that he was summoned by his father as soon as he returned. In a flashback, Lee Jae-hak tells the man that the youngest, Lee Cheol, needs to be taught the foundational techniques. Lee Jae-hak asks his older son to be the one to teach Lee Cheol. The older son looks up in surprise, questioning the request. His father explains that his teaching will be smoother than what the clan elders would provide. The older son hesitates, knowing his father isn't usually one to care about such nuances. With resolve, he accepts the duty and bows, agreeing to go. Click. His hand rests on the door as he prepares to leave. His father gives a final warning that he will need to be prepared for the task. The older son smiles gratefully and thanks his father before departing. As he walks away, he reflects that even he couldn't take the Bloodless Dream test without permission, showing how much Lee Cheol has grown. He now understands why his father asked him to teach the foundational techniques. He realizes his father wants to motivate him by having him watch his younger brother's progress. Or perhaps his father wants them to compete with one another. In any case, he decides he must check on the youngest right away. The older son strides purposefully through a sunlit corridor, heading to meet his brother. Back in the present, the older brother ruffles Lee Cheol's hair, musing that he might catch up sooner than anyone expects. He reassures his younger brother, stating he is the only one with a succession license and the time to spare for this training. The narrative explains the succession license is the ultimate proof of inheriting all of the esteemed martial Lee clan's techniques. An image depicts the state of complete mastery over one's body and the clan's sword arts. Lee Cheol realizes that inheriting all of the clan's techniques is one of the conditions his father set for his warrior's journey. He asks his brother if he will personally teach him the foundational skills, questioning why the training center elders aren't doing it. His brother recalls the underhanded plots against Lee Cheol, attacks at his naming ceremony, sabotage before exams, and being assigned to the worst academy class. Lee Cheol expresses his gratitude, and his brother pats his shoulder, telling him not to worry. The older brother internally notes that while he used to be able to gauge his brother's strength, there are now parts he can't measure. He pats Lee Cheol's head, telling his little bro he's proud but still wants to be the older brother he looks up to. Peeking from the side, their aunt observes the two brothers. She watches them, exasperated, while the older brother tries to calm her down. Fed up, the aunt declares she's leaving and pointedly asks if they'll see her tonight for research. She pouts, explaining that training is one thing, but research with him is something else entirely. She laments missing a chance to work with someone globally renowned for mana techniques, but agrees to wait a little longer. Puffing her chest out, she grandly announces that a world-renowned aunt like her will be understanding. She beams with pride, basking in her own magnanimity. Waving goodbye, she announces her departure, pretending it's not because her K-drama is starting, as Lee Cheol waves her off. Phew. Wiping his brow, Lee Cheol sighs in relief and says they can finally start training. The older brother agrees, unsheathing his sword and stating they must perfectly fulfill the condition their father set. His gaze sharpens as he holds the gleaming blade, ready for their session. The two brothers face each other in the training hall, swords at the ready. 1 week later, a narration explains that the basic martial arts training with his eldest brother was simple. The older brother moves with swift, focused grace during their sparring. Lee Cheol grits his teeth, straining to block his brother's powerful strike. The training was brutal, with his older brother spending little time on theories and focusing on relentless sparring. Lee Cheol grits his teeth, barely given a moment's rest between his brother's fierce attacks. Exhausted, he leans on his sword, realizing the session was less a spar and more a real combat trial. His older brother stands impassively amidst the debris, a picture of calm control. His brother criticizes him for not using his magic eyes and demands he move properly before slamming his sword down. Lee Cheol stumbles back, reeling from the force of the blow. With a determined roar, Lee Cheol refuses to give in. He charges forward, his very footsteps shattering the ground beneath him. Despite his effort, Lee Cheol feels his body struggling to keep up with the intense pace. He realizes his brother is using physically impossible sword angles that should tear his body apart. Using his enhanced vision, Lee Cheol analyzes the impossibly swift and contorted attacks. His brother asks if he thought the last biomechanically impossible move was just overexertion. He explains that the body of a Lee clan heir is far tougher than Lee Cheol imagines, shocking him. Lee Cheol freezes, his mind racing as his brother commands him to move. He desperately wills his body to obey, pushing past his physical limits. With a strained cry, Lee Cheol forces his body to match his brother's impossible technique. The older brother is surprised, noting that Lee Cheol is already managing to keep up. He internally observes that his brother's solid fundamentals and prior training are allowing him to adapt at an incredible rate. He reflects on Lee Cheol's growth, remembering that even he wasn't permitted to take the bloodless dream trial. Impressed, the older brother decides it's time to increase the intensity of their training. With a challenging smile, he unleashes his aura and asks if his brother can still keep up. Lee Cheol recognizes the shift in pressure, realizing with a grimace that his brother is finally getting serious. As the sun sets on the trash training hall, the intense session comes to an end. The older brother scratches his head, offering a slightly sheepish apology for the intensity. Sitting on the broken floor, Lee Cheol smiles, insisting that this is what true training should feel like. The aftermath of the grueling session is visible on his dirtied clothes. Changing the subject, his brother offers him a hand up from the ground. As he helps him up, the older brother notes that Lee Cheol is getting a feel for it, and Lee Cheol confirms he's beginning to understand about the Lee clan's strong bodies. The unique physiology of the Lee clan is explained. Tendons as tough as steel, and muscles as pliable as rubber. Lee Cheol reflects on the clan's bodies, which are not only naturally strong, but grow even stronger with training. He excitedly explains his breakthrough. Their unique bodies are the foundation of their martial arts, allowing for otherwise impossible movements. His brother praises him for catching on so well and already applying the concept to his movements. Lee Cheol humbly laughs it off, claiming he still has a long way to go after a week of struggle. His brother is genuinely surprised, telling him that reaching this level of understanding usually takes months. He praises Lee Cheol for his great work and reminds him to visit the clinic to treat his wounds. With a supportive hand on his shoulder, the older brother listens as Lee Cheol promises to review their training. As Lee Cheol walks off, his brother advises him not to overdo it. Phew! Alone again, Lee Cheol breathes a sigh of relief. Looking at his hand, he senses a definite similarity between what he just learned and something else he knows. His mind flashes to the technique he learned in the trial, infinite shift. He compares infinite shift to his clan's basic training, which maximizes the body's natural physique. He realizes the core frameworks of both techniques are remarkably similar. The key difference becomes clear. Boundless's style focuses on the weapon, while his clan's training centers on the body. He concludes this shared origin is why he learned so quickly, making a deeper connection between the two arts. He recalls the figure from Boundless's memories, remembering that the man possessed traits of the Lee clan. A vision of the ancient, long-haired warrior from the trial flashes in his mind. Lee Cheol is now convinced that Boundless must be deeply connected to his clan's history. He clenches his fist, thrilled by the feeling of uncovering a profound and unexpected secret. With his eyes glowing gold, he smiles with a newfound sense of purpose and discovery. The scene shifts, showing his training uniform now perfectly clean, signifying a new day and a new resolve. The scene shifts to the esteemed Marshal Lee clan's Elder Council meeting room, where a tense assembly is underway. Click! A door slides open, heralding a new arrival. An elder with a long white beard enters, calmly apologizing for being late. Lee Tae-hong, the chief administrator, sarcastically remarks on the rare occasion of the elder's presence. With a look of contempt, Lee Tae-hong awaits the elder's response. The elder coolly accepts the jab, asking, "Is that so?" He cuts to the chase, asking if the council has heard about the youngest illegitimate son's application for the warrior's journey. An incensed council member leaps to his feet, furiously denouncing Lee Cheol as a filthy, illegitimate brat. Another shouts that Lee Cheol brazenly made the request directly to the patriarch after returning from Heavenly Mountain. The senior elder calmly clarifies that the patriarch has not decided, instead leaving the matter for the council to discuss. The council members are thrilled, realizing the decision is theirs and they can simply refuse. With a cunning smile, the senior elder tells them it won't be that simple. He reveals the patriarch has stated Lee Cheol possesses power equivalent to a 5th-rank martial artist. A vision of Lee Cheol shows him channeling immense power through his blade. The elder adds that Lee Cheol also passed the Bloodless Stream trial, leaving no proper grounds to reject his request. Therefore, he states they must fabricate an excuse to oppose this chaos of an illegitimate child disregarding tradition. Lee Tae-hong raises his hand, preparing to interject. The narrative explains that Lee Tae-hong, the chief administrator, never takes sides in the clan's political games. A flashback reveals he has always been an outcast, isolated by other clan members. He has walked a lonely path, separate from the main factions. His unexpected presence at the meeting leads the elders to a shared, malicious assumption. They believe he's only there to support Lee Cheol because they're both illegitimate. Lee Tae-hong scoffs internally, knowing he can read the old weasels like a book. The 3 major trials for direct descendants are shown: steel selection, naming, and the warrior's journey. Passing these trials grants extensive rights, including the power to speak at important meetings. The path to influence within the esteemed Marshal Lee clan is a structured one. Those who pass are treated as future elders of the clan. Lee Tae-hong knows the elders, obsessed with blood purity, would never welcome this for Lee Cheol. Sighing, he privately questions whether he's doing the right thing for his nephew. May I offer a suggestion? Lee Tae-hong formally addresses the senior elder. The senior elder acknowledges the chief administrator, intrigued. He smirks, probing Lee Tae-hong's motives by asking if he's close with the youngest son. Lee Tae-hong deflects the barbed tongue with a smile, saying he can't dislike someone who works so hard. The elder warns him he's gone too far, but Lee Tae-hong feigns confusion. The elder argues that tradition and procedure must be upheld, even if Lee Cheol has justifications. Lee Tae-hong smirks, retorting that he thought the elder hated their traditions. Annoyed, Lee Tae-hong backpedals, claiming his concern was merely about becoming too rigid from an administrator's viewpoint. The senior elder nods, accepting the explanation. He then asks Lee Tae-hong for his proposed solution. The elder states the best argument against Lee Cheol is his lack of proven abilities. Lee Tae-hong looks up, surprised by the claim. He challenges the elder, reminding him the patriarch himself acknowledged Lee Cheol's 5th-rank power. The elder clasps his hands, saying that's precisely why a public test is needed. Lee Tae-hong realizes he's been masterfully cornered by the sly bastard, who has now put the burden of proof on him. Gritting his teeth, he accepts the political gambit. Lee Tae-hong stands firm, declaring they should set a stage for Lee Cheol to prove himself. The elder feigns surprise, asking if he means a duel. Lee Tae-hong confirms it's exactly what he means, certain Lee Cheol will not refuse the challenge. The senior elder strokes his beard, asking who the opponent should be. What about the 6th? The senior elder strokes his beard, contemplating the suggestion with a subtle, cunning glint in his eye. Lee Tae-hong agrees, suggesting Seola would be an appropriate opponent and that they could impose restrictions on her if necessary. The senior elder turns away, agreeing that it's not a bad idea. As an image of the enraged 6 flashes, The elder adds that Lady Big confirmed the Sixth harbors deep resentment for Lee Cheol. The senior elder smiles smugly, declaring it a good plan and asking the other elders for their thoughts. The other council members murmur their assent, finding the plan to be reasonable and fine. With the council's full support, the elders agree to the duel, having no objections if their chairman approves. After the meeting, the senior elder dismisses Lee Tae-hong, wryly complimenting his good work for the day. As the senior elder walks down a dark hall, his long shadow stretches behind him. Now alone with Lee Tae-hong, the elder questions his surprising wisdom, musing that he may have misjudged him. Lee Tae-hong responds smoothly, telling the elder he knows his loyalty to the clan is genuine. Thump! The elder firmly plants his cane on the floor, adding a single, ominous word. However, his eyes narrow as he critiques Lee Tae-hong, stating that, in acting, the little details are what matter most. Feigning innocence, Lee Tae-hong laughs nervously and asks what he means by acting. The elder begins to pick apart Lee Tae-hong's performance, critiquing his eyes, tone, and choice of words. He points out the telling detail. Lee Tae-hong always referred to Lee Cheol as youngest, while everyone else used bastard. As the elder bids him goodbye and departs, Lee Tae-hong's facade drops, his expression turning cold and determined. 3 weeks later, in the esteemed martial hall, an instructor announces that today is their last day of training. Lee Cheol unsheathes a new, ornately designed black sword, preparing for his final session. The instructor questions Lee Cheol's confidence, reminding him of the severe beating he took just yesterday. Lee Cheol smiles confidently, replying that the instructor must have sensed his improvement as well. The instructor smirks, issuing a challenge for Lee Cheol to show him what he's got. With a mighty swing, the instructor initiates the spar, his blade crashing into the floor. The two warriors face off, their auras clashing in the training hall. Lee Cheol's new sword shatters as he desperately blocks a powerful blow from the instructor. The two fighters clash relentlessly, their blades a blur of motion as they spar. The instructor grins with manic excitement, praising Lee Cheol for finally achieving the correct stance. Coom! Lee Cheol grits his teeth, holding his ground against another ferocious strike. The instructor presses his advantage, moving with blinding speed to overwhelm his student. With his magic eye glowing, Lee Cheol announces that his sixth sense and eyes have awakened, allowing him to perceive all sword trajectories. He roars with newfound confidence, declaring that he can now block everything. Lee Cheol flips through the air, effortlessly evading a powerful swing from his opponent. Using his momentum, Lee Cheol kicks off the wall, sending the instructor flying backward. In a flash, Lee Cheol closes the distance, moving faster than the eye can see. He lands a decisive blow, striking the instructor's sword with immense force. The impact of their final clash sends a massive shockwave tearing through the training hall. The instructor staggers back, reeling from the unexpected power of Lee Cheol's attack. Lee Cheol is also thrown back, struggling to absorb the immense recoil from his own technique. The instructor laughs heartily, calling Lee Cheol a genius for mastering in weeks what took him 3 months. As Lee Cheol recovers, the instructor praises his incredible progress, grasping the form in a week and completing it in just 33 days. The instructor looks at him with genuine admiration, admitting that Lee Cheol continues to surprise him. He offers a hand to Lee Cheol, officially certifying that he has mastered the basic form. Lee Cheol smiles, realizing he can't hide his progress from his perceptive instructor, who notes he's gained something extra. The instructor offers a handshake, asking if Lee Cheol wants his help with the next step. Lee Cheol gratefully accepts the offer, shaking his instructor's hand with a smile. Elsewhere, in a dark forest, a figure grips a knife, scorning a group of nobodies acting high and mighty. The sixth stands over defeated foes, looking bored and annoyed by the mission. They stand amidst the corpses of winged monsters, a testament to their deadly skill. The sixth seethes with resentment, blaming the illegitimate bastard Lee Cheol for being stuck with this annoying mission. Stomping angrily, the sixth fumes that Lee Cheol is also the reason their mother's anger hasn't subsided. The sixth watches impassively as the last monstrous beast is consumed by thorny branches. Her reflection stares back from a puddle as the massive creature finally collapses behind her. With the last beast slain, she turns and walks away from the carnage, unimpressed. In a flash, she unleashes a blindingly fast attack. A monster roars in agony as her power tears through it. She stands stoically amidst the shadowy forms of her vanquished foes. Another beast is obliterated by a precise, fiery strike. With golden eyes blazing, the sixth declares that the entire mission is utterly boring. TSK. She casually flicks blood from her glowing, heated knife. She plunges the fiery blade into another monster's neck. Casually wiping her blade, she notes that this is her 21st mission. She seethes, recalling that every mission has been an irritating chore, far more than the few she was promised annually. A year has already passed since the promise was made. She stares into the woods, knowing that by the time she returns, that arrogant, illegitimate bastard will be back. A sudden voice from the shadows greets the sixth young lady. The sixth turns as a new figure introduces herself as Gaguk, number 12 of the Silent Sword Squad, piquing her curiosity. Questioning the newcomer, she asks what brings a direct unit of the Elder Council head here. The hooded messenger, Gaguk, states she has come with a message from the Elder Council head. Gaguk quietly delivers the message to the sixth. The sixth lets out a surprised laugh, learning what that arrogant bastard has done. A wicked smile spreads across her face as she realizes Lee Cheol is digging his own grave. She laughs manically, remarking that the Elder Council head certainly doesn't mess around. Her eyes wide with anticipation, she agrees to the proposal, and Gaguk departs with the yes ma'am. Gripping her knife, the sixth vows to make Lee Cheol regret his actions. She unleashes her fury, her burning blade cutting through the air. With a look of pure malice, she swears to thoroughly trample Lee Cheol. The scene shifts as Lee Cheol enters a room, apologizing to his uncle for his late arrival from training. Lee Tae-hong welcomes him, already aware that he has mastered the basic techniques and asking what's next. Lee Cheol pulls up a chair. As his uncle explains, he came to talk now that the schedule is set. Lee Cheol smiles politely, insisting he would have gone to his uncle if he had asked. His uncle sighs, completely exasperated by his nephew's demeanor. Lee Tae-hong asks if he isn't nervous, but Lee Cheol calmly asks why he would be. With a smirk, Lee Cheol internally notes that everything is progressing exactly as he planned. His golden eyes gleam with cunning confidence. He recalls that his father approved his warrior's journey, but only under two conditions. The first condition was straightforward. He had to master the clan's basic techniques. Thanks to his enlightenment, he recalls completing the first task in a very short time. The second condition, however, was far more difficult. He had to convince the Elder Council to approve his journey. Lee Cheol remembers his father's terms: use any method, but failure means the journey is denied. The memory of the high stakes hardens his resolve. He sits, contemplating his limited options for influencing the council. Oh, suddenly, an idea strikes him. A sly, confident smile forms as he devises his strategy. Lee Tae-hong states that the Elder Council wouldn't have a real reason to object to their plan. Lee Cheol explains that he must create his own opportunities and shape events to succeed in politics. He pictures himself moving a game piece, taking control of the board. This challenge, he realizes, is a test in and of itself. Lee Tae-hong sighs again, baffled by his nephew's unwavering calm. Lee Cheol expresses his trust in his uncle's handling of the situation, but Lee Tae-hong clarifies that's not what he's worried about. Lee Tae-hong's expression hardens as he brings up the duel, noting the rumor that Lee Cheol and his sick sister don't get along. Fearing for his nephew, he questions the choice, warning that a spar with the volatile Seola won't end well. Lee Cheol places his hand firmly on the table, explaining calmly that he has a debt to repay to her. His uncle's frustration boils over. Lee Tae-hong stands and shouts, demanding to know why he can't settle the debt later, instead of going to such dangerous lengths now. Exasperated, Lee Tae-hong turns away from his impossibly calm nephew. He buries his face in his hands, completely overwhelmed with worry. Lee Cheol notes his uncle's genuine concern, which manifests as a comical panic attack, and wonders if there's more to it. With a knowing smile, he thanks his uncle for worrying about him. He privately acknowledges that Seola will likely try to leave him half dead in the duel. He also knows the Elder Council will use the opportunity to try and put a leash on him. Clenching his fist, Lee Cheol understands this is about far more than just his warrior's journey. He tells his anxious uncle not to worry, admitting things will get complicated if he loses. With a confident grin, Lee Cheol cracks his knuckles, declaring that he has no intention of losing and will get exactly what he wants.